1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. Check. They do sing-alongs, and it's a
check.
1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs.
Check.
And it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs. It's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar. They do sing-alongs, and it's a 1734 John R. Street. They have a piano bar.
Video audio test.
Kelvin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? At this time, I would ask that you would take your seats. Welcome to the International Men's Conference hosted by AVfM founder Paul Elam. This will be our second day, our second half of the conference. Yesterday we had an absolutely stellar day. The feedback that I'm getting is something spectacular. We have had some of the greatest minds talking about matters concerning men and boys in an actuality society. Today, we're moving ahead with an equally spectacular day, I am certain. Before we get started, I have some books that I would like to give away. If you could check your ticket number 121, you are the winner of Bachelor Pad Economics by Aaron Clary. You can come and get your book when you have a chance. The next book, Men on Strike by Helen Smith. Number 3. We also have 2 bracelets from the Good Fathers Only organization, run by Calvin Mann. Number 143 and number 38. You can come and claim your prizes later on. Without any further ado, I would like to have Paul Elam introduce Dr. Warren Farrell.
Warren, come on. Payback is hell. Karma. Good morning, everybody. I have the pleasure of introducing Warren Farrell, a man who truly does need no introduction to this group. I could go into a lot of book titles that Warren has written, which most of you are already familiar with. They are available in the back of the room. I can mention that he was named by Financial Times as one of the 100 greatest thinkers in the 20th century. I think in the 21st century too. Yes. But rather than just go down a very lengthy list of Warren's accomplishments, I want to take this opportunity to talk about what he's meant to me, and I think consequently what he means to the people in this room and to many, many other people. 20 plus years ago, I was walking around in a mental health industry knowing that there was something wrong with matters between men and women, knowing that there was something wrong with our perception of men and our perception of women, and I could not articulate it. I couldn't put my finger on what the problem was. All I know is that I knew something was deeply wrong. And I went looking for information. I found almost nothing helpful. I found a lot of feminist literature. I found people discussing men's issues in ways that seemed to more compound the problems that I was looking at than to solve them. And then one day, a therapist I know said, "Hey, have you heard about this book that's come out? It's called The Myth of Male Power." And just in hearing the title, I said, okay, and I was at the bookstore that day, and I got it. And finally, for the first time in my life, and the first time in my adult work with people with problems and in encountering what I perceived to be all these issues between men and women that were not being addressed in a way that was helpful and healthy and that could lead to building bridges between men and women, I found Myth of Male Power, and it turned my life around. It made me see things differently, and finally somebody had articulated, and for me, that's the brilliance of it. It is, we are all, there's great writers in this room, there's people on AVfM staff, there's people that do videos on YouTube and really speak well to these issues. Can you imagine being back in the early 90s with no support, with only the feminist perspective around you, and conceptualizing all this and articulating all those issues on your own? I think it was a masterwork of our times. And I think we're very fortunate to have Warren here. Then I got the opportunity to actually meet Warren and to visit him with him in his home and to share a meal with him and to talk with him on a personal level, to hear about his father and to talk about mine. And what I got out of that was that not only was Warren a genius, but in the realm of human emotion, of the heart, he had an impact on me instantly. I've been following his writing for a long time. I've read all of his other books, but nothing compared to spending time with this man, to seeing the loving relationship that he has with his wife, and the love that dominoes from his presence between people. His work has been the one that has led us to a movement that is finally, again, starting to build bridges between men and women instead of walls. One of the things that we've missed in this culture, especially over the last 50 or 60 years, is mentoring. It is a lost art where skills and maturity and perspective and balance about life is passed from one individual to another, frequently between men, between fathers and sons, between men and their apprentices in what they do. We've lost a lot of that in having it in person, and we've become a society without mentoring for the most part. This is why I'm so thankful for the work that Calvin Mann does in mentoring young men. But I also think that we adapt, especially as men, and that we can receive mentoring from their words, which I've received for many years now from Dr. Ferrell. I could go on and on about how I feel about this man, but this is his moment. I want you to hear him. So without further ado, I want to introduce you to my friend and to my mentor, Dr. Warren Farrell.
Testing, yes, okay. Paul, that was really beautiful and really has touched me. I remember when my dad read the first draft of The Myth of Male Power, he looked at me and said, "Are you prepared?" I said, "What do you mean prepared?" And he said, "Are you prepared to wait for a generation until this book is even acknowledged?" 44 years ago when the women's movement surfaced and I was writing for the New York Times. I wrote, a men's movement will emanate from the core of the consciousness of a women's movement. 44 years later, and maybe like my dad said, 21 years later, that's finally happening. It's happening here. It's happening now. It's happening with us. It's happening in part because of Paul Elam. And Paul, I'd like to ask you to stand, please. And it's happening... Paul, stay standing, please. Please? Dean Esme, where are you? Dean, I'll also ask you to remain standing. It's happening also because, as Hillary Clinton said, it takes a village. And we may disagree or agree with Hillary on various things, but when it comes to it takes a village to create a men's issues awareness movement, yes, it takes a village. And some of that village is AFM's editors. I'll ask you to stand up, please, if you're here. Some of the editors of AVfM. And if you have ever contributed an article to AVfM's site, please stand up. You are part of the people who have created this movement. And if you are part of AVfM's radio staff, please stand up and remain standing. I'll ask each group of people to remain standing. And if you are with their news department, please stand up. News department. And if you are with AFM's operations management or international conference management, please stand up. If you're with AVfM's server administration or forums administration, please stand up. If you are with AVfM's international multi-siting or AVfM's Europe, please stand up. If you're one of AVfM's financial supporters, we honor you. Please stand up. Wow. If you're one of AVfM's speakers at this first international conference, whose contribution is not speaking here, but you are here because of your contributions, please stand up. And now I'll ask everyone to stand up who's gone the distance to attend this first international conference on men's issues. I just wanted to be sure I got a standing ovation. Thank you. This is what I'm going to be sharing with you today is my third draft of this speech, to which my wife can testify. And I had a really careful analysis of what happened to feminism and from my own personal experience with it. But I decided I didn't want to focus on this event at what happened to feminism and where feminism went wrong and where I thought, in the right movement and how it morphed into a gap being created between equality, which was the original goal of feminism, and politics, and how politics led to exactly the opposite of equality. I had that all drawn out and worked out, and then I said, no, I want to concentrate on where we need to go, what our top issues are. I want to concentrate on why are these issues that I will define, our top 10, if you will, what I believe should be our top 10, why they are important and what the psychology is behind working with these issues first. So let me work first on the number one, what I think would potentially be the number one issue that we should work on and why that's so important to address first. Number one, I believe, should be the boy crisis and what's happening to our sons. And here's why. When men discuss adult men's issues, men hear weakness. Most men have learned when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Not when the going gets tough, the tough go to a psychologist. When the going gets tough, the tough write a book about what's wrong. Or they do some wimpy thing like write The Myth of Male Power. That's men's reaction to men expressing their pain, their issues, adult men. Women's reactions? When men discuss adult men's issues, women hear whining. Women fall in love with alpha males, not whining males. Women survived based on their ability to find men who protected them, not because women needed protection per se, but because women were focused on protecting the children. And when they found a strong man who didn't focus on his issues, but focused on protecting her and being willing to die for her, her children survived. We're here today because of the sacrifices that adult men made and were selected for by women who focused on men who stood up and fought and saved and sacrificed, not men who talked about their issues, who were introspective, who got in touch with their feelings, who got in touch with their fears. Instinctively, traditional women are more interested in firefighters than a man who says, gee, there's a fire. I think the cause might be a drought. The fire makes me feel unsafe. It brings out feelings of insecurity from my childhood. So then the question becomes, is there hope for men discussing men's issues? And the answer is yes, because we have neuroplasticity. We have the ability to change. We are not stuck in our biology and our heritage. The defining characteristic of human beings who succeed is the ability to adapt. And our genetic heritage is in conflict with our genetic future. And that's where we're at this moment. So let's look at this in relation to boys' issues. Let's think for a moment, when a woman who is a mom sees her son having problems as opposed to an adult male having problems, women switch from a biological desire to be protected by a man to a biological desire to protect her son. Suddenly, her heart opens up. Toward her son, her biological instinct is to protect, not be protected. So, for example, let me take dating. We know how difficult it is to talk about date rape. An almost impossible issue to discuss. If you discuss this with an adult woman, if she hears a man talking about fearing rejection and fearing taking the sexual initiative, her mind switches to all the guys who went too far, too fast with her. Her mind switches to the guys who bought her drinks largely to get her to bed. So instead of feeling appreciation for the work that they did to buy the drinks, she remembers the manipulation rather than the appreciation. But she can't easily hear the guy's plight because it triggers her own trauma. It triggers her legitimate trauma. As a mom, if she hears her son discuss his fear, but as a mom, if she hears her son discuss his fear of calling a woman he's attracted to, she switches to want to protect him from being rejected. Suddenly she feels his pain. She wants a woman to see her son's value, the son that she's nurtured and brought up and cares for and loves more than anything in the world. She feels that, and suddenly, when a boy's issue is discussed, she can feel what boys go through. That's why I believe the boy crisis and what's happening to boys is both legitimately an extremely substantive issue. The more you understand the boys' crisis, the more terrified you are. So that's the substance. But the biology and psychology of it is what I just mentioned. That's why I choose it as my number one issue. I feel a bit like David Letterman here. Number two, children's need for both parents. Notice I didn't say men's rights to children. It is not about men's rights to children. It's about not children's right to both parents, but children's need for both parents. It's about children's need for both parents because both parents, whether it's by nature or by God, for whatever reason, both parents are checks and balances to each other. Moms tend to nurture and protect and listen and care. Dads tend to push and create encouragement to try things that are new. And if the child falls on a ski slope, the mom will say, sweetie, anytime you want to give up working for the ski team, don't worry. You can do what you want to do. And dad will say, get up and try again. And when mom isn't around, what do dads do? They tend to nurture more. When dads aren't around, moms do a little bit more pushing. But as a rule, when mom and dad are both around, the children get the protection they need, the nurturing they need, and they get the encouragement and the push that they need. So what do we know about children who do best when they have both parents? When children grow up in non-intact families. When I did the research for Father and Child Reunion, I learned that there was only one series of 4 things that together had to be combined in order for children who grow up in non-intact families, like children of divorce or children who are born outside of marriage, in order for them to succeed at the level that children do when they grow up in intact families. And those 4 things are approximately an equal amount of time with mother and father. When either is left out of the equation, children suffer. Second, the parents living close enough to each other so that the children don't have to give up friends or activities in order to see the other parent and therefore resent the other parent that in order to see them, they have to give up friends and activities that they are invested in. And then they either undermine themselves and don't get involved in team sports and don't get involved in things that are healthy for their growth, or they don't have friendships that they really feel that they can be at their birthday party and support them in the way they want to be supported, and therefore they don't get supported by those friends in the way they want to be supported. Third, there must be no bad-mouthing between mother to father or father to mother that the child can detect. Bad-mouthing does not mean only words, it means body language as well. Fourth, and this is new research, that couples that do family counseling after divorce or non-intact families do much better than couples with the same socioeconomic background that do not do family counseling. Not family counseling when needed, but family counseling proactively, consistently. When children have significant father involvement, they do better in more than 30 areas we now know. When I wrote the myth of father and child reunion, I only was able to document 26 areas, but now in the recent research, it's another 4 areas as well. And they do better in all social areas. So, and the most amazing social area is we usually think of a mother as more empathetic than a father. That's probably true, but especially toward the child. But children all over the world who have an equal or significant amount of father contact are more likely to be empathetic than children who do not. They're also more likely to be assertive without being aggressive. And just a little hint on the empathy issue. One of the reasons they're more likely to be empathetic is not because dads are more empathetic. It's because dads require, by boundary enforcement, the child to think of the dad's needs, the mother's needs, and other people's needs besides itself. Empathy does not beget empathy. Empathy begets the belief that you could be paid attention to and your feelings should be heard. People who are always empathized with often become self-centered. People who are required to think of other people in order to win, if you want to continue the roughhousing, you have to think of not poking me in the eye, not pulling me in the hair, not knocking me in the groin in order to get your way. And if you don't do that, if you don't think of me, there'll be no more roughhousing. And the boundary enforcer dad who says the moment he's kicked her hair pulled again, immediately transfers into say, okay, no more roughhousing. And when he follows through with what he says he will do, if what he asks for is not paid attention to, the child learns to think of somebody else besides herself or himself. When the boundaries are not enforced, the child thinks of how to manipulate a better deal. So the child prepares to be an excellent lawyer, but nothing else. And there are some wonderful human beings who are lawyers, by the way. Occasionally I lie. No, just joking. Number 3 is the pay gap. Why the pay gap? Because when feminists speak about men and women, they basically start out with, it's a patriarchal world in which men have made the rules to benefit men at the expense of women. And the proof of that is that when men and women work equally as hard, men have arranged the world so that men get $1 for each 76 cents that women get for the same work. And even President Obama says this. And even would-be President Romney said this. It's the one thing that Republicans and Democrats both agree on. And it's also completely not true. What is true, and so when I did the research for the myth of why men earn more, I began to find that there were a number of things that men and women did differently in the workplace. And I was beginning to find 5, 6, 7 things. The more research I did, it moved up to 10. The more research I did, it moved up to 25 differences between men's and women's decisions in the workplace. And not really the workplace, it's their work-life decisions, the way they handle work and life. Now, there's a big difference between men and women, but not in pay. The pay gap is not a gap about male versus female. It's a gap about mothers versus fathers. When mothers and fathers are in an intact situation and children are born, mothers tend to divide their labor between the work at home and work in the workplace. And they begin to figure out a world of work which is more flexible, that allows them not to commute so far, that allows them to get home earlier, that allows them to take off some time, like be a teacher and take off a good portion of the summer. And so jobs that are more flexible, jobs that are more fulfilling, jobs that are closer to home, those jobs pay less. Because what feminists didn't realize is that pay is not about power. The road to high pay is a toll road. It's taking time away from your family to be at work. It's being willing to be adaptive to the needs of the workplace. If they open up a company in Siberia or in Alaska or Juneau and you don't like cold climate, you want to get further in that company, you move. Or you work in Alaskan pipelines or in oil rigs. and you hope to save, or Alaskan fisheries, and you hope to save up enough money when you're a single male to be able to afford a woman, to be able to afford a family. Pay is about, when we pay for women, we learn this at a very early age. We pay to go out on a date with women. The pay that we pay for a woman reflexively is our compensation for our inequality. It is our way of saying to a woman, I am not worthy of your company until I put money out for it. If there's no romantic interest, the man doesn't put money out. If there is romantic interest, the man puts money out because he's paying for his inability to be equal to a woman until he compensates for it by paying for it. When I'm paid to speak here, it's because I'm valued. If I'm paid as a consultant or as an expert witness, it's because I'm valued. The more I'm paid, the more I'm valued. And women sensed and felt that when a man took her to a really nice restaurant, she felt valued. And so women began to feel that if a man didn't pay for a really nice restaurant, maybe they weren't valued as much as somebody valued the woman who was paid to go out to a beautiful restaurant. So pay for men was what we had to do to compensate for our inequality. Pay is not about privilege, it's about a toll road. Pay is about the power we forfeit to get the power of pay. Now, what happens when men and women are not married and don't have children, or don't have children, particularly when they don't have children? That's the distinction, mothers versus fathers. When men and women have never been married, this is U.S. Bureau of Labor statistics I'm going to give you right now. When men and women have never been married and never had children, the women earn 17% more than what never married men who have never had children earn, even when you control for a number of years in the workplace, the amount of education and the length of time, and other factors like that. That has been true to a lesser degree. It was 13% in the 1970s. For 44 years, we've had that pay gap, longer than that, between never married men and women who have never had children. Because when women have not been married and never been married and never had children, they tend to focus more on their careers. And when men have never been married and never had children, we tend to focus more on job fulfillment. Being the artist, being the writer, being somebody like me that doesn't usually make a lot of money by doing that type of thing. It's why we hear words like starving artist. Now, the reason I feel the pay gap needs to be so high on the list is because that's the first place where a woman's mind goes to as proof that men really have organized this world in a way as to benefit men at the expense of women. And more importantly, when women find out each of the 25 decisions that leads to higher pay, all 25 behaviors in work-life decisions that men and women make, all 25, every one of them leads to men earning more money and women having a more balanced life. That is, a happier life, usually. And what is the purpose of pay? The purpose of pay is ideally to have a happy life. So if the purpose of pay is to have a happy life, and women have more balanced lives, which usually means happier lives, then really men should be learning from women, not women learning from men. But there are women that want to focus on career. My wife loves the work that she does. And so when and the excitement of that. So what women also need to know is what leads to higher pay should they wish to have higher pay. So the pay gap, when you understand it, it doesn't only help people feel better about the way the structure of the workplace is set up, it also helps women know that if pay is their focus, there are 25 specific things that they can do to earn more money. But each of those things comes with trade-offs. You can, if you're not educated, you can, as a rule, earn more money as a garbage collector than you can earn even as an art historian. But you may or may not wish to get up at 3 in the morning in Michigan and collect garbage. And the people who do that earn more money in relation to the amount of their education. What looking at the pay gap helps us understand is that the underlying definition of power that men have brought falsely, or adapted falsely. And that definition is feeling obligated. They've defined power as feeling obligated to earn money that often somebody else spends while we die sooner. And if I started a women's empowerment workshop, of which I've conducted many, and if I started that out by saying, I'm going to teach all the women here today how to be more empowered, I'm going to teach you how to feel obligated to earn more money that somebody else spends while you die sooner. You know where I would be. The fourth issue I'm going to prioritize, you're going to be most surprised with, is communication. And that communication is obviously not just a men's issue, it's a men's and women's issue. But the reason it's so important is because every time feminists speak or AVfM speaks, there is a propensity to distort what the other person says and then to argue with the distorted version that the other person never meant to begin with. And when Arabs or Israelis speak, it's the same problem. When mothers and fathers and women and men speak, it's the same problem. In 30, 40 years of working with couples, one of the things that I found is that I've never had somebody say to me, Warren, I want a divorce. My partner understands me. And I realized if I could put not a diamond ring on somebody, but if I could put inside of my psyche the ability to have compassion for and understand the person who was speaking with me, I would be a better husband than I would if I had the biggest diamond in the world to give my wife. The problem with that is, while everyone agrees with me, no one knows how to do it. Because biologically, when we heard criticism, we feared that there would be an enemy. And in order to survive, our biological response to the criticism had to be to put up defenses. Or, better yet, kill the enemy before the enemy kills us. And when we're criticized by our wife or husband, that's what we want to do. We want to kill them before they kill us. That's functional for survival, but exactly the processes that were functional for survival are dysfunctional for love and dysfunctional for intimacy. And so I said before that our genetic heritage is in tension with our genetic future. That's what I mean. We got here by surviving. But we need to, we've upped the ante. Now we're not just need to be role mates, we have the potential to be soulmates. And soulmates require the ability to listen to each other until we say that the other person says, I feel completely understood. If I interrupt Liz and say, I understand, what I'm doing is saying, shut up. She has to tell me she feels understood. So how do we do that? We do that if we're programmed to respond defensively to criticism, and we respond more defensively the more we love somebody, because the more we love somebody, the more vulnerable we feel. The more vulnerable we feel, the more likely we are to get angry, not be centered. Anger is just vulnerability's mask. We get angry at the people that reject us that we love, not the people that reject somebody that we don't love. A woman calls a guy and a woman go out at night, and the guy does not call back in the morning. If the woman calls the man a jerk for not coming back, you know that she had an interest in him. If she didn't have interest in him, she'd call it relief that he didn't call back. When we call people names, when we cut them off like that, it's because it hurts less to be rejected by an object than it does to be rejected by a human being. Construction workers call women, whistle at women. They treat women as sex objects because it hurts less to be rejected by somebody that they know is going to reject them. They're not worthy of that beautiful woman walking by the construction site, so they objectify her. When the woman calls a man a jerk, it's because she felt that that man evaluated her as not being worthy of him. And so if we have such deeply engaged resistance to being able to hear others, especially when they love us, what do we do with that? We do a work, so one of the things that what I do with couples in my couples workshops is I've developed a workaround to be able to work around the biological propensity to be able to be defensive when you're criticized, to be able to hear people, as to associate the criticism with love, an opportunity to be loved. But how do I do that? By creating an altered space. No one can do that in a natural space. You have to meditate yourself into a space where you are receptive to associating being criticized with being loved. That meditation takes at least a 10 to 15-hour training for people to learn how to do. It means separating out the week, so you have 2 hours of the week in caring and sharing mode and 166 other hours in a conflict-free zone. You have to know how to deal with the conflict-free zone when conflict comes up. Those are the types of things that when we work on them for men and for women, we begin to solve domestic violence, because domestic violence is not about power. Domestic violence is about a momentary act of power designed for an underlying experience of powerlessness. And so so the solution to domestic violence is to not tell men, give up your power. The solution to domestic violence is teaching both sexes how to feel empowered by and how to empower the other gender and their children and their parents. That's why communication is so important. Now I'm going to go from being a nice guy to being a tougher guy. Issue number 5, men's studies. 150,000 women a year take women's studies courses. When you or I contact the media, if they're focused on gender issues, to a large degree, a very high percentage of them have a women's studies background. And so when I am being interviewed by NPR, even if I spend 3 hours with the associate producer and convince her that there really is legitimacy to the men's issues, she summarizes in bullet points my talk, and her producer says, the guy's crazy. And you are just too weak to see his craziness. You're too weak to see his manipulativeness, and so therefore, no go. And so we're up against a huge wall there. Now, so what do we do if there's men's studies courses, women's studies courses in virtually every university in the industrialized world, and virtually no men's studies courses that are real men's studies courses, the type of men's studies we're talking about here, just feminist men's studies courses in the universities? So I finished a game of tennis some years ago with a guy, and we both belong to the same think tank. And when we finished, he said, well, what do you do? And I go, tell him about what I do. And he goes, wow, that is fascinating. And I said, well, what do you do? And he says, I'm the president of Northwestern University. And I said, well, I'm fascinated that you're fascinated by these issues. People are always fascinated at people that are fascinated with them. And he said, I said, are you interested in maybe being the first university in the world that brings men's issues into Northwestern University? And his response was, and have me fired? And I said, how's that? I think I knew how that was, but he said, because the feminists would have me up on a stake within hours, and this was just at the beginning of social media time. And so I said, so I reversed the question. I said, is there anything that we could do to bring men's studies to Northwestern University without even missing a beat? He said, of course, sue me. Sue the university. And I said, tell me more. He said, And he said, if you sued me, I'd have to bring men's studies into the university, and I would be a hero because I was avoiding a lawsuit. And I'd be able to say to the feminists, we had to do this in order to be able to not be sued. And if we are sued, we'd end up having to do things like eliminate the women's studies program. So we have a choice. We can either eliminate the women's studies program or bring in or bring in an equal and opposite men's studies program. There you go. That really is a men's studies program. And so I said, any other complication? And he said, yes, you have to have standing. And standing means that you have to have somebody at that university who really wants a men's studies program. So part of what we can do if we make men's studies an issue is recruit men and women on college campuses to file for a men's studies program. Maybe they'll succeed and just get it. But if they don't succeed and they want it, and there's a group of 2 or 3 or 4 men and or women who want a men's studies program that is a legitimate program on the college campus, and they don't respond, now we have a Title IX issue. Now we have also a potential violation, if it's a state university, a violation of Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. Now we have something to work with, but here's the big issue of men's studies. Once this happens at one university, particularly in states like California or Texas, once it happens at one university, all the universities who are usually comprised of academics, who usually have a great deal of fear, not that much courage, they tend to respond by saying, "Oh my God, we've got to get our act together. We've got to do this." And so one successful lawsuit at a significant university will have a ripple effect, as the coin that you created for us has on that coin a beautiful picture of a ripple effect. Will have a ripple effect at every university in this country. That is, every university that gets any federal funding, which is about 97% of universities in this country. But what happens in the United States also happens in the entire world usually. And so this will have one university, one group of 3 or 4 students can have a ripple effect across the entire world. That's why I believe it should be in the top 10 men's issues. Number 6 is a men's birth control pill. Yes. And this is not just because Carnell Smith is here. We often heard, I think correctly so, that a women's pill was probably the single greatest instrument of freedom for women in the 20th century. I would say that's a pretty reasonable assessment. But it's interesting that we have been within just a hair's reach of being able to develop a men's pill for more than 30 years. I wrote about this in one of my early books, wrote about it before even the myth of male power. I went around to scientists and found, was a men's pill viable? And the answer was yes. So I went to pharmaceutical companies and said, why are you not doing this? The scientists now have the ability to create a men's birth control pill. We're not sure that the men really want one, or that there's much of a market for one. We're not willing to sort of invest in the whole distribution and advertising. And my response is, are you kidding? And the pharmaceutical companies responded, you show me, we haven't received 100 letters from men in the last decade asking for that. When women want something, women speak up. When men want something, we keep it to ourselves. Yep. And then we wonder why companies can't hear what men don't say. We need to speak up. That's why a voice for men is one of the most perfect titles, and this is one of the most perfect forums to begin that process. Number 7. Men's health intelligence. In other words, notice I didn't say men's mental health, no, men's physical health, but men's health intelligence. The reason we are so unintelligent in terms of health is because every society that survived based on its ability to train its sons to be disposable. Disposable in work as warriors, disposable in war as warriors, disposable in work as firefighters, as workers on oil rigs and so on, coal miners, and indirectly, therefore, disposable as dads. Now, if your survival is dependent upon your disposability, that means your disposability keeps you alive as a nation, not the health of the boy. If you train a boy to be worried about his health, worried about hurting himself, that doesn't lead to a boy who's willing to risk himself, his disposability to go to war. If I'm trained to really care about you and love you, and I do go to war, and you die and your blood is splattered all over me, I go into major trauma. If I learn to not care about you, I go into much less trauma. The degree to which men learn to love, the degree to which we learn to think of ourselves, the degree to which we learn to ask for health and help for ourselves is the degree to which we were hesitant to be disposable. Therefore, we jeopardize the survival of the country. So what was functional for the health of a nation was dysfunctional for the health of a boy. And so that is why we are unwilling to talk about mental health issues. This is why when boys and girls are 9 years of age, we commit suicide at exactly the same rate. But as boys learn, get the hormones and the socialization of masculinity, how do we evolve? We evolve by, at the age of 10 to 14, as we get the beginnings of masculinity, we commit suicide twice as much as girls. Between the age of 15 and 19, 4 times as much. Between the ages of 20 and 25, 5 times as much. So we are, as we learn to, when the going gets tough, the tough get going, not when the going gets tough, we have 5 or 6 ways to express our feelings like Tom Golden talks about, or other ways to directly express our feelings. We don't learn the different modalities that are both comfortable for us as traditional men and comfortable for us as less traditional men to express feelings, or to be able to act it out, or be able to honor, or to be able to do the other things that Tom so articulately talked about yesterday. When we have a nation that hasn't rethought through its disposability propensities for boys, what we have is boys out there saying, girls out there saying, cheerleaders, 1st and 10, do it again, 1st and 10, do it again. And what are the women saying to the guys? They're saying to the guys, 1st and 10, do it again, risk spinal cord injuries, risk concussions, risk shoulders dislocated, and still play. If you have a dislocated shoulder, I remember watching a college game where the news people were saying, isn't it incredible that Joe, with a dislocated shoulder, is still tossing the football so accurately? Well, he should be calling the doctor. Not tossing a football, but we are honoring him for risking further damage to himself. NFL means not for long for a reason. Because the people who are rewarded and are the heroes of women and men all around the world, they are people who don't often live for long, who are often walking around barely able to walk at the age of 50, and the very thing that they were honored for is exactly the thing that they're weakest in. We need to question this. We need to question this at every level of society. We need to question, why is it that men die 5 years sooner than women when we used to die in 1920, only 1 year sooner than women? And very few people, A, know that, and B, despite the fact that we die earlier of all 10 leading causes of death, there are 7 federal offices of women's health and 0 federal offices of men's health. That is the type of issue that will need to be surfaced. That is also suable. That is not, men do not get due process. Men do not get equal protection when we don't have equal protection in the very most important area, which is living. Thank you. Okay, that's number 7. Number 8 is coming up. 2009, President Obama is just elected. I get a phone call. Pick up the phone. The woman says, we understand that you were on the board of directors of the National Organization for Women for a number of years. President Obama has just formed a White House Council on Women and Girls. We'd like you to be an advisor to the council. We'd like to be? I said, of course. And she says, but I said, before you hang up, is it possible perhaps that you could have a White House Council on men and boys as well? And she says, huh? And I go, well, and I explained a few reasons. She said, oh, never thought of that. Interesting. But she said, actually, though, I am in charge of filling councils that already exist. I have no authorization to actually create councils of my own. I said, totally understand that. If I created a proposal for a council, would you be open to sort of looking at it? And she says, yeah, well, I'd look at it, sure. And I said, would you pass it on to maybe receptive people within the White House? Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. And so I decided that I didn't really want to do that. I wanted to get the top 30 people in the country that I could think of that were authors on boys' issues, that were people who were liberals, people who were conservatives, people who were practitioners, like the head of the Boy Scouts, people who wrote about these things in a different type of way for a different audience, like the head of Men's Health, people like Tom Golden, who are practitioner counselors that are actually working on these issues. I got all these people together, and for a period of 18 months, you can imagine when you have libertarians, conservatives, and liberals all on one council, what these dialogues were like, with sometimes 25, 30 people. Tom is shaking his head because he remembers some of these discussions. And, but we finally hammered out a very significant proposal to create a White House Council on Boys and Men. When we did it, it basically, long story short, went nowhere. It almost went somewhere many times, but always at the last second, there was somebody that knocked it out of the agenda to actually present it to President Obama. Somebody that 5 minutes before it was on their agenda, they were going to be seeing President Obama 5 minutes later. Why do we need a White House Council on Boys and Men? Because boys and men are having problems in almost every single area. We're falling behind girls and women educationally, economically. When we fall behind economically and educationally, I don't know a lot of women who are that interested in marrying men in the unemployment lines. And so this affects not only our sons, but also our daughters, also marriages, and therefore whether children grow up in intact or intact families. The reason, one of the most incredible statistics, the reason a few years ago, 53% of women who had children without being married is because many of those women could not find men who earned a decent living, and that often translates for many women into, I just don't want to take care of another child. And so when a man doesn't earn decent money, it has an impact not only on the man, not only on the woman, but on the ability of the children to have a father in that child's life, and therefore on the ability of the boy to see that he has a role model of some person who can be respected and can be productive. A boy who looks at a role model of a father that's disowned, that is put down, he is not a boy who feels he has much of a future. He's a boy that goes adrift. He's a boy that gets lost. He's a boy that has no sense of purpose. And that is what we have today. So a White House Council on Boys and Men deals with many issues, because boys and men are dealing with many issues. and many issues are being dealt with in different departments of the government, it's crucial for a White House to be able to coordinate that. But it's also crucial for a White House not just to be the government as substitute savior. It's also important for the White House to conduct an interactive relationship with private companies that also do work. And the White House is doing that now with Brothers Keeper and with the White House Council on Women and Girls. But with adult white males, it is doing nothing. That's number 8. And number 9, feel this building. This is the building of men who are the ultimate in being willing to be disposable. What we don't know about these men is that recently in the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, for each man who was killed in the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, the number who were killed by suicide is 25. 25 that killed themselves by suicide for each one that died in the war through war-related means. More men die of suicide who have been in the war in Iraq and Iran in 1 year than were killed in the wars themselves in all of the years combined. What we are saying from that message is, when we need you, we will use you. But if you happen to survive the process, we don't care. We're willing to invest money to get you the equipment, to buy you the best of this and that. But when you're finished your job of serving, if you haven't died on the outside, we don't care what happens on the inside. And when we don't care what happens on the inside, we are making the ultimate statement about the continued investment that we have in male disposability in the cruelest of ways. The good news is that if we make veterans care a major issue, conservatives can understand that. Traditional men can understand that. And almost all men and women can understand that. And we give our sons a message that if you do join the military, you will be cared for as a human being, not just as a human doing. Number 10, and last, men's image. Boys are stupid, throw rocks at them. Could be made up by anybody. But when it was made up, it was started out as a postcard, then it became a t-shirt, then it became a hat, then it became an industry. I don't have any problem with anything really terrible being said by anybody. I don't have a problem with Hitler. I have a problem with the people that agreed with him. Because it takes more. If no one agreed with Hitler, then there would not be any Hitler as we know Hitler. When somebody produces terrible words, I don't have a problem with it. I have a problem with the atmosphere of the country supporting those words so that it takes those words and translates that into an industry. I have a problem with the Dallas Rapid Transit, the DART that you heard here yesterday. I have a problem with them having a picture of a boy saying, "When I grow up, I will kill my wife." Or a black girl saying, "When I grow up, my husband will kill me." And I have a problem with the fact that we don't understand why that picture on the DART poster was a picture of a white boy. Because if a black boy was saying, "When I grow up, I will kill my wife," we would immediately understand, see, explain, and be really infuriated at the racism. Because over the last 30 or 40 years, we're not free from racism, but at least we've begun to recognize it on that level of obnoxiousness. But a white boy, when he says it, we did not see the sexism. We didn't see the sexism to the degree that the poster was funded, that the poster went through the city council, it went through public employees, that people posted it on the buses, and until there were complaints from A Voice for Men, it wasn't taken down. That tells you the embedded sexism in this country. That tells you the degree to which there is an image problem for boys and for men that we need to address. The good news about men's image as an image problem is that I find that as I go through a lot of things, aside from boys' issues, that after boys' issues, people are able to look at that DART poster, look at the men are stupid, throw rocks at them. They can see that Jews are greedy, throw rocks at them. Blacks are stupid, throw rocks at them. Women are stupid, throw rocks at them. They can see the sexism in that pretty quickly. And that gets them on board to a common desire to have some justice, to have some compassion, to have some caring. And we need to bring that common desire aboard. All of this translates into the issues that I have discussed. When those issues are dealt with, they will take care of solving problems of issues I haven't discussed. When we deal with communication issues, we will deal with a lot of the problems that lead to date rape and sexual harassment. When we deal with communication issues, we will deal with a lot of the problems that lead to domestic violence out of people not feeling heard. So let's look at our names. A Voice for Men is a great name because people understand that men have not spoken up. People understand that women can't hear what men don't say. People understand that the shadow side of masculinity is the lack of a voice, lack of expressing feelings. I think it would also be helpful to have subsections called A Voice for Boys, and A Voice for Dads, and A Voice for women who care about A Voice for Men, boys, and dads. Let's look at the term men's rights activist. Here's the challenge of men's rights activists. You know and I know that men do need rights. We need the right to equal parenting. We need the right to not be registered, the only gender registering for the draft. We need the right to men's studies. We recognize that all of these lack of rights are total violations of the 14th Amendment and often of due process. But men's rights is a tougher than necessary fight in a world that believes that men made the rules and have all the rights to begin with. It's like asking for king's rights. That's the first challenge that comes to us. So we call ourselves a men's rights activists. The average person, particularly the average liberal, and is going, and the average conservative is going, men don't complain. And so it's like we're back to the thing that I mentioned at the beginning. It taps into the biological resistance. It's a salmon swimming upstream. We have so many valid issues. We don't need to start by swimming upstream. We need a little help down a good hill to get us going. I think a better way of framing ourselves is men's issues activist. Jim. And we've called this a men's issues conference. And so we're on the road to that. Jim in my workshop the other day said that men's issues activists had also the advantage of being MIA, and men's issues are definitely missing in action. Or we can call ourselves more generically an advocate for boys and men's liberation becoming part of a gender liberation movement. And then that helps people to see what's been left out. Very few people can argue that gender means two genders. And there hasn't been a boys and men's liberation movement. Something's missing. It's easier for people to join the fight for what's needed than the fight for what appears we already have. In the final analysis, we don't need a women's movement blaming men. We don't need a men's movement and we don't need a men's movement either fearful or blaming women. We need an understanding that throughout all of history, both sexes had roles, both sexes had obligations, both sexes had responsibilities. Neither sex had rights. The job of our mother and dad was exactly the same. They wanted their children to have lives that were better than theirs, and they would sacrifice their lives. Whether it was a Chinese intern laborer building our railroad or some going into the military, they sacrificed their lives with the hope that what? Their children's lives would be better than their lives. Mothers and dads are in the same boat. We care, we love each other, we love our children. This is not a time for a men's rights or a women's rights movement. It is a time for a gender liberation movement, helping roles go from the rigid roles of the past to more flexible and fluid roles that recognize the individuality of all of us individually in the future. Thank you. Thank you. Oh yes, that's it. Thank you.
Wow. That was a spectacular presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Ferrell. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is Karen Straughan, one of the most prominent women in the men's rights movement. Karen blogs, writes, and posts on her YouTube channel, Girl Writes What, and has been actively speaking about men's issues since 2010. Karen debated Naomi Wolf at a Free State New Hampshire symposium and has spoken at libertarian conferences across Canada and the United States. She hosts a weekly Honey Badger radio show with Hannah Wallen and Alison Tiemann. Most of her videos take place in her kitchen. Karen has spoken to university students across Canada, and some of her videos are used to teach classes in evolutionary psychology and applied psychology and other classes. She has appeared on CBC, CTV, Global News, Peter Schiff Show, and The Tom Lackas Show, and has been quoted in newspapers across North America. She is the mother of 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. She is a member of the GLBQ community. Her most famous video is Feminism and the Disposable Male, which has been viewed over 1 million times on YouTube and has been subtitled and translated into languages around the world. She has a very dumb dog named George. She's a well-intentioned dog, but still pretty dumb. Put your hands together for Karen Straughan.
Oh, Attila, I don't know if I don't think it's on. So.
It is.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Are you sure?
Tap this thing.
Okay.
I don't want to
Okay. Okay. All right. Excellent. My name is Karen, and I am an anti-feminist. Yeah. I know, the short hair and the comfortable shoes really gave it away. But yes, I am, and I was I was a non-feminist my entire life. And I was an anti-feminist before I even discovered this movement. I consider myself an anti-feminist before considering myself a men's rights activist. I am first and foremost anti-feminist. And a lot of people ask me, how on earth can you be an anti-feminist? You are a member of the LGBTQ community. You are a divorced mother who struggles to support her children. You are not a feminine presenting woman by any means. You are the quintessential feminist. And I tell them, well, one of the reasons I am an anti-feminist is because everything that I read that comes from feminists is backwards. It's wrong. It's upside down. And I just want to clarify that I don't consider feminism to be a movement for equality. I don't consider it to be a goal or, a set of goals. I consider it to be a set of hypotheses, not even theories, right? Hypotheses that are unfalsifiable, that are as predictive of what's going to happen as a coin toss, not even that predictive. And we are basing public policy on this set of hypotheses. We are basing entire branches of academia on this set of unfalsifiable, unproven hypotheses. Hypotheses that can never be proven, right? They can never be demonstrated, and they have never been demonstrated. And I'm going to take a little bit of an issue with something that Warren said. I know, because so many people that I talk to, they say, well, the first wave of feminism, that was about justice. The first wave of feminism was about equality. And I'm not going to argue that there was not a need for some assertion of the rights of women as our socio-political and economic climate and our technological advancement changed, right? We needed an assertion of the rights of women. But you go all the way back to Seneca Falls and the Declaration of Sentiments. And as Warren said, we do not need a women's movement that blames men. It was 1848, and 40 men showed up at Seneca Falls. 40 men wanted to attend that historic conference. And they were told, they were turned away at first. And when they persisted, they were told, okay, you can come in, but you need to sit over there in the back and you need to stay quiet. And then the list of grievances, the bullet-pointed list of grievances was worthy of the most radical and insane Tumblr feminist out there. Okay? And every single one of those bullet points began not with the word the system, not with the word the law, but the word he. He, the history of mankind, has been a series of usurpations by man of women, right? A series of oppressions by man against women. And this and every single bullet point, he has done this. He has deprived us of this. He has attacked us in this way. He has oppressed us, in their words, quote, he has oppressed us on all sides. He has, with the goal of tyranny, complete tyranny against woman, against womankind. So the history of feminism, all the way back to the beginning, was a history of blaming men. And when you look at the history of how they reformed the system, how feminism reformed the system, I'm just going to open this up and I'm going to read, I'm going to read a little bit of an article that was published in the New York Times in 1910. And it was an article by an anti-suffragette woman in response to a previous article by a suffragette lawyer. Her name was Mrs. Harriet Johnston Wood. And Harriet Johnston Wood was complaining that the law regarding property and the law regarding child custody was unfair to women. And Mrs. Scott, the anti-suffragette, set the record straight. She said, these complaints are meaningless if you do not take into account the entirety of the set of laws. She says, it seems desirable, even necessary, to correct two misstatements made in laws discriminating against women in the state of New York by attorney at law Mrs. Harriet M. Johnston Wood, as quoted in the Times of March 26th. Mrs. Johnston Wood says, a wife cannot make a binding contract with her husband to pay her for services within or without their household. In Section 51 of the Domestic Relation Law, 1909, we will read, a married woman has all the rights in respect to property, real or personal, and the acquisition, use, employment, and disposition thereof, to make contracts in respect thereto with any person, including her husband, and to carry on any business, trade, or occupation, and to exercise all powers and enjoy all rights in respect thereto and in respect to her contracts, and be liable on such contracts as if she were unmarried. But a husband and wife cannot contract to dissolve the marriage or to relieve the husband of his liability to support his wife. Again, Mrs. Johnston Wood says, the father's right to the custody of the child is paramount. I suppose she refers to Section 80 of the Domestic Relations Law, but she omits to quote, and therefore fails to make it clear, that when a minor child shall acquire real property, the guardianship of his property belongs first to the father, and second, if there be no father, to the mother. Section 81, however, deals with the child and not his property, and that declares a married woman is a joint guardian of her children with her husband with equal powers, rights, and duties in regard to them. And either the father or the mother may, in the lifetime of them both, by last will duly executed, appoint the other guardian of the person and property of such child during its minority. It is not less desirable and necessary to correct the general impression made by Mrs. Johnston Wood in her compilation of laws regarding women and labeled as discriminating against them, because unless any set of laws is considered as a whole, we get those half-truths, which are always dangerously deceptive. These are not my words. I just found them. Actually, Robert St. Estephe found them, and I am grateful to him for that. Because the husband and father was and is responsible for the subsistence of his wife and family, therefore he was recognized as logically the proper person to administer and inherit the property of the family, including the child. But as time wore away, the barriers raised for protection became coercive between the family and the world, as individual life began to call women out of the home, and property amassed by the wife was claimed by the husband and used sometimes for his benefit rather than hers. The gradual changes began to take place which have, in the last 30 or 40 years, entirely changed the relation of the wife toward property and the guardianship of her children. This change has all been in favor of the wife and mother. And one after another, the privileges which men had over the property of their wives and the guardianship of their children have not only been lost, but many of them have actually been reversed. That would be the tender years doctrine. The legal relations are as though they were unmarried, excepting marriage. The wife cannot release the husband from his obligation to support her. For over 30 years, already in 1910, for over 30 years, a woman has been able to hold and enjoy her separate property, however acquired, even when it has been given by her husband, freed from any interference or control by him, and from all liability for his debts. A husband is, however, liable for necessaries purchased by his wife, and also for money given his wife by a third person to purchase necessaries. And he is bound to support her and her children without regard to her individual or separate estate, even when a separation occurs. And this is really crucial because divorce was extremely hard to come by. And so when couples split up, they were separated, but they could not divorce unless one was at fault. Okay? Even when a separation occurs, a husband is compelled through the payment of alimony to continue to support his wife, nothing short of infidelity on her part and consequent divorce, relieving him of that liability. No obligation, however, to furnish necessities to a husband rests upon the wife under any circumstances whatsoever. Mrs. Johnston Wood complains that a woman cannot make a binding contract with her husband to be paid for her services, but she does not have to do so. He is obliged to support her. But she can go into any business she pleases, keep all the profits, and still demand support from him. A husband has no claim against his wife's estate for having supported her, but if she supports him, as by keeping a boarding house, and he acknowledges the debt, she has a valid claim for reimbursement against his estate. What Miss Scott was getting at in this article was that between the publishing of the Declaration of Sentiments and New York State's state of law, family law in 1910, all of the coverture privileges, all of the coverture rights for men disappeared, and all of the coverture protections for women remained in place. And one of the really horrible things, because I was asked yesterday, you know, can you give me a brief history of the men's rights movement? And I think that the journalist was really implying that maybe it was something that started in, 2008. Okay. There were alimony reform movements in the 1910s and 20s because men, because they could not obtain a divorce, but their wife had decided she doesn't want to live with him anymore, and so she would move out, and he would be responsible indefinitely for every single necessity that she had. Even if she had more property than him, he was not entitled to any of that property. He had no right to touch it. She was entitled to his support until the day they divorced, and if it was his fault that they divorced, she was entitled to his support for life or until she remarried, right? And there were men who were stuck in the limbo of legal separation without hope of divorce, and their wives refused to come home, and they were stuck paying, sometimes, paying out the wazoo to support women who were enjoying the single lifestyle while still being legally married to their husbands. Feminists of 1910 believed these laws were unfair to women. Because a wife, here's the thing, because a wife, this wife who enjoyed full rights of property within marriage as an individual, her property was not marital property. Her property was not shared property. It was her own property as an individual. And her family, her children had no claim to it, her husband had no claim to it. It could not be used legally to support their household. She did not have an equal right over the family property and the family income. In other words, she did not have an equal right, a 50% right to administer her husband's property and income. He got to choose, unless the court forced him, he got to choose how he would keep his wife with the income and the property that he owned that was the family property. And they considered these laws unfair because women, though they were equal custodians of their children, the father who had the sole financial liability to support these children, he was the one who controlled the child's income and property. And when you're talking 1910 and you're talking children of age 12 going to work, right? Children of age 10 having jobs. They didn't go to school. They had jobs. And it was the father's job to make sure they were fed and sheltered and provided for. I really think it is logical that that child's income and property would be administered by the person with the responsibility to feed and shelter the child. And at this point in New York State, the tender years doctrine was already in place. The tender years doctrine. This is another completely unfair thing. I mean, when I was asked at the Q&A at Ryerson, when do you think feminism went wrong? And I said, well, can you clarify? Because like, what was the first unfair thing they brought about, or when did they completely lose their minds? Because it's never been fair, right? Under patriarchy, right? Under the old system, the traditional system, fathers got custody of the children after divorce or separation. And the reason they got custody because they had the sole job and liability of feeding and sheltering them. And early women's activists, notably Carolyn Norton, decided that her happiness and the happiness of mothers were not served by this. And she convinced the legal system in the UK, and then it spread across the Western world. She convinced them that children of tender years, so a child who was basically not old enough to go out and get a job, okay? Children of tender years belong with their mother, but there was no financial liability on their mother to support those children. That liability remained on the father. And even though you had to prove fault back then, even though you had to prove that you were getting divorced for a reason, a good reason, the divorce rate, which had remained a constant for centuries, increased 15-fold in just 50 years after this came into it became the legal norm. 15-fold in 50 years, when women got the kids but not the bill. Across the English-speaking world, similar reforms were made regarding women's right to hold property in marriage. In one glaring example that was published in the Milwaukee Journal in 1912, it was a story of a UK suffragette whose husband, Mark Wilkes, was in prison. He was in prison for tax evasion. Now, Mrs. Wilkes claimed that it was a grand idea that would get all kinds of attention to the suffragette cause, right? That her husband was in jail. Her husband, a school teacher, was rotting in jail. What was he in jail for? He could not afford to pay the income tax and the property tax on his wife's income and property. Suffragettes of the time, she said, were generally women of property, women of wealth. And she hoped that other suffragettes would follow suit and refuse to pay their income taxes, because the man, being responsible for all of the necessaries of her life, was of course responsible, according to the Income Tax Act in the UK, responsible for paying any taxes owing by his wife on her income and her property. And yeah, it was just a wonderful deal for that guy. And the fact that this woman would use the imprisonment of her husband when she could afford to free him to further the suffragette cause, I think it really shows the mentality of some of the women in that first wave that we have been taught all our lives to think were so incredibly noble, right? That they had the most just of causes. Now, there's another one of the bullet points in the Declaration of Sentiments. He has compelled her to submit to laws in the formation of which she had no voice. Tell that to the women involved in the abolitionist movement. In fact, feminists today often credit the women's lobby for the abolition of slavery. They will literally say, if it weren't for women and the organization of women back then, right, the abolitionist movement would not have been successful. And I believe they're right. I really do. Because women are extremely good at appealing to the government to get things done. I have seen examples as far back as Rome, right, ancient Rome, where women who felt that they were being unjustly discriminated against gathered in front of the Senate and protested until the laws were changed. Right? There was one law, it was during a war, women were limited. They could not wear a multicolored dress, and they were not allowed to wear more than 2 ounces of gold jewelry in public. And they felt that this was unjust and unfair, and once the war was over, they went and they protested, and the law was changed. The law was repealed. They're very, very, very good at convincing the government to do things. The Women's Christian Temperance Union might have something to say about this bullet point. He has compelled her to submit to laws in the formation of which she had no voice. The Women's Christian Temperance Union and other women activists were instrumental in the prohibition of alcohol. Now, the grievance that men have excluded women from the elective franchise, that declaration in the Declaration of Sentiments ignores the fact that for the vast majority of history, men did not have elective franchise. Men have not always denied her inalienable right to elective franchise. Nobody has denied her an inalienable right to the elective franchise because the elective franchise is not an inalienable right. It's a privilege granted by government, right? You don't have a right just from being born. You have the right to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. You don't have an automatic right to vote just for being a human being. And the period between which all men got the vote and all women got the vote, or at least all white men and all white women, in some countries it was as much as 50 years, and in others it was as little as 10. And it was a recent enough, universal male suffrage was a recent enough development for it to be considered fashionable as well as just. A number of UK suffragettes felt that women deserved the vote and men did not. And they put out posters saying, men should not vote, they're only good for war. Okay? They're only good for war. And there was one poster that gave examples of what a woman could be and not have the vote. She could be a mayor, she could be a teacher, she could be a nurse, she could be a lawyer, right? She could be all of these things and not have the vote. And what men could be and not lose the vote, he could be a slave owner, he could be a drunkard, he could be a lunatic, and he could be unfit for military service. And anybody who has any kind of nuanced understanding of the expansion of the franchise will know that the voter rights, was intimately tied to military service. Intimately tied. In 1918, a group of anarchists brought a Supreme Court challenge. They claimed that the draft was unconstitutional. Unconstitutional because it represented involuntary servitude. And the Supreme Court's decision was that the draft was indeed constitutional, and this was their justification. It may not be doubted that the very conception of a just government and its duty to the citizen includes the reciprocal obligation of the citizen to render military service in case of need and the right to compel it. To do more than state the proposition is absolutely unnecessary in view of the practical illustration afforded by the almost universal legislation to that effect now in force. In other words, men purchase their rights as citizens through a reciprocal obligation to serve in the military if they were needed. 2 years after that decision came down from SCOTUS, women got the vote, obligation-free, 2 years later. And this was at the tail end of a war that killed millions of men on all sides, 10 million men on all sides, many of them drafted, right? In Canada, we were very progressive. We included in our conscription legislation an addendum that lowered the voting age to 18, from 21 to 18 for anyone currently or previously serving in the military. Way to go, Canada, right? If you're old enough to die for your country, you're old enough to have a say in it, right? And 2,000 military nurses were among the first women in Canada who were allowed to vote, right? And the other women in Canada who were allowed to vote before universal female suffrage was enacted were women who were voting on behalf of their male relatives serving overseas. the vote and the military service has always been intimately connected. At least it was until women's suffrage. And you can even see that the suffragettes understood that, because many of the suffragettes campaigned for conscription, in favor of conscription during World War I. And others participated in something called the White Feather Campaign, which was a campaign where young girls, anytime they saw a man, maybe even a boy over the age of 15, if they saw him in public and he was not in military dress, they would pin a white feather of cowardice to his lapel and publicly shame him for not enlisting. And one story I was reading on a website, the history of the White Feather Campaign. One father recounted his story of his 15-year-old son who had been sent home from the front for being underage when they discovered that he was not 18. And he was walking through town, and a woman pinned a white feather on him. He'd only been home 2 weeks. She pinned a white feather on him, and in the 20 minutes it took for that child to walk across a bridge, he decided to re-enlist. Right? This is the power that women have. This is the power that women have always had. And this power is the power to convince Barack Obama and Joe Biden and David Beckham and Patrick Stewart and all of these male celebrities, to NBA players, all of these male celebrities, to participate in the One is Too Many campaign. One is too many. One woman assaulted by her partner is too many, right? So step up, men. Step up, man up, interfere, get involved, right? Don't let other men do this to women, right? All the while, these powerful men are ignoring the fact that domestic violence is not a gendered issue. And that if you ask, if you go by the surveys and 1 in 2 women will be assaulted or sexually assaulted in her lifetime, as the Canadian Women's Foundation claims, possibly erroneously. If you were to ask men, in fact, I think if you were to ask any boy over the age of 12, right, the number would be 1 in 1. 1 in 1. And no one gives a shit. Nobody does. I'm an anti-feminist because feminism has been poisoned right from the start. And they've been lying to us right from the start. E. Belfort Bax, he was a socialist Marxist. And he described something that he called, because he understood that there were some women within his movement that wanted genuine equality. And then there were other women, and he called them sentimental feminists. And you can read his treatises written in 1908 and 1911, and they're still applicable today. Almost all of the points in them are still applicable today. And you could almost, reading his material, you can almost see him kind of going, I don't understand why people believe this. Like, these women are claiming that women are more harshly treated than men by the criminal justice system, and they're jailed for like way longer sentences than men are, right? How all the evidence points to the exact opposite, and yet people believe them. People believe them, and I don't know whether it's a pretty face. I don't know whether it's just because we're women and we can convince people. But I think it's a huge, huge power that we have as women. And it's really time that some of us stepped up and started to use it responsibly. Yeah. All right, calm down. Oh my goodness.
Follow the honey badger.
Well, you know, and you know, and I just wanted to say that because a lot of people have asked me, you know, where did the name honey badger come from? And it's an amusing story, and if you go on YouTube, you can search it. Okay, it's a video, and the narrator of this video is flamboyant. And it just shows some clips, random clips of a honey badger from a National Geographic special. And this honey badger is digging through a bee's nest and getting stung all over himself because he wants the bee larva and the honey. And he's getting bitten by a cobra, and he just passes out for a minute or two. And then he just wakes up and staggers back over to the snake and keeps eating, right? And all the while this narrative is going, oh my God, he's being stung like 1 billion times. Honey badger don't care. Honey badger don't give a shit. And the honey badger is widely renowned as one of the most fearless and intelligent animals on the planet. And somebody, I forget who, maybe it was Dr. Tara, suggested that we don't care. We don't give a shit. We women in this movement. You can say whatever the hell you want about us. Call us misogynists, rape enabling, domestic violence apologizing, women hating, you know, anything. You call me what you want. I'm an anti-feminist. I am an anti-feminist, and I don't give a shit. And thank you very much. Thank you so much for having me speak.
Thank you so much. You're a star.
Well, Erin told me, don't worry about your speech, just wing it. And I took her advice, and it was just like, wow.
Good.
Oh, there we go.
Karen, I love that.
I don't give a shit.
Doesn't no mean yes? Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we're going to take a short 10-minute break. But before we do break, I would like to ask that the AVfM staff and security, as many as we can afford, you are not excluded, so you're up here, to take a photograph. I think that's what you wanted, Paul.
Yes, I'd like to, if we could have the AVfM staff, everybody that's been working so hard on this conference, to come up here just for a group photo during the break. We'd like to make that happen.
Oh, 1 second. Stop. We have 4 books to give away. So start looking at your numbers. The first one is Bachelor Pad Economics by Aaron Clary. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank Aaron for his very generous contribution to this event. This one will go to number 23. 23. The second one, Bachelor Pad Economics by Aaron Clary, goes to number 8.
All right.
There you are.
I don't give a shit either.
This one is yours? There you go. The next 2 books is Men on Strike by Helen Smith. If you have number 68, this book is yours. Number 68. And the next one, the same book, Men on Strike, by Helen Smith. Number 141. There you go. You're welcome. Now we can take our break.
Yeah. So I slept through my alarm there.
Tim has arranged for 300 slices of pizza to come for lunch. So can you announce that there will be pizza here for lunch, and the donation jar will be out. We're suggesting $2 a slice for how many you take. Great. Excellent.
I'm going to actually, after the break, we're going to get two people on,
Okay.
and then we'll break for lunch.
Okay. So Tim, I think he arranged for the pizza to be here at 12:30 or 12,
Yeah,
so it'll be 12.
Be
So
more than
Didn't I win a bachelor book? 23? Do you know?
23, let me look.
Oh, I thought we were coming up here.
I never win anything.
No, it wasn't even a bracelet. Number 23?
Yes.
Let me look there. $60, and there's two left. So the other one. Oh, hold on a second.
get everything you need?
Yeah, I think so.
This here. Is that yours? I don't know who that is. I got to put a laptop here. This one.
You got a pen and paper? Ready, don't you?
May I have your attention, please? If everybody could take their seats, we will be resuming in a couple of moments. While we're waiting for people to get settled, we have two more books. Bachelor Pad Economics by Aaron Clary. If you have number 13, lucky 13, this book is yours. There you go.
Thank you, Philip.
You're very welcome. But that's not all. We have one more. If you are number 98, this book belongs to you. 98. Our next speaker is Carnell Smith. He will be talking about paternity fraud. I had the distinct pleasure of spending some time with him yesterday afternoon, early evening. And we will have Fred Jones make this introduction. Please put your hands together.
Possibility, passion.
Hold on a second.
Test.
Can we get this mic running, please, David?
2, 1. Check. Okay. Test. Possibility, passion, and persistence are the core principles by which our next speaker lives by. As a leading international expert that won his own case after appealing to the United States Supreme Court, Carnell Smith is a national spokesman on family law and DNA testing issues. He helps people use the law to reclaim their power. He has written model law and consulted on legislation in more than 10 states. Featured as a guest expert on Dr. Phil, Fox Business News, CBS Early Show, Univision, Fuji TV in Japan, Time Magazine, Men's Health Magazine, Reason Magazine, ABC Radio Show with Michael Baisden, NPR Radio with Tavish Smiley, Micah Smukarnish Radio Show, The Frank Ski Show, Rolanda Watts Show, Jesse Bond Show, Al Sharpton, and many other syndicated talk shows. Smith is a coach, advocate, speaker, workshop leader, and frequent contributor to TV, radio, newspaper, magazines, film projects in the United States and abroad. He founded the Citizens Against Paternity Fraud Advocacy Group, founded the For Truth Identity DNA Center, co-founded the National Family Justice Association, which is a 501c3 nonprofit, launched the paternityfraud.com and 911dnatesting.com websites. Just for the record, I've known this young man more than 15 years, and I'm just reading this to be obedient. So stay with me, okay? Cornell, but it's all truth. He's authored the Georgia Senate Paternity Fraud Report and the District of Columbia Paternity Fraud Reports. Co-produced Secret Identity, to the paternity fraud basis of a movie. Co-produced real-life media TV CDs. Consulted with for paternity fraud survey with Sharon Squires, PhD. Created the Naked Truth University. It's a workshop series. Created the Operation Social Impact Program. Founded Cornell Smith Unlimited, a solution-focused consulting firm. His philosophy is the mission is possible regardless of the odds when you make up your mind to go for it. Smith will release his book, Mission Possible, the Cornell Smith story, coming 2014 this fall, subtitled, You Don't Have to Pay for a Child That's Not Yours. Would you please help me welcome my friend and Mission Possible strategist, Mr. Cornell Smith.
You did. Outstanding. That's good. I'm wired. Good morning. It is a pleasure to be invited here to the first conference on men's issues. And paternity fraud is indeed one of the men's issues. I was asked to speak about paternity fraud and misandry, but it wouldn't be fair, after Tom and I have talked, that I not pull the skirt off of and reveal Cupcake Chronicles. You will find out some things today about Cupcake, and I'm using Cupcake to protect the names of the guilty. But many people make a bad mistake of trying to assume that paternity fraud is men versus women, when the truth of the matter is, it is us against an unjust system that is financed by the evil empire. But they made a mistake. They made a mistake of trapping an alpha male who's an engineer, a troubleshooter, an escalation crisis manager. What is a chance that an alpha male's gonna lick the hands of the person that trapped him in the cage? Not a chance. And I'm also an invisible honey badger, in case anybody. A man thought that his troubles were over. He paid child support 15, 16, and he had a spot marked on his calendar. He had the 18th birthday for his daughter marked on the calendar. And when that day came, he got his checkbook out, he was ready to throw a party, He wrote that check and he says, I want you to take this check to your mother and I want you to tell her this is the last dime she'll ever get out of me. The young lady takes the check, she goes back, she hands it to her mom, and then she comes back with this rather surprising look on her face, and she said, well, Mom says you're not my daddy. Not funny, is it? In fact, it is probably one of the cruelest forms of deception, betrayal. Because if it were up to us men and we could work with the person who had deceived us, we could solve the problem right there. But now let's bring in the evil empire that finances the child support enforcement system. And there are billions of dollars, and their goal is to get massive numbers of paternities established. And may I say, by any means necessary. And herein lies the problem about paternity fraud. Now, I want you to know that I catch a lot of heat over the fact that over 14 years now, I insist on maintaining the name paternity fraud. But it wouldn't be fair to you that I not tell you what it's defined as. Most people are okay with the part about a lawsuit being established to make a man support his child. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's cool. We want guys to step up to the plate. We want responsible men to step up to the plate and take care of his child. But there's a little problem here. The definition within Parsons Law, Black's Law dictionaries, and a few others that says the willful and knowing concealment of a material fact constitutes fraud. Let's put the two together then. Cupcake alleges that someone caused her pregnancy while she knowingly hides the existence of other paternity candidates, or how about this? He didn't do it, and she knew that he didn't do it. However, she has a motivation, because I'm going to talk about 4 ways that paternity fraud happens. Remember now, I didn't name names. She is Cupcake, okay? Let's keep that straight for the record. Cupcake is not limited to one race. Cupcake is not just limited to one status of whether single or married. Cupcake cuts across religious lines, social, economic lines. She has cousins. In fact, you probably know Cupcake. After today, you might know someone who needs to be warned that they're in a relationship with Cupcake. But in spite of all of that, Cupcake is really a tool of the evil empire. And she herself is being used, but as long as she's getting paid. Let's ask Cupcake. Cupcake, do you see anything wrong with lying for money? No. But it wouldn't be fair to you without breaking this down a little further. So the 4 ways that paternity fraud actually happens is single men and teen boys. And in the United States, they've crafted a very good technique to take advantage of this thing that we men who like to provide and protect. And we tell them, we need you to come to the hospital because your baby's here. And you want your baby to have a father, don't you? And he's like, yeah, well, I'll sign that, sure. Only problem is they already have a deal with Cupcake. Now, Cupcake, you can't get your child support if you don't get his autograph. Now, he comes to the hospital expecting to find a child that's whose? His. He doesn't know, though, that the hospital staff are getting paid $20 to $50 for each paternity confession that they get signed. Yes, I'm being a little smart-ass with using the term confession. We're asking him to sign a document admitting to a pregnancy with no proof, just on the words of Cupcake. Now, does Cupcake have any incentive to hide material facts? Anybody, you believe she has an incentive? Yes, she does. And if you're a parent of a teenage boy, did you know that your income can be factored into the equation for child support for your unemancipated son? Now, Cupcake doesn't see a problem with that. I sure as heck do. The next area that happens is called marital paternity fraud. Marital paternity fraud is based on the common law. Lord Mansfield actually believed that any children born while the wife is married to the husband were automatically his children. Beautiful concept. In fact, in terms of ideology, we're like, yeah, that's right. But Blackstone put a couple of exceptions in there. Except when he didn't have access to her during the time of conception. Except when he was away on the high seas for more than 9 months. And, as you heard earlier today, the children were actually his property. So he didn't really have to lose anything other than the fact that he had been shammed by a cuckolding wife. The next one is default judgment. In the United States, they have crafted the art to where the only thing that's required to make you the father is the pen of a judge or an administrative hearing officer who is not an elected judge. But if your case falls under administrative law in the United States, it can have the weight and enforcement of a judge. Now, what is the problem when there is an incorrect default paternity judgment? I mean, Cupcake, she would never say, Your Honor, this is my baby's father, and he refuses to support his child. And the judge says, oh, heck no, we're not having that. Where is he? Bring that scallywag here. We will, girl, you just be still. I'll get that wallet for you. However, Cupcake gave the judge the wrong address. And the guy who's accused does not make it to that first hearing. And in the state of California, they were so good at perfecting getting default judgments that in about 2005, they were able to get 70%, nearly 380,000 paternities established by the power of a pen. And then they said, it's your fault that you didn't make it to that first court hearing. But, Your Honor, I was deployed in Afghanistan at the time. And for me to be the father, she would have to have had a gestation of 11 months. Your Honor, you can add, can't you? What, you say another word? Yeah, you still have to respect the power and authority of the court, but Your Honor, can you bring Cupcake here? And I mean, if I had a kid that she carried for 11 months, I want to see this. In fact, let's call the TV crews. Because this is a major feat. This should be like the ninth wonder of the world. Unfortunately for men and teen boys that missed that first hearing, his problem is going to be that at this point there is now an order established. And the child support enforcement attorney says, Your Honor, it's not our duty to determine if he's the father. We have an order here, and it's the court's job to enforce this order. And Cupcake's over there going, yeah! Your job, Your Honor, is to get my money. So ordered. So ordered. And I know by the looks of some of your faces, you're like, man, that guy's putting us on. Man, that stuff doesn't happen. What about this last category? Mistaken identity. I had a client who's a young man who was going to the Atlanta airport. He was going to pick up a relative who was coming in town. He made a wrong turn, and he ended up going up a one-way street. Now, the local law enforcement saw this and decided that he needed to be educated on proper driving. And they ran his name after he showed his ID. He apologized profusely for making this wrong turn. He was trying to get to the airport to pick up his relative. What he didn't know, there was a guy who had a warrant for outstanding child support who had exactly the same name that he did. You have no idea what happens next, so I'm going to tell you what happens next. This is what happened next. Even though the warrant described a guy who was 6'1", 140 pounds, who was as lovely complected as I am. Only problem is this young man who became my client, and I got an attorney for him, and I offered him my DNA testing services, because if he was right, I wanted to make sure that Cupcake got all of the credit she so richly deserved. And they put this young man in jail for 3 days. And because he complained so much, the jailer modified the information on the warrant to match my client that was locked up. Here's the problem. My client had the same name, but he was only 5'6". And he was also muscular. And he also had a much lighter complexion than me. I can tell that this guy didn't look like the guy on the warrant without my glasses. And I'm extremely nearsighted, so dogs run out of the way when I'm driving. So you don't want me driving without my glasses. But I believe that the local law enforcement were capable of identifying the correct person versus the warrant. Here's what it took for us to extricate my client out of that mess. We actually had to file a motion and demand that Cupcake be picked up, bring her and her child to the court so that I could provide the legal DNA collection services with full chain of custody, photograph, fingerprint, and tracking to and from the lab. And I was going to do a rush job on this because, if my guy was really guilty, then, he should be responsible, right? Well, Cupcake came reluctantly to court with an escort because we insisted that she come to appear before the court to identify this person. And Cupcake says, that ain't him. And the court, I said, well, let's order the DNA test so that my client will never, ever have to face this again. And the court, in its infinite wisdom, said no. No. I consider that to be a travesty of justice. Dr. Martin Luther King said that a threat to justice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And if we can do this to a guy whose only fault was making the wrong turn to fall in the scope and radar of the local law enforcement, because he had the same name that he didn't get to pick, by the way. I guess he could blame his parents. But to put him in jail for 3 days and then try to cover it up by modifying the warrant, but you do know there are records that you can subpoena. Oh, I'm also an expert witness for court, by the way. And since I was one of those people that got caught in that trap, I make it my mission to help those people who've been caught and tricked, they deserve to have justice. They need to have a fair day, because a decision should be made once and for all. But let me tell you something else about Cupcake. See, I have other clients, and I had a married guy who thought that he was the ultimate guy. He was Mr. Handsome. He was so good and so good looking that he felt that he should have a wife and a girlfriend. Now, this is not a debate about what's right and what's wrong, but his girlfriend was tired of his wife and the fact that he wouldn't leave his wife. The girlfriend filed for child support and invoked the power of the evil empire against him. And the wife, when she got that warrant and had the police come serve her husband, she said, well, I want a paternity test on the girlfriend's children, both of them. Well, the girlfriend says, well, he should get a paternity test on your kids too. And the attorney for Mr. Handsome knows that I provide services on site live at the courtroom, says, well, let's settle the matter. Why don't we do DNA testing on all of them? And I said, you know, that's a fine idea. That's a fine idea. So I provided the services, and in about 3 days, the truth came back. He was married to Cupcake, and he was also dating Cupcake. All of the children from the girlfriend, child 1 and child 2, are not his. All of the children from his wife are not his. But only men get credit for this type of activity. I want you all to know that Mr. Handsome didn't feel too big and too bad after this. In fact, he turned in his player card because Cupcake showed him, fool, we wrote the rules here. There's one good thing that happened for him. We helped him determine what the facts were before there was a court order against him. His life would have been extremely difficult had it not been that his lawyers knew me because I was providing services on site at court. He would have, in most circumstances, been ordered to pay child support for 4 children that are not his, to have his income calculated based on his gross income. And oh, by the way, you can't visit them. I'm going to talk about best interest of the child as one of the objections of why I say the law should be changed. But the other thing that would have helped him is that in my state, Georgia, there is legislation on the books that says anytime there's an open court order and you can meet the conditions, the court will have to address this issue. But there's only 2 states in the whole United States that has an unlimited time limit. And that's Georgia, where I am the guy, the alpha male, who was willing to open up a can of whoop because they picked on me and my family, and they told me that my wife and my newborn daughter didn't matter. They told me that they're invisible because this order that's before the court, the only one that we're talking about is of the child from your former girlfriend. And I found out after 11 years, this beautiful, intelligent, witty little girl that I and my family love dearly is not my child. And the first thing that Cupcake said, that DNA test can't be right. So, me being the sporting guy that I am, you pick any lab you want to and I'll take another test. this time with you. Well, sure enough, the lab that she picked took a lot longer than our lab, Murray. We won't try to compare here, but results come back, 0.0% paternity. And she's like, I have no idea what happened. I don't want to make light of this, but see, the impact to men in the area of paternity fraud is so intertwined and intertangled with all of the other things that happen to men throughout this human rights movement, this fathers' rights movement, is that men become depressed, nervous breakdowns, stressed, because the evil empire then pulls a gun on him and says, you're going to give up that money or you're going to jail. I don't know about you, but that could be some powerful motivation to say, I will not be silent. I will not just lie down and take this. I will fight this if it's my last dying breath, and I'm going to do so on national television, because as a man who's born in America, a free man, I'm going to call out my state for supporting slavery against men, involuntary servitude. Because what you do in paternity fraud is you turn that man and that boy into a wage slave. And therefore, he becomes income-producing property. And as a wage slave, he is income-producing property of the evil empire. And why should the evil empire change its order of business, modus operandi? Why should they change that? Because we got him. Well, Your Honor, it's his fault that he didn't figure out that Cupcake tricked him. And Cupcake says, yeah, that's right, I tricked him fair and square. And it's only funny to the people who don't understand what it's like that for us guys who love being an active dad. We love being involved with our kids. But when you're a paternity fraud victim and you even want to have a relationship with a child that you now found out is not yours, the infinite wise court says, but you're not a relative. WTF? Oh, that means what the frick for me, okay? Feel free to use your own definition, okay? But the same court says to me, the parents that have teen sons, those married men, the same court says, but now get your hand off that wallet. Now that's ours. Look, we got it first. You didn't figure it out. And therefore, we're going to keep you under pay or go to jail. And oh, by the way, if you lose your job or your job loses you, you're still responsible for making that payment at the same level while you're unemployed. And if you don't think that actually happens, feel free to visit paternityfraud.com and look on my website at a young man named Frank Hatley. And Frank had a girlfriend named Cupcake. And Cupcake told Frank, I'm pregnant and you're the baby's father. And Frank was like, yeah, I'm going to be your daddy. And it's a son. But somebody told him that, well, Cupcake has some extracurricular friends. Yeah, say it with me. What? Yes, she has extracurricular friends. So he gets a paternity test, and sure enough, you are not the father. And to fair-minded, sensible people, we would say, well, the problem's over with, right? It's done. That's not what happened for Frank. Frank then lost his job or should I say his job lost him, because the company downsized. They were having some tough times, and they had to cut back on their staffing. And our good friend Frank here ends up living on unemployment. And then when unemployment ran out, Frank lived in his car. Remember, I said Frank's got a paternity test that proves he's been framed for a pregnancy that he didn't commit, and we can prove it. Well, once his unemployment went out, he no longer had any money to pay on the child support. And the judge and the child support enforcement attorney promptly requested that he be jailed and incarcerated. And by the way, we'll let him out when he pays the back money. Sounds fair to you, right? After all, she tricked him fair and square. Yeah. The only person who had compassion on Frank was the sheriff at the jail. And they contacted the Southern Law Human Rights Center in Atlanta. Well, by this time, the law that I had won with, Frank was just a guy that I was looking for who couldn't afford to fight back, who couldn't put up $20,000 like I did for a retainer. I didn't feel that no one should have to pay for their freedom because the price of justice was just too darn high. That law got Frank out of jail, erased all of the child support arrears, and he is now happily living with his family. But guess what? He's still hurting. He's been wounded emotionally, financially, and guess what? He has a record now. And did you know that in some places, the fact that he's been in jail, they won't ask why. The fact that he was locked up is his fault. In all fairness, not trying to titillate you, but you should be aware that there is a problem when I can tell you that over the last 10 years, there's been over 1 million men tested in the United States, and over 33% of them, depending on which year, turned out to not be the fathers. And we are not sure that all of them have been set free. So from my perspective as the alpha male who's caught in the trap, we must study this thing. There is something required in order to prevent this problem. So I found a woman who was the head of a child support enforcement agency, and she had a brilliant idea. She said, we should do DNA testing at birth. I was like, yeah. You're not going to clap after this, though. She said a woman shouldn't be forced to put her husband's name on the birth certificate when her boyfriend is the daddy. And people said, yeah, this should be her choice. Carnell Smith comes along and says the same thing that she says. Well, we should do automatic DNA testing at birth because that would stop paternity fraud within a week of leaving the hospital. Lo and behold, I've been told that I'm against women. What about the best interest of the child? I'm like, well, what about every child have the right to know the truths on their birth certificate? Cupcake in her infinite wisdom says, no, but you're trying to be unfair. You're not being reasonable, and quit trying to confuse us with the facts. Because it's all about the child until you say, well, best interest of the child. Why does not include having a relationship with the child? Why not have a relationship with the children that are yours? I told Cupcake in my case that my family and I love your daughter, and we're willing to still do for her because of our relationship with her. And Cupcake said, if you're not willing to pay me money under the pay or go to jail evil empire, you cannot see her. I was like, you sure about that? And in all the media stories, only one or two you'll find that I was the guy still trying to see the child who wasn't mine. But outside of the court system, I understood the power of the evil empire. And the solutions for this whole mess, if we could get Cupcake to tell the truth 100% of the time, before there was a court order, before there was a no-fault divorce, before there was a transfer of marital assets and property, I think we could have worked it out. We could have solved it and said, well, look, just let us have a relationship. Some of you may have seen me on the Dr. Phil show where I debated a very, well, maybe not a debate, maybe a spirited discussion with the attorney Gloria Allred. According to the audience, I won that debate. Because here was the tipping point question. Gloria Allred said that my client who was there with me, the doctor, he should have known that Cupcake was lying to him because he has a medical doctorate degree. And I said, okay, yes, okay, and he's supposed to be Mr. Spock and able to apply the Vulcan mind meld technique. Like, boy, are you way off base. I said, if she's woman enough to have the affair, she should be woman enough to step up to the plate and says, yes, I messed up my marriage. Yes, I did that, and I'll be responsible. I want to part with this. The laws can be changed, but you have to first believe that it's possible. If you do nothing, then nothing changes. People contact me saying they know someone who's affected. Now, you got a choice. You could go try to do what I have done now for 14 years and run the risk of doing it wrong, or you can hire people like me and Diana Thompson and Murray Davis who've been effective at getting legislation in place, writing laws. And by the way, in my state, I've garnered over 99.5% of the support of both houses and the governor. It's not a partisan issue. It's a human rights issue. Men and boys are good. You need to know about Cupcake. Cupcake is used by the evil empire to meet their quota of paternities, numbers. But nowhere in the financing of the states does it say there have to be accurate paternity establishment. Expose the issue. Expose the fact that there are solutions and there are people like the alpha man, the dude that wouldn't quit, the guy who's a proud member of the Open Can of Whoop Club. Will you join me? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Carnell, thank you so much. Your work is invaluable. The conditions that men face in this area are daunting and simply just unbelievable. Thank you. At this time, I have 2 more books that we are going to give away. Men on Strike by Helen Smith. Number 39. Number 39. Bachelor Pad Economics by Aaron Clary. We don't have a number for this book, but we have another book.
Borrow my number if you want.
How about 74, number 74? There we go. Congratulations.
Thank you. I worked hard to get it.
We have 300 pizzas that have been delivered. What we're asking is that you would donate a couple of dollars per slice. We're now going to break for lunch, and we will reconvene at 2 p.m. Please enjoy.
ready for this to start up, and I'm going to hit record, and then I'm going to walk off stage. All right. And it's recording. Thank you.
May I have your attention, please? If you would please return to your seats. Would you kindly return to your seats? Thank you. May I have your attention, please? I hope you enjoyed lunch. I know I certainly did. My boys decided to stay back at the hotel and watch the soccer game. Very understandable. Our next speaker is someone that I have been following for many years. He's an incredible man that does so much work tirelessly for men and boys. Robert Franklin has been an attorney in Texas since 1980 and a men's and father's rights activist since 1998. He has written the blogs for GlennSachs.com, Fathers and Families, and now the National Parents Organization. He's contributed op-eds and essays to numerous online and hard copy publications, including The Hill, the Toledo Blade, the Seattle Times, Bakersfield Californian, the Manchester Union Leader, A Voice for Men, Men's E-News, Town Hall, and many others. He works daily with men, fathers, mothers, activists, attorneys, social scientists throughout the English-speaking world to promote the recognition and rights of men, fathers, and children, and equality in family courts. He currently blogs for the National Parents Organization, the largest organization in the country advocating for equal parents and fathers' rights. Over the last 5.5 years, he has written over 2,100 blog postings comprising some 3.5 million words. He serves on the board of directors of the National Parents Organization. Let me tell you, not only does he write these blog posts, but they are incredibly well thought out, well researched, and they are untouchable. When he writes about a matter, it is exactly what you are reading. Before I have you come up, it's very important to me that we give away 2 more books. Bachelor Pad Economics by Aaron Clary. If you are number 107, you are the proud owner of this amazing book, 107. Here's another chance. How about 19? Anybody with the number 19? Well, you can come and claim these books a little bit later. Would you please put your hands together for Robert Franklin?
Can we hear me? Yes, sir. Attila, I love the way you lie. Let me join the accolades for Paul and Dean and everyone at A Voice for Men for making this conference possible. This is the type of event that years from now we are going to look back on as a milestone in the movement for men's human rights and towards a sane dialogue on the sexes. Thank you so much for having me speak. It is an honor and a privilege. And finally, let me thank you all for being here. Our numbers, our commitment, and our enthusiasm are all on display right here, right now. Friends, the worm is turning. Like so many people here, I've had my own red pill moment. Mine came in 1997 when a friend of mine, Greg, received a telephone call from a young man. The young man was Greg's son. He was 21 years old. But Greg had never heard of him before. 22 years previously, Greg had had a brief affair. And the woman had conceived a child. She'd broken off the relationship, and they'd gone their separate ways until the young man asked his mother for a gift on his 21st birthday to meet his father. As an attorney, I wondered what Greg's legal remedies were for her intentional deprivation of his parental rights. So I researched that issue and quickly learned the astonishing answer: he had none. The legal system found nothing amiss with what she'd done. But I didn't stop there. The thread of information I was getting was simply too enticing not to follow. It took me to books like Kathy Young's Ceasefire, Sanford Braver's Divorced Dads, Warren Farrell's The Myth of Male Power, and countless others. And lo and behold, the picture that came into focus looked nothing like the one I'd seen a million times in the public discourse on men and women. The men I learned about in those books looked nothing like the father I'd grown up with, The men I learned about in those books looked like the father I'd grown up with, my friends' fathers, teachers, relatives, coaches, and the like. Assaulted daily by images of men as callous, violent buffoons, I had unconsciously assumed that the men I had known were in some way outside the norm. Now I knew better. I plunged into family law, and over 17 years of study and writing have come to some hard conclusions. First, broken families, mostly fatherless ones, are the single greatest problem to face Western culture. Second, family law creates broken families by separating fathers from their children, and that's bad for children, bad for fathers, bad for mothers, and bad for society generally. Third, the invariable claim that this is all done in the best interests of children is factually false. Finally, we know what we should be doing in family court, but resolutely refuse to do it. Most of you know the facts. Children of divorce or single-parent families are more likely than others to drop out of school and do worse when they're there. They're more likely to exhibit a range of psychological deficits, engage in crime, drug, and alcohol abuse. They're less likely to be employed, more likely to live in poverty. Girls without fathers are more likely to become pregnant as teenagers. Children of single mothers are more likely to be victims of physical or sexual abuse and 10 times as likely to commit suicide. These deficits continue well into adulthood, where children without fathers do less well in their careers and in their love lives than do children of intact families. The problem of fatherless children has reached levels undreamed of just 50 years ago. In 1960, about 6% of children were born to unmarried women. Now the number is 42%. Today's divorce rate is 70% higher than it was in the late 50s. An astonishing 50% of children will experience their parents' divorce before age 18, and half of those, 25% of all children, will go through a second divorce. A third of children of divorce never see their father. A third of all children don't live with their dads. Unsurprisingly, social dysfunction has proceeded in lockstep. With the rise of fatherlessness has come the rise of our prison population, now the largest in the world, and between 60 and 72% of long-term prison inmates come from fatherless homes. The increasing division of wealth, the increasing division in wealth is to a great extent that between intact and non-intact families. Remember those 42% of children born to unmarried mothers? About 41% of those mothers and children live in poverty. Poverty, crime, drug and alcohol abuse, declining educational achievement, increased psychological deficits. Imagine all the resources this society devotes to addressing those problems. We spend over $35,000 per inmate per year to house about 2 million inmates. We spend who knows how much fighting poverty and paying the bills for its side effects: illness, mental illness, housing, homeless shelters, police resources, child welfare agencies, school security, and the like. How many resources do we devote to treating drug and alcohol addiction? How many to address physical violence in the home? The list goes on and on. But the point is clear: the costs of fatherlessness to children and society are enormous. But they don't stop at children and society. Fathers separated from their children are far more likely than others to suffer severe depression. They're more likely to be out of work, engage in crime, and abuse drugs and alcohol. There's almost a 10-fold spike in the suicide rate for fathers who divorce. And the problems of fatherlessness extend to mothers as well. A single or divorced mother lacking the father's time, energy, and resources finds herself saddled with 100% of the parenting obligations. So single mothers report higher levels of stress, depression, feelings of helplessness, and the inability to cope than do other women. Single mothers with children are the most likely of all adults to live in poverty because the demands of those children take time and energy that displace paid work. So the median annual income for unmarried mothers in the United States is $23,000, barely enough to support one person, much less an adult and children. We rightly bemoan the gap between the rich and poor, but seldom mention the role broken families play in creating it. 12% of married couples are poor. 44% of single-parent households are, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. Given the many adverse impacts of fatherlessness throughout society, it is not too much to say that broken families constitute the single greatest problem we face. Indeed, that was the conclusion drawn by Barbara Defoe Whitehead in her article in the Atlantic Monthly magazine in 1993. But in the ensuing 21 years, the problems she identified have only gotten worse. Given all that, we would expect to see public policy taking a full court press approach to keeping fathers in the lives of children. After all, if we do that, we dramatically ameliorate a host of societal and individual deficits and reduce the drain on the public purse. But no, we do the opposite. The separation of fathers from their children is perhaps the signal accomplishment of divorce courts. As such, they're the major force in perpetuating the greatest problem of our time. Let us be clear, the removal of fathers from the lives of their children is public policy. Consider child custody. In 1993, about 84% of parents with child custody were mothers. By 2011, the figure was 82%, i.e. no statistical change. But that's the good news. That's in the United States, of course. In the rest of the English-speaking world, Western Europe, Scandinavia, and Israel, rates of maternal custody run to 90% or more. In practice, this means that when parents divorce, children lose their fathers, and fathers lose their children. Most jurisdictions have a standard visitation order that calls for dad to see his kids only 14 to 20% of the time. Harmful as this is for fathers and children, the marginalization of dad is actually a major cause of divorce. Mothers file 70% of divorce actions. Why so many? As researchers Brennig and Allen discovered, mothers file because they know they won't lose their kids. In other words, divorce courts encourage divorce by assuring mothers they'll win the winner-take-all sweepstakes. Where did anyone get the idea that children should go from seeing daddy every day to seeing him only one day in 5 or 6 or 7? More than anything else, it came from a 1973 book entitled Beyond the Best Interests of the Child by Goldstein et al. Despite its outrageous flaws, it's still the most cited book on the best interests of children by U.S. courts. The main conclusions of that book, and the author's next two, in many states make up the bedrock of state child custody law. According to those authors, first, a child needs only one psychological parent, i.e., the primary caregiver, usually mom. Second, once custody is decided, it should be altered in only the rarest of cases. Third, visitation by the non-custodial parent should be at the sole discretion of the custodial one. Finally, laws should discourage joint custody. The legal community has warmly embraced this thesis that was, at the time it was written, known in academic circles to lack any evidentiary basis. Since then, the social science on child well-being is essentially uniform that children need both parents. Goldstein et al. Were simply wrong. As Canadian researcher Paul Miller wrote in 2009, quote, "The major tenet of the Goldstein thesis is not only unsupported by evidence, but worse, appears to promote harmful outcomes for children through the legal support given the destruction of one of the important parental relationships for the child," quotes closed. And that's a fair description of custody law today. The necessity for judges to find one parent superior to the other leads to bizarre splitting of hairs. So we see parents explicitly found by courts to be fit and loving, sidelined as mere visitors. But wait, are fathers really taken from their children's lives? After all, they get to see them 14 to 20% of the time. The argument fails in several ways. First, social science shows that unless a parent sees a child around 35% of the time, the benefits of shared parenting are lost. The child will tend to have the same problems as a literally fatherless child. Second, as sociologist Susan Stewart has described, those fathers tend to become Disneyland dads, more entertainers of children than actual fathers. That's not parenting, it's babysitting, and both fathers and children suffer because of it. Woody Allen once said that 80% of life is just showing up, and that's precisely what family courts prevent fathers from doing. But again, that's the good news. It assumes that mothers honor visitation orders, but routinely they don't, and their refusal is seldom punished by the courts. Few fathers can afford to hire a lawyer to assert their visitation rights, and even if they can, they must demonstrate a pattern of interference by the mother that requires several motions, hearings, and the like. By the time the judge gets around to punishing her, years may have passed, and tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars spent, during which he's seen his child rarely, if at all. Why the refusal to enforce visitation? For one thing, it's federal policy. The Office of Child Support Enforcement spends some $5 billion a year for child support aid, but a mere $10 million to enforce visitation orders. That's a 500 to 1 ratio, and for my money, a rough approximation of the value the system places on support versus visitation. Into the bargain, federal regulations prohibit any of that $10 million from being used to pay lawyers to represent non-custodial parents, i.e., the very thing they most need. Nor is custody interference punished criminally, despite laws passed to do exactly that. In Texas, where I live, interference with custody is a felony. It's a jail felony. But a recent investigation by the El Paso Times revealed that the police and district attorneys of the state's major cities simply ignore the law. Those are officials whose job it is to enforce criminal law, but in the case of fathers' visitation rights, nullify it instead. It's even worse in Australia. There, the non-enforcement of visitation rights is a matter of public policy. Historian John Hurst tells us that in Australia 30 years ago, family courts decided that alone, among all the orders they issue, only one, visitation orders, would go unenforced by contempt. 90% of those orders are issued on behalf of fathers, who are therefore essentially the only litigants in the country on behalf of whom courts refuse to act. To top it all off, we've long known that parents whose access to their children is not obstructed are far more likely than others to pay child support. So you'd think we'd work extra hard to ensure access by the parent who pays, but no, we do the opposite. Speaking of child support, it too helps separate fathers from children. One of the many scandals bemoaned by the OCSE is that courts set support levels higher than non-custodial parents can pay. But that same agency financially rewards states for child support collected, ensuring that the practice will continue. The more support ordered, the more is paid, the more federal money collected by the state. And of course, the loss of his driver's license and possibly jail also stand between dad and his ability to pay support. Plus, fathers are far more likely to be punished for non-payment of support than are mothers. First, under 29% of non-custodial mothers are even ordered to pay child support at all, versus 56% of fathers. And when they fall behind, mothers are much less likely to be punished. A Massachusetts study last year showed that 95 to 98% of the parents sent to jail for non-payment were fathers, even though mothers are less reliable about paying support. Fathers with arrears were 8 times as likely to go to jail as were mothers who'd fallen behind. But the drive to keep fathers out of their children's lives extends far beyond family court. Consider adoption. In New York, in the late 1970s, the Putative Father Registry was born, and today at least 31 states have one. Putative father registries have but one purpose: to facilitate adoption by denying unmarried fathers the opportunity to contest it. They do this by requiring single men to file a form with the state for any child they may have fathered, whether they did or not. Failure to do so means the father is denied notice of any adoption of the child. But PFRs are closely guarded secrets. Texas, for example, spends no money to publicize the registry or its consequences. The unsurprising result? Fewer than 1% of children born to single mothers had a father file with the registry. That result, though, of course, is highly agreeable to adoption agencies and lawyers. Fewer inconvenient fathers to impede the process by which the two get paid. Utah is so anti-father, it's become a mecca for mothers across the country to place their children for adoption without dad's knowledge or consent. Until this year, even a mother's fraud to the state gave the father no cause to reverse an adoption. And when Utah Attorney Wes Hutchins sent women wearing wires to adoption agencies, they recorded personnel saying things like, quote, "Birth fathers have zero rights in Utah," quotes closed. Give them an A for being honest. Others simply wrote the birth mothers' sworn affidavits for them to ensure the fathers wouldn't be identified. Unjust as that is to fathers, it's doubly so to children. In the United States, there are only about 75,000 stranger adoptions, meaning not step-parent adoptions, completed every year. But there are some 425,000 children in foster care with no legal parents. Plus, of course, millions of children languish in orphanages throughout the world. Those are all kids who desperately need parents. So, you'd think we'd do everything in our power to connect good adoptive parents with the children who truly need them. But no, we do the opposite. We force adoption on children who do not need it. Putative father registries deprive fit fathers of the opportunity to care for their kids while using the scarce resource of adoptive parents on children who don't need to be adopted. Every time they do so, a child in foster care or an orphanage goes without. Nice, huh? Consider foster care. Single mothers are very likely to live in poverty and often have their children taken from them by the state child protective agencies due to abuse or neglect. That happened to about 700,000 children in the U.S. last year. Once taken, the children are placed in some form of foster care. Now, the social science on foster care is not pretty, despite many foster parents providing good, loving homes for children in need. Overall, foster children are at greater risk for physical, sexual, and psychological abuse, more likely to abuse drugs and alcohol, do worse in school, etc., than are children in parental care. So, given that being taken from one's parents is itself traumatic for children, and the fact that foster care often has deleterious effects, and the fact that the state has to pay foster parents, you'd think we'd approach foster care as a last resort, but no, we do the opposite. CPS agencies routinely railroad children into foster care, and when they do, we notice the absence of a certain person, Dad. When CPS agencies take children from a mother, they often ignore the father as the obvious next choice for the child's care. In 2006, the Urban Institute did a study entitled, "What About the Dads?" that found that in over half the cases in which a child was taken from a mother, CPS caseworkers made no effort to contact the father. None. The situation is so bad that a federal court in California ruled the practice a violation of father's civil rights, but there's nothing to indicate it's abated. Data show that father care is better for children than foster care, and in any case, it's cheaper. As the child's biological parent, the state pays nothing to fathers who care for their own children. But rather than improve the lives of children and save taxpayers' money, states routinely opt for foster care over father care, as the Urban Institute study shows. Does that make any sense? Actually, it does. In the perverse world of family law, it does. As usual, money is the root of the problem. The federal government pays states for every child taken into or adopted out of foster care. In short, the more children a state can channel into foster care, the more money it can receive from Washington. So, listen to the former chairman of the South Dakota Senate Appropriations Committee, Bill Napoli, on National Public Radio. Quote, "When that money came down the pike, it was huge," Napoli said. "That's when we saw a real influx of kids being taken out of families." He said there was little lawmakers could do to rein in the Department of Social Services. This was federal money and it went straight to the department. Quote, "I'm sure they were trying to answer a public perception of a problem," he said, "and then slowly it grew to a point where they had so much power that no one could question what they were doing. What they were doing was trafficking children and intentionally depriving fathers of children and children of fathers to do so. Just who is it that supports this dysfunctional and unjust system of laws and policies on fathers and children? Principally two groups: family lawyers and feminist organizations, usually part of the domestic violence establishment, but not always. When shared parenting bills come before state legislatures, those are the ones testifying against them. Lawyers, of course, benefit from the winner-take-all system of child custody. The prospect of losing one's child encourages many parents to fight tooth and nail, and lawyers thrive on conflict. Bad blood means more motions to file, more hearings to attend, more custody evaluations to conduct, etc., all of which lawyers take straight to the bank. So, divorce lawyers fight every effort to make divorce less adversarial. Hey, they've got yacht payments to make. You got to have sympathy for them, you know? Of the countless shared parenting bills that have come before legislative bodies throughout the world, not one has ever been supported by a feminist organization, and many have been opposed by them. As a few examples, the National Organization for Women, its affiliates in Michigan and New York, the National Association for Women Lawyers in Canada, the Fawcett Society in the UK, the National Council of Single Mothers in Australia, have all actively lobbied against even the most modest improvements in the rights of children and fathers. This is true despite the fact that more parenting time for dads would increase mothers' time to do paid work, earn, save, and advance in their careers. All of those, of course, are long-time feminist goals. But it seems that for feminist organizations, some things, like keeping fathers out of their children's lives, trump even their dedication to women. Who'da thunk it? This opposition to equalizing the roles of fathers and mothers is, as you might expect, laughably disingenuous. For example, opponents of fathers' rights say that cases are decided on the best interests of the child and are therefore sacrosanct. But are they? If judges are acting in children's best interest, why are so many faring so poorly? The answer is, of course, that judges, however sincere their beliefs, are doing no such thing. As Paul Miller points out, what predicts custody orders is not children's interests, but the sex of the parent. Overwhelmingly, mothers get custody and fathers don't, but does that promote child well-being? It does not. As Miller says, quote, "Parental gender is not a good predictor, in fact, not a predictor at all, of any of the child outcomes examined here, that is, behavioral, educational, or health outcomes. Thus, there appears to be a disconnect between the theoretical criterion of custody determinations, best interests, and what actually plays out in the justice system," quotes closed. Why this uniform failure on the part of judges to do what they claim to be doing? Surely one reason is our refusal to educate them on the science of children's welfare post-divorce. We now have a large body of science that tells us what parenting arrangements promote children's welfare. So you'd expect that science to be a big part of judges' training, but no, we do the opposite. Nowhere in the English-speaking world do we teach judges the science on shared parenting and its many benefits to children, parents, the justice system, and society generally. Indeed, when one father's rights organization in the UK asked what science on parenting judges are taught, the Judicial College informed them that it had no such science and wouldn't use it if it did. Nice. So much for the best interest of children. Another claim by the anti-dad crowd is that custody orders reflect parenting time during marriage and so should be maintained afterward. First, no science demonstrates that children's well-being is promoted by keeping them with their primary caregiver. But even if there were, the claim is simply false. According to the data of, among others, the Bureau of Labor Statistics in the United States, Stats Canada, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, fathers and mothers who both do paid work perform essentially equal amounts of parenting. When non-working parents are added to the mix, the difference in parenting time expands, but even then, fathers do between 40 and 42% of the hands-on child care. So, even if those opposed to increased fathers' rights were correct, which they are not, fathers should still see their children at least 40% of the time, but that standard exists nowhere in the world. Then there's the old warhorse of the anti-father groups, domestic violence, according to which fathers are uniquely apt to hit their wives and kids and so should be marginalized in their lives. Of course, we've known for decades that men and women commit domestic violence about equally, and women are more likely than men to initiate physical conflict. And the U.S. Administration for Children and Families shows mothers do between 60 and 100% more abuse and neglect of children than do fathers. But what's new information is just how little of this is ever an issue. The state of Nebraska just completed a study of its custody cases over a 10-year period, and the results opened a lot of eyes. Allegations of domestic violence were made at all in only 5.4% of cases, while child abuse or neglect was alleged in 6.2%. In short, domestic violence and child abuse are, in the overwhelming majority of cases, non-factors in deciding parental fitness. By now it should be clear that family courts routinely do the opposite of what they should be doing if, as they claim, they're promoting children's interests. That they, in the process of harming children, also harm fathers, mothers, the social fabric, and drain the public purse is a situation that fairly screams for reform. And we know the direction that reform must take. We've known for decades that children do better in intact families, and now social science demonstrates that for children of divorce, equal parenting is the optimal arrangement. By equal, I mean any ratio of parenting time between a 35-65 and a 50-50 split, since the benefits to children tend to kick in when they see each parent at least 35% of the time. I don't remotely have time to delve fully into the social science on equal parenting, but here is the briefest of summaries. First, equal parenting helps preserve children's relationships with both parents, and that is vital for their ability to adjust to the psychological trauma of divorce. If divorce courts truly want to act in the best interests of children, they will, in most cases, order equal parenting. That children in shared parenting arrangements do better by all measures than kids with non-equal parenting has been established at least since 1992. Since then, studies with data from 36 countries and hundreds of thousands of people found the same thing. Meta-analyses of data conducted in 2002 and 2012 found that, quote, joint custody and shared parenting resulted in significantly better outcomes for children and parents on all measures of adjustment, including family relationships, self-esteem, emotional and behavioral adjustments, and level of conflict between parents. Second, equal parenting is good for parents as well as kids. Parents with equal custody tend to have better physical and emotional health, a greater sense of purpose, and personal gratification. By contrast, non-custodial fathers and mothers have high levels of depression. They experience a grief reaction much like to the death of a loved one. They report, quote, increasing isolation, loss of employment, and inability to form new relationships, more disturbed patterns of thinking and feeling, including shame, stigma, self-blame, hopelessness about the future, quotes closed. Third, children want equal parenting. Studies over 10 years reveal that between 70 and 93% of children prefer equal contact between their parents. Children in equal parenting arrangements, quote, were found to have the best relationships with each of their parents and reported outcomes far superior to those in primary residence homes. Children in sole custody arrangements reported feelings of insecurity in their relationship with their non-residential parent, perception of rejection by that parent, and anger towards both parents for denying them meaningful relationships with fathers and mothers. Plus, we the people say we prefer shared parenting. Multiple surveys of public opinion conducted in the United States, Canada, and the UK over the past decade show support for shared parenting between 70 and 84%. In short, if the best interests of children is the goal, we know how to reach it, but 1 million times a year, year in and year out, we do the opposite. Given all that, the question arises, why aren't advocates for children and fathers winning? After all, we have so much on our side. So why is it that our equal parenting bills routinely go down to defeat? The answer is simple: we aren't playing the game. It's as if we're a football team that instead of blocking the other players, asks them politely to get out of the way and allow us to score. It's very civilized, but it's not calculated to win. Time and again, we lobby state legislators, many of whom genuinely support us. But what those office holders know is that if they vote against our bills, they will pay no price for doing so. And then they look at the family law bar, and then they look at the domestic violence establishment, and realize that if they don't vote their way, they'll pay for it next time in money and votes. For politicians stuck between their conscience and re-election, the choice, unfortunately, is not a hard one. We need to change that. We need to add electoral politics to our lobbying efforts. We need to organize locally to defeat wrong voting office holders. That's something we can do with volunteers, a good strategy, and comparatively little money. I can comment on that at much greater length another time. For many years, we've tried playing nicely. It's now time to show the state legislators both the carrot and the stick. Thank you. Wait a minute. We don't have time for questions, but that doesn't mean I can't ask you one. And this is for extra credit. You get a gold star by your name if you get the correct answer. It goes on your permanent record. You remember the book I was talking about called The Best Interest of the Child that is an incomprehensibly bad book. It was written by 3 people with connections to Yale University. It's published in 1973, which means it was written in the early 70s. Now, for extra credit, tell me, who was the student research assistant that they... Clinton. Anyone? Yeah. You get a gold star. Hillary Rodham, soon to be Hillary Clinton. Soon to author It Takes a Village. Yeah, that was her. Yeah. Okay. Thank you again.
Robert?
I can't. Yeah, thanks. I can't see where.
Just,
Thank you, Robert, for that very informative speech. We have 2 books left, which we would like to not auction. We're going to give them away. If you have number 119, you are the owner of this book. Bachelor Pad Economics by Aaron Clary. You can retrieve it later. Our next speaker, Terrence Popp, Green Beret, Airborne Ranger, Paratrooper, Infantry Soldier, former professional fighter, college graduate, author, poet, warrior, comedian. Worked in the following professions: soldier, fighter, financial planner, investment banking, mortgage banker, real estate agent, retail. Has received the following awards: 2 times Purple Hearts, 2 times Combat Infantry Badges, Airborne Wings with Combat Jump Star, Expert Infantryman's Badge, Green Beret, Ranger Beret, FFKA North American Champion Belt 1998. Entered the Army as an infantryman in 1986. After only 5 months, he was top 50 caliber gunner, a top MK-19 gunner in his battalion, expert with M16, expert with M203 grenade launcher, expert with pistol, expert with M60 MG, expert with the SAW, and took 3rd in Soldier of the Division in 1987. One of 3 enlisted soldiers to be sent to airborne school from a straight-leg infantry division since the closing of the Vietnam conflict. He was wounded in Panama while involved in an operation. He was run over by an enemy truck within 30 seconds of landing on the drop zone and still fought all night with a dislocated right hip, torn knee, tendons, and a 3rd-degree sprained ankle, not to mention the concussion sustained when struck by a vehicle moving at speed. Wounded by an IED in Iraq. He was called a murderer and assassin in court, and his wounds were used as a basis to justify the loss of his children. In 2005, Popp was a man leading 159 soldiers in combat. By 2007, he was living out of his car, homeless. He was written off by his wife, his country, his family, and had to come to grips that as a man, he was totally and completely expendable. He spent over $20,000 of his own money for rehabilitation equipment and therapy to fix his mind. He is the author of The Warrior's Way and The Soldier's Soul and runs www.redonculus.com with over 52 videos posted, including the award-winning Purple Heart's Last Beat. His story is not done yet either, not by a long shot. Please put your hands together for Terrence Popp. You're good.
Am I on? Is my mic working? Yep. All right. Well, that's a good introduction. What are you going to do? All right. Let me get started. First, I am honored to be here. I pulled some strings for this venue to be at this location. Yeah, when I learned that it was being taken from the DoubleTree, I was, I don't know, I
I got kind of pissed off. And, I'm not the guy that you want to piss off, I guess. Hey, Sergeant Meyer, could you bring my bag up here? I left some stuff in there. All right. Yeah, what can I say? As a person over the past 28 years who has been, in the military system, I've seen firsthand a lot of the carnage and waste that takes place during this fiasco that we're going to call family court. Stand by. Alrighty. Did I bring the wrong stuff? I guess it did. Oh, well. All right. Game on. I guess we're winging it. All right, I can do that. All right, so we've already gone through the introduction. All right. I want to set the stage for the video we're going to show here. All right. As he covered, in 2007 when I wrote this, I was probably at the lowest I could possibly be in my life. I was, at that time, very disenfranchised. I had given my blood, my life, my soul to my country under the false belief that if I were to ever enter the legal system, that I would be treated fairly, and the Constitution, which I have sworn a blood oath to defend, would apply to me. But nothing could be further from the truth.
That's right.
I mean, we're all here. I mean, it's crazy. I'd like to start the video. Could I have everybody back there on your feet to come forward and fill the seats up here? Because this is just a small screen, and there's a lot of detail that you're going to miss out on. Also, this is a fictional representation of something that is going on 25 times a day out there in the real world. Now, I'm not going to, kill you with statistics. We've already gone over a male is 4 times more likely to commit suicide as soon as he hits the age of 18. Then it doubles into their 20s. And then the divorced male goes up. The last studies I saw was like 13 to 15%. So it's only a logical jump to assume that members of the military, and especially veterans, would fall into this bracket, this barber pole, this range fan, I want to call it. Now imagine coming back from war, having are these on? Yeah. Your wife go, yeah. I'm trying to think of a good way for this, but I'm a comedian, so what's going to say, went cuckoo for Cocoa Penis Puffs. Crazy for some Rice Krispie treats and a couple of Polish sausages thrown in there. I'm just saying the situation was unrecoverable. Tried to work with it, but couldn't. I mean, what are you going to do? So, I filed for divorce. She filed for divorce. Mine got there 20 minutes before hers, so they had to use my paperwork. My paperwork was very amicable. Okay, I was like, Grant, got it. You're going off the deep end. You're having whatever crisis you're having. Got it, cool. We're going to drive on. I'm going to have half my kids' lives. You do what you do, and I do what I do. But no, she wanted the check. Okay, she was willing to sacrifice all of that time for a check. So the games ensued. I left on a 3-week mission because I was unemployed. I got put on short-term orders to go run a few machine gun ranges for a military brigade. And when I returned, I walked in the door and was greeted by my 2 daughters, who were very young at the time. Well, my 6-year-old chocolate lab ranger was missing. And when I inquired to where my dog was, I was greeted with a cold look and an answer, I told you I did not want you living here. Needless to say, I never saw the dog again. Okay, so you have the PTSD, the TBI issues. Now I'm getting divorced. You took my dog, all my money, my home, and left me in a lurch. Now, if she had a dog and that dog disappeared, I would go to jail. But that didn't even come up. They wouldn't even discuss it. It was just a piece of property. No matter what the dog meant to me. And I took that as a warning that if this person who I had known for a third of their life could serve me up such a harsh and vicious betrayal, she could do anything. So to this date, I only communicate with her via text or email. My policy is, you don't get within 30 feet of me, you don't enter my property. If it can't be put on a printer or subpoenaed into court, it does not happen. Because the VAWA laws are real, and they're ending military people's careers, law enforcement men's careers, at alarming speed. Okay, so can I dim the lights? Can we start the video?
I remember the letter I got from my wife while I was in Iraq. She said she wasn't happy.
I just came home to a hero's welcome. I came home to the echo of an empty house.
I lived with my children for 8 years.
I raised them when my wife worked.
I fought for joint custody.
I was called a murderer and an assassin in front of a judge.
Why should I miss out on raising my children just because she isn't happy?
I make $45,000 a year. She makes 40.
After taxes, child support, child care, health care, I have $18,000 a year left to live on.
I followed the rules. I went to the so-called friend of the court for some relief.
They just said, it's the law.
When I got laid off from work, I went there again, 4 times. Showed them the paperwork, and each time they told me I was in skilled trades and it should be easy for me to find a job.
I guess they don't live in the real world. I had to pay the child support with my 401k.
10 years I saved for my retirement. She got half, and the rest got spent to keep me out of jail.
Then the money ran out. She's not happy, so now I live in poverty.
The court has no problem slapping me in jail when I can't pay my child support, but she hasn't let me see my kids for a year, and when I go in front of a judge 6 times, all she gets are warnings.
She's not happy, so now I can't see my children.
Because she's not happy, I'm a felon.
Because she is not happy, now I must go to prison.
I got called up to go to war for my country.
I got sent 7,000 miles away to bring freedom to those oppressed.
Now my country has stripped me of my children.
Now my country has forced me into poverty and servitude.
Now my country has turned me into a criminal and has doomed me to prison.
All because she was not happy.
deserve this.
All right. That was, I was down, okay, cool. We good here? All right. If you see, this is dedicated Major Lance Waldorf. Just want to give you a brief history on this particular individual. When he was the first lieutenant, he was assigned to Company F425 Airborne Infantry. He was my platoon leader and I his platoon sergeant. Now, if you are so fortunate enough, when you are a new lieutenant, to have a good platoon sergeant, he will make or break your career. He will teach you what is not in the books, the wisdom between the pages, and guide you through your successful command, which you will carry on for your military career. I was that man for him. He succeeded at his job. I spent 10 months to a year with him. We froze, we starved, we did airborne operations. We did everything soldiers do. I knew him, he knew me. He was like a brother to me. Okay, and the truth behind this video you see here, this was going to be my suicide. All right? I had planned it out. You know, I'm a methodical kind of guy. I had written 138 letters to be disclosed to my daughters over their lives till the birth of their first child. And I had put 2 lawyers on retainer, one to fight for my life insurance and to administrate a trust, and then the other to handle the letters. My punch-out date was June 6, 2008. Major Lance Waldorf went to the Holly National Cemetery and shot himself on June 2nd. So my platoon leader took the bullet that was meant for me. All right, that was, it was 8 years ago. I ran his funeral. I organized his taps in 21, his rifle squad, flag detail, watch at the crypt. I saw firsthand how devastating that this was, and it changed my course of action. That I would not go down so easily. I would not pick a permanent solution to a temporary problem. I would persevere, and I moved on. And that's when I did a few more videos under secondclasscitizen.org, but I had a real hard time dealing in the negative. So, you know, since I suffered a TBI, I lost my ability to sleep. I said, why not use my extra time that I have to do something positive? So I started redonkulous.com. And all of the subjects that were talked about here today, I touch on, and I do so in a comedic light. And they are my therapy. They make me feel better, number one. Number two, if they make somebody else feel better, or they learn something, it's a win. Okay, and even if they're entertaining, there's another win, so it's a win-win-win. Okay, there's a few other things I want to go over here. Now, I know that video, some people are very upset, and that's what's going down every single day. I would like to go over the Soldier Sailor Relief Act in regards that I'm glad it was passed, but there are some things that we need to know. That particular law has no teeth. There are no punitive measures mentioned within that law, either it be directly or indirectly, and it is violated by the family court system on a regular basis. And a lot of times these judges will say, I did not know anything about it. Well, if you go into a court and you say, well, I did not know about the law, I recall some words, ignorance of the law is no defense. And I think that should apply to the people who administer it. I think they should be up to speed on that. All right, so I dissect things using math since I worked in that field for a while. If you have a child and you fight for custody, you'll probably lose because they've already gone over a lot of the stats. I think it's a 85-15 split, what's going on right now. And they don't take into effect that of that 15% of the time that custody is awarded to the male, 5 to 7% of that time he is awarded that because it is uncontested. So in reality, when you really look at the numbers, it's 93-7. All right? Now, in any other field or any other area in this country, if you were to pull out those statistics, you would get crucified. Flat out. It is what it is. It is discrimination. You walk into court with a peg D between your legs and a couple of seed pumps, and you're a loser. Am I wrong? I don't have a PhD. I don't have a master's degree. I just have a bachelor's degree in public administration, and I explain things a little more colorfully than the average person. Okay, now in regards to the veterans out there, I mean, I've been looking at the statistics, and the lowest statistic I could find for male homelessness was 67%. I know, that's above 50%, but that's a little light in my book. And of some of those statistics, I got this one from a credible study. I believe it was done by the VFW and the American Vets, that of those male population, 32 to 40% at one point or another served in the military. Now, okay, now what is going on? We have to ask these questions. We have to raise the flag and ask why. Have it studied. I want to know what's going on. There's a failure somewhere, and it needs to be corrected. Okay? Let's see. I want to bring to your attention a Matthew Hines, who was stationed somewhere in the Pacific in a submarine. This was going around in Facebook. I got this 2 days before I came out here. And apparently, a Judge Margaret No had put a bench warrant out for his arrest to come to his custody battle for his little girl, which he had custody of before he deployed to sea. And the mother of the child had lost custody for unfit parent. Yeah, good words. I was going to use something more cuddle. And I'm going to be first to tell you that the Navy is not going to surface a nuclear sub and bring it to port so one of their soldiers can make it to court because of Judge No has failed to read the Soldier-Sailor Act and needs to be held accountable. Well, Matthew Hines, I have put all the fish in the water and all guns to bear in your situation. And hopefully we'll see some resolution on this. I am not a politician. I'm just a dude that suffers from EGS and a little bit of early onset of OCD, and that would be evil genius syndrome and early onset of old creepy dude. Okay, so, and I want to also mention, and this one I found particularly disturbing to me, and also helped nail home the fact that my original course of action was wrong. It would have meant nothing except nothing but heartbreak and misery to my children and my immediate family and friends. I want to bring your attention to a Thomas James Ball, born February 21st, 1953, and he died on June 15, 2011. Mr. Ball was drafted and sent to Vietnam, where he served honorably. He was discharged with full honors and benefits. He decided to make the ultimate sacrifice and committed suicide by self-immolation on the steps of the very system that was oppressing him as well. And in the end, he was called a terrorist. How dare he? How dare he set himself on fire and try to make a statement that something is radically imbalanced here. Okay, and this whole journey that I've been on has helped me to see that in any system, be it your individual life, be it your club, military, government, world, you have yin and you have yang, and there needs to be a balance. And right now we are not. Okay? The question and the answers are all before us. We have the largest prison population on the earth. And there's a lot of information you can get from them because they're not going anywhere. The answers are there. You just ask them. And people have, but nobody has listened. I've seen the studies, and they're not pretty. Okay, and my final point here is a statement made thousands of years ago during ancient Greek by a man called, I think it's Heracles. And back then, when you hit the age of some of the areas 15, some 16, they would put you together in lots of 100. And in his youth, this was done to him. And when he reached the age of 30, he was expected to train his share of lots, because that whole military worked off of a phalanx. And these are his words, and I've actually seen them come true when it was my turn to train soldiers. Out of every 100 men, 10 of you shouldn't even be there. 80 of you, you're just targets. 9 of you, you're the real fighters, and we are lucky to have you. But one will be a warrior, and it will be his job to bring you home alive. And I am that warrior. With that, are there any questions of me? Go.
Okay, your stats on Okay, your stats on custody granted to fathers. Okay, that includes all awards of custody, sole custody to the father. My question is, and I can never seem to find this one, after a full custody trial only, what are the stats on granting custody to the father after a full family court custody trial? And I can't find that stat anywhere.
I can answer that question. Most of the time, you will never get to a full trial in a divorce hearing. When you do, I don't think anybody's tracking that. I do have a friend of mine, I will not mention his name, who went through I think it was a 4-year battle for the custody of a daughter that he had discovered was born out of wedlock. And he eventually got custody, but it cost him, I think we put the numbers together, somewhere over $130,000 in legal fees. The average person doesn't have the kind of money to go to trial. I certainly did not.
What's the answer, though? What is the rate of custody to fathers after full-blown custody trial, no settlement, judge order?
I would have to look into that. I do not know.
I can't find it.
I can't find it either.
No.
That's a good question. Anyone else?
Yeah, hi. I don't have a question. I just wanted to say thank you.
All right. Yes.
First, thank you for your service. And secondly, the statistic that 70% of those who were deployed are divorced by the time they return and 90% within 5 years, where did you find that statistic?
Well, first of all, that particular statistic is from my personal observations. Maybe it's different for the military in general, but combat troops, men that are up in the front lines or subject to high deployment rate, is very, very close to that number. Again, I'm just speaking here as a dude, and these are my observations in my opinion.
Once again, just wanted to say thank you for your service. I spent 6 years in the military as well, and that's how I got into this movement, is because I've noticed a lot of military fathers, the very system that they were sworn to protect screws them in the end when they come back home. And so I want to say that, once again, thank you for your service. But my question is that I'm sure you've heard the term UCMJ, and
oh yeah.
My question is, how is the UCMJ different from, when it comes to family court, how is it different from civilian court, and meaning that in a sense of child custody? Because from what I understand, is that soldiers have an even harder time in family court than civilian.
Correct. I actually talk about this in Administrative Violence 1 on redonkulous.com on how to handle situations. Now, from my observation in my times, it usually did not go well for the service member when they're involved or embroiled in a bitter divorce or custody battle. So let me just set the record straight. I've been a team leader, 4 different teams, squad leader for about 6 squads, platoon sergeant for 5 different platoons, a first sergeant for 4 companies, one of which was in Abu Ghraib prison in 2004 in the Sunni Triangle, belly of the beast. I have seen over and over and over again the same patterns. If you are in the service and you have children and you go through a divorce, a large portion of these service members will opt to get out of the service to follow their children. Okay, and now I have to go find a new person to replace them, and he might have a bunch of other experience that is irreplaceable and I cannot put a dollar amount to. I have, one individual I speak with on a regular basis who after 12 years went through a bitter divorce, there were some false allegations. He was barred from reenlistment, and his career came to an end. Now, this particular individual was a SIGINT intelligence guy with the highest level of access, who can read and write four Asian dialects and speak an additional 8, and that meant nothing. You can't replace a guy like that. Okay, now, I've also seen, and I was privy to some of the soldiers' chain of command making unreasonable requests and demands which fell out of the scope of their command. Now, fortunately for those particular individuals, I was within earshot and I raised a hand and said, oh, wait a minute. We're not going to have him give all kinds of money and do all kinds of things unless there's a court order. We follow the law. If there's a court order, we do it. If not, there's a JAG, and there is other avenues, the civilian avenues that need to be addressed first. But there are times when the service member's chain of command doesn't have knowledge of what's going on and makes unreasonable demands of the service members. It does get much harsher. That's why another reason they get out. It's very devastating. Anybody else? Yeah. You can shout out.
Have you seen any instances of paternity fraud in the military?
Okay. Paternity fraud.
Have you seen any instances of paternity fraud in the military?
All right. First of all, let's just put a little comedy in this, okay? When I was 17 to 22, I was slinging seed like an old bird feeder. All right, I'm not going to lie to you. It's just what it is, okay? Have I specifically seen anyone have to pay for a child that's not theirs? Yes and no. I have never seen it go down like you have seen, but I've seen service members who got married, adopted children that weren't theirs, and then had to pay child support on those children. And I believe I've covered that in Dupe the Next Dude, and in your particular instance, I covered it in DNA Getaway. Well, I'm glad I'm able to, bring some cheeriness to you after this crazy video. But I have redonkulous.com. It's redonkullas.com, and secondclasscitizen.org. And also, a lot of these videos, I wrote the scripts and I make up a lot of the material, but none of it would be possible without my producer, who could not be here today, because ironically, he films weddings. And we are in wedding season. All right. That guy is my other half, and he is really good at what he does, and he's just as passionate as I am, but it is what it is. You got to make a buck. Anybody else? All right, go.
First of all, thanks for being funny. It's nice to see. Suicide in the military in both Canada and the United States, probably in the UK as well, is actually a pretty major issue. I was wondering if you could perhaps shed some light on possible services or ability to get counseling or any support in that.
Well, first of all, from my observation, they are doing all that they can within their power to try to curb this horrible thing that's going on, okay? But at the end of the day, what they do is they enforce the last 300 meters of our foreign policy, okay? What is going on with these suicides is not military related. It's a sick society, okay? When you build a situation or you put together an institution that could take an intangible away from you, like love and hope and everything else, it's evil. To be honest with you, I've seen the programs, and really they're doing a fantastic job with what they have. I think it would be much worse if they weren't. So, all being said, it is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got one more question. I don't know if I'll get this is an actual question. I'm a veteran. My experience in the military was that as men were stripped by family courts, and I did see paternity fraud cases in the military, the military command turned their backs on the soldiers. That's what I saw. I'm not speaking to the services that are provided for soldiers after they come back from combat and the support that they're getting. But part of the problem I saw, but I was in the military many years ago, and I'm hoping you can tell me that it has changed, because the way it was when I was in was that if you got in any kind of an accusation or a paternity allegation or a bitter divorce, you were pretty much on your own.
That's pretty much how it goes. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, now listen, they are in the business of enforcing the last 300 meters of foreign policy. They are not in the business of what needs to happen. Okay, now it does happen a lot. I'm not going to lie to you, but you know, as a former first sergeant, I've had to deal with these issues. I myself did not turn my back on these soldiers. I told them where to go. I picked up a couple times to take out the yellow pages and go, hey man, you're going to call this guy here, and we're going to talk to him. And how about you find out what his retainer is, and we'll put an allotment so your pay can go to pay for his, you know, what needs to be done. And you just have to care. Obviously, there's some stuff that went on when you were there that you didn't have that. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I always try to be the sergeant that, you know, that one day all of you here, okay, are going to have to box up a child or a grandchild, and you're going to have to send them to war. Okay? Maybe it'll be a niece or nephew, but it's going to happen, because war is not going to go away. It's been here since the beginning of time, and it will be the end of us. Okay? Now, this is the sergeant I try to be, that when and if that day comes, you will get on your knees and you will pray to the great Maker to protect your loved one. And then you will pray for your loved one to fall on the books of a sergeant such as I. It's just that simple. Watch the videos.
Been around.
Thank you, Terrence. I think we should work very, very hard to ensure that this kind of injustice to the people that put their lives at risk, that this sort of nonsense stops. We should be treating these people with the utmost care. And it is appalling to me that we're not doing everything we can to give them the type of support that these people deserve. It is unacceptable to me to watch this video and to know that this is happening today. It happened yesterday, and it's going to happen tomorrow. It has to change. Our next speaker is Stefan Molyneux. He is a philosopher, an author, a speaker, and a host of Freedom Radio. He's a strong advocate for nonviolent parenting. He has authored 8 books, and his essays have been widely published on libertarian sites such as LouRockwell.com. Freedom Radio has produced over 1,500 videos and 2,700 podcasts. Jeffrey Tucker of the Ludwig von Mises, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, Institute described Molyneux as one of the single most influential libertarian thinkers of our times. Freedom Radio was a top 10 finalist in the 2007 and 2008 Podcast Award in the education category. Stefan has interviewed Noam Chomsky, Zeitgeist founder Peter Joseph, psychological development and additional specialist Gabor Mate, developmental psychologist Alison Gopnik, child psychologist Peter Gray, Socratic journalist Jan Helfeld, Harvard economics lecturer and Cato Institute fellow Jeffrey Myron, and intellectual property attorney Stephen Kinsella. His videos and podcasts have been downloaded more than 65 million times. Stefan spent 15 years as a software developer, manager, and entrepreneur. Now a full-time parent and philosopher, Stefan speaks regularly at conferences all over the globe. He has appeared on numerous TV shows, including The Reason TV, The Peter Schiff Show, The Corbett Report, and Adam versus the Man. Please put your hands together for Stefan Molyneux.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, it's kind of late in the day. How's everyone doing? Do we need to move around a little? Get the blood flowing a little? You guys can hear me. I'd like to move around a bit because that messes up the camera people. Which way am I going? Well, thanks everyone for coming out. You guys can hear me okay? Yeah. So I was upstairs and somebody asked me today, they said, are you a men's rights activist? Which is something I'd actually not really thought about before. And what popped into my head was, it's like going to a doctor and saying, do you treat cholera? We take on all illnesses here if you're a doctor. If you're a philosopher, your enemy is evil. A lot of philosophers don't like to talk about it, but it is the case that your enemy is evil if you're a philosopher. And there is evil, of course, in what the men's rights movement is trying to expose and oppose. So I guess you could say, as a doctor treats cholera, I am a men's rights activist. Now, evil is one slippery bastard, which is why it's still here. You know, it goes through the ductwork. It's like Ripley in Aliens, you know, like it crawls up your leg. It's in your jam. It's everywhere. And the real challenge of evil is that you can't ever really fight it. Because the moment everyone recognizes something as evil, it's done. The great challenge is in the definitions of evil and the communications of those definitions, which is what I'm going to talk about today. And by the way, I know it's been like a long afternoon of listening. Hands up, throw words out, ask questions. Let's make this a dialogue, otherwise I might as well be, you know, on YouTube, right? Where I look even younger. Try me in 240p, I'm like 28. It's beautiful. So the challenge is always in the definition, right? How many people here are like, yay, slavery? All right, those t-shirts are not going to sell. Mike, you take them off. Right, now why are we not yay slavery? For a lot of time people were, for a long time people were. In the middle of the 19th century in the South, only 2 people in 100 were pro-slavery. Now you can't find anybody who's pro-slavery because the definition has been expanded, right? The definition of humanity has expanded to include those formerly slaves, including my Irish ancestors. And now we don't have a debate about slavery anymore. There is slavery still in the world, but nobody defends it. That is the challenge. The challenge is the definition. Once people understand that something is immoral, they react against it. Sorry, I thought you were cutting in. Now we'll do a duet. You never close your eyes. All right. So it's all about the definitions. Once people see something as evil, they will act against it. They will reject it. You know, the most dangerous diseases are the ones that fool your immune system into thinking, hey, this guy's a friend, let's let him multiply. Right? You want your immune system to say, kill, die, 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 to everything that is going to kill, die, die you. I don't want to be overly technical. I'm not a doctor. But the definition is everything. So, when people talk about something like circumcision, doesn't sound too bad. Circumspect, circumnavigate, circumvent. I guess it's kind of a venting, right? But what we don't do is define it correctly. What's the correct definition?
Genital mutilation.
Genital mutilation. A little tougher to sell. Would you like your son to be circumcised? I don't know, maybe. Would you like your son to be genitally mutilated? What is this, the opening of a horror movie? You go for help. I'll follow the bloody footprints. So the definitions are essential. It is male genital mutilation, contributes to a wide variety of health problems. Do you know if you are circumcised, you have, hey, 5 times the chance to have erectile dysfunction as an adult? Right? 30% of men across the world have this done to them, far more than it happens to women. It is a third of the skin of the penis that is removed. It contributes to discomfort for women on the receiving end of sex, because I mean, the whole point of the foreskin is so that there's some give, right? It's not a broomstick. So it contributes massively to expenses, of course. And do you know what the price is of an intact man? A couple $100. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So check this out. It used to be that the government covered the costs of circumcision, and then they decided not to. Anybody know what happened to circumcision rates? Yeah, they dropped by almost half. Because people are like, oh, $200? $200? Well, shit. I mean, I've got some standards. Thank you very much. A lifetime of male sexual pleasure, 10% complications arising from this absolutely unnecessary hacking of a human being. No, that doesn't stir our sympathy, because you see, that's male pleasure. And if we train men to actually enjoy life, they're bad workhorses. And it was, you know, the Christian world was largely, it lay fallow for many hundreds of years. And then in the 19th century, this may come as a shock to most of the members of the audience, but sometimes men masturbate. All I'm saying is you're lucky there are cameras on me now. There's a reason I shoot waist up at home. I'm itchy. Kind of true, I guess. But, and there was this desperate fear that men would enjoy, you know, alone time. And so one of the ways that they wanted to cut that out, I suppose, was by cutting it off, right? This is one of the ways in which men were not supposed to touch themselves, was by reducing sensual pleasure. Through circumcision, we were supposed to be saved from the evils of self-abuse and the, you know, because I guess there weren't enough hairy palms to show everyone who was doing it, so they had to find another way. So, in the definitions lies the solution. Once you define something as an illness, once you define something morally as an evil, then people react against it, right? Would you like me to save your child from a 1 in 111 chance of having a urinary tract infection? Do you know that little girls get urinary tract infections too? Do you know they actually treat that not by sawing off the labia, but with antibiotics? Because little girls live in the 21st century, little boys are medieval. Well, it doesn't take in men, so... Or 1 in 1,437 chance of penile cancer, which I hear you can also get from watching Nancy Grace, but that's another statistic. I actually have nothing against Nancy Grace. When I thought of penile cancer, I'm sort of some psychiatrist who's going to email us, I can explain all of that for you. Or they just give up and say medicate him. But, right, so you have a 1 in 1,437 chance of developing penile cancer. You can reduce that slightly if you get circumcised, if you get genitally mutilated. Anyone know odds of breast cancer for a woman? 1 in 8. 1 in 8. 1 in 8. You know, you line up 8 boobs in a row, one of them is going to turn homicidal. You've had those dreams, right? It's not... I was raised by a German mother, so that's 8 out of 8, but that's another story. But we don't, of course, say to little girls, well, we've got to remove your breasts because, right? Oh, but you see, babies don't remember it. Right. And similarly, you'll all hear feminists say, well, if the woman is unconscious when she's raped, she doesn't remember it. So what's the problem? Oh, yeah, yeah. So there's a nice slice for someone to... Doesn't matter, does it? Paul, I'll be joining your...
Give them a few more.
The Out of Context Club, right? If you play the next part backwards... No, it is. And of course, the body does remember. Do you know that babies who are circumcised, boys who are circumcised, have elevated levels of the stress hormone cortisol 6 months afterwards? Almost half of circumcisions are done without anesthetic. There was a study that they tried to do circumcisions on boys to test a variety of anesthetics, but they had to stop it because it was inhumane. So, inhumane to study it. No problem to do it. And for most of the remaining one where there's anesthetic, it's a topical anesthetic. You know, like the kind you use for bug bites and stuff like that. That's one bastard of a mosquito, I'll tell you that. So this is the definitions, this is the clarity. Now, I want to make a case for something here that will be interesting. And, you know, again, feedback, comments, all perfectly welcome. So I was listening to a Canadian government broadcaster called CBC, and they had a feminist on. So I deployed my airbags. Got myself into the de-stress position. Actually, that's just fetal position, sucking my thumb, but I won't do that here. And I was like, okay, hit me with the crazy. Come on, baby. And I'm telling you, she did not disappoint. Not even a bit. Not even a bit. So I need a prop for this part. So, okay, so have you ever heard of something called microaggressions? Now, microaggressions, I thought they were referring to my schoolyard fighting technique, which went sort of like this. You know, imagine a Tyrannosaurus Rex falling over while having an epileptic attack. Somewhat similar. But apparently not. Now, microaggressions are when men... I was going to say fart, because sometimes it just feels like the same thing, right? Hey, all livestock fart. That's why we have global warming. But anyway, okay. So this is what is called microaggressions according to this feminist. Okay, now imagine like I'm in a subway, not the shop, like a subway car, right? Okay. No microaggressions yet? Wait. Wait for it. Wait. Hands up when any women feel aggressed against. Or men. Ah, there you go. Now, I've seen women do this in a skirt, and I feel quite aggressed against sometimes, especially if they've got a lady garden like a New York pizza slice. But anyway, okay, so that is microaggression. If you are a man and you apparently sprawl in a subway, this is a microaggression towards a woman. And she feels like very sensitive to that. And you probably have heard of the Yes All Women hashtag. You know, man whistled, a man made appreciative comments about the tight dress I was in, whatever, right? But that's just my hashtag. I don't know what the women are saying. But so these are the microaggressions that women experience that they're very sensitive to male aggression. Okay, you know, the best way to defeat idiocy is just listen to them and just repeat it back. And so I would like to sort of explain something about microaggressions, because in the same interview with this feminist, she said, well, men are just, you know, they have this aggression. There's this violence, this aggression. And women, we can't do anything about it. You know, the only way to solve this aggression is for men to discuss amongst themselves how to close their legs on a subway, how to not impose upon women, reduce the breathing that the lady talked about. And then men can talk about themselves, because where does male violence come from? Let's just assume that there's male violence. Obviously there is, not all men, but there is male violence. So where does it come from? Well, according to this woman, and this is a pretty common view among feminists, there are, look closely, like dust in the air, like dust in the wind, there are these male-only memes that float around the culture that are generated by men with no input from women. They float around the culture, and they go into your ears or up your nose, and they make you violent, right? So there are these memes, these ideas, these cultures that men inhabit men and make them violent. And women have nothing to do with it whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. Men have to solve it completely on their own. All right. Okay. So when I was studying, I have a master's in history, focused on the history of philosophy, and one of the great writers for clear thinking is Voltaire. I don't know if you've ever read him, but if you haven't, right after this talk, go read Voltaire. Now, there was a tradition that he was part of in 18th century France, which was like the blank slate of human nature. So, you know, they went over to the New World, they found all of these, quote, savages, right? And they then brought them back to the court. And a lot of people wrote about the view of the French court from a savage who'd never seen it before, and, you know, and it was one way that they communicated how insane and absurd the monarchy was. So I like the blank slate approach. Let's just talk about male violence from a space alien's perspective, right? So, woo, 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 you know, we're floating through space, and you go, oh, we've got to go and check out Earth, mostly harmless, right? So we've got to check out Earth, and you go to Earth, you say, wow, there's quite a bit of violence here. Wars and predations and aggressions and all this, rapes and terrible stuff that occurs. Okay, where does it come from? This is where you can throw some stuff out. Where do you think violence comes from? I don't buy the human nature argument. I just don't, because the only thing that's common about human beings is how great we are at adapting, right? I mean, Muslim kids adapt to the Muslim culture. Pennsylvanian kids adapt to Pennsylvanian culture. Amish kids adapt to... It's like saying what is human nature is like saying what is the shape of water. Well, it depends what you pour it into. It adapts to that, right? So where do you guys think violence comes from? Frustration, last resort of powerlessness. Last resort of powerlessness. Whoa! I'm being aggressed against by this bastard now. All right. What was the other one?
Fear.
Fear? Yeah.
I'd say childhood experiences.
We'll be coming back to you, young lady. Okay, yeah, so you would do the research, right? And you would say, well, where does violence in human society come from? Well, the research is pretty clear, which means completely ignored by most of humanity. 90% of a child's brain is formed by its experiences in the first 4 to 5 years of life. And violence is when the fight-or-flight mechanism is activated early, right deep down in the amygdala. The fight-or-flight mechanism kicks up, cortisol and adrenaline and all of that gets provoked in a child. And if the child is chronically stimulated with aggression or abandonment, then the child develops a more violent brain, a brain more prone to violence. Less capacity to inhibit the impulse. You know, you ever had that, you get this surge of anger, you actually have about 1/4 of 1 second to stop that beast, right? I mean, you've got to intercept what's happening in your brain, and that knowledge of your own capacity for aggression, which I think we all mostly have, being able to intercept it is something that is modeled. My parents treating you respectfully and all that, and controlling their own impulses and so on. So you'd say, okay, we got this problem called violence. And we have the science which says where it comes from, which is basically the first couple of years of a child's life. Well, my next question as the space alien would be, okay, if violence comes from childhood, early childhood in particular, why, who is in charge of early childhood? 50-50 chance. Give me a guess. Yes, it's the ladies who are in charge of childhood. Now, look, I'm going to give you guys the respect of knowing that you're over 3 years old and to recognize that there are exceptions to everything I'm saying, right? I'm a stay-at-home dad, so yes, I'm an exception, blah, 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 right? I know that you guys can hear that most Asians are short without saying, I know a tall Asian, right? I understand that, right? We're talking in generalities, there are exceptions, blah, 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 right? So, women are in charge from conception onwards, right? The women ingest the right food or not, they smoke, they don't, they have wine, they don't, in gestation, right? They give birth, and then they choose to keep the child, or they, keep the child around them, they stay home, they breastfeed, or they don't, and so on. And, or they put their kids in daycare, where, guess what, a lot of women around, right? I worked as a assistant teacher in a daycare for a couple of years when I was younger, and yeah, I mean, it was, quite the boob fest. I mean, it was just women everywhere. So naturally, like all the kids of single, like no dad, they just, father figure, So women stay home with the kids, or they put them in daycare where it's nothing but women, but then the children go to school. Women there too, right? 95% of primary school teachers are women, right? So maybe around grade 10 or grade 11, they might, run into a man, right? And say, like, are you a woman in drag? So basically you have an almost universal control over childhood from women, right? Are you beginning to see the full cannonball of crazy that I got in the face from this woman complaining about male aggression and microaggressions that women have absolutely nothing to do with, can't do anything to solve, have no responsibility for? Violence is formed in childhood. Women control childhoods. And our desperate hope, as moralists, as people who want a better world, is to break the cycle of violence. We're only ever 5 years away from an absolute paradise of a planet. From a planet where we're meeting here for a hoedown, not fighting more corruption and craziness and immorality. 5 years. If we could just get people to be nice to their babies for 5 years straight, that would be it for war, drug abuse, addiction, promiscuity, sexually transmitted diseases. Almost all would be completely eliminated because they all arise from dysfunctional early childhood experiences, which are all run by women. Okay, so then the feminists would say, well, yes, okay, it's true that, maybe it's true that women, okay, they wouldn't admit that, sorry, that's fact-based. I'm just trying to get into that mindset. Sexist! Woman hater! No, that's not good. Ooh, take down the patriarchy. Well, they would say, well, but the men are bad, right? The women are abandoned by the men and blah, blah, blah. So, okay, well, the space alien, right? Woo, we got a Klingon forehead on here. So we're going to say, okay, well, if women are saying that the problems in early childhood are men's fault, you bastards, well, we'd say, okay, as a space alien, I would say, well, who chooses who in the dating game? Hands up if your man been asked out for a date on a woman where she paid. You? I need you to take off your pants, sir. She must have seen you in a Speedo and thought, I need something from the eaves trough I can step on. Okay, so June, what happened? Can you tell me the story?
Am I the only person?
You are the only person. Yeah, go ahead.
A dentist met me and she invited me out to dinner the first time we went on a date.
Was it something like this? Drill, baby, drill. It was nothing like that.
She's like gotten breast augmentation surgery, and those were for me, but
Okay, so you were asked out by a woman. Did she pay?
she did. She paid.
You slut.
And she told me so, in her home culture in the Philippines, they never ever would have done that, but she did it.
Good for you. Anybody else? Yes, sir. All right. Give us your secrets. How are you a man whore? Tell me. She was German. So she ordered you out, not asked you. You will be Poland! Sorry. Call me Mistress Panzer. Sorry.
I'm feeling about you with hindsight, but actually, because I see it now that she was trying to assert authority over the relationship right from the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so how did it work out with the dentist?
We dated for like 9 months.
And then, how did it work out with Mistress SS Sheba of the...
We had a sort of a very passionate affair that lasted for about 9 months, and then it...
Wow, we got a continuity here. I wonder, was she from the Philippines by way of Germany? It's the same woman, right? All right. So, I mean, it's 1 or 2%, and studies show that about 95% of the time men ask women out, right? Women make themselves look attractive, and again, I'm generalizing, but women make themselves look attractive in the hopes the man will ask them out, and they get to choose from the waving, grabbing penis things around them, right? Eeny, meeny, miny, right? So this is the goal, right? This is what happens. Now, have you ever been? I mean, once in my life, I was like, a couple of employers wanted to hire me at the same time. Have you ever been in done the receiving end of a bidding war?
Yes.
Yeah, it's sweet, right?
Yes.
Oh man, you just wake up like you're floating on air. You're like, they can't do anything wrong. You know, you don't need to shower anymore because people want you. It's great. You don't have to show up to work in pants anymore. I mean, I hear you, brother. I'm there. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. You know. Oh, I'm needed, baby. Right, so I actually had this once. This is back in the dot-com days in the 90s. I was in a bidding war, and it got to the point where people were like, I'll pay you $150,000 a year for 3 days' work a week. And I'm like, no, I'm going to write novels, because that's where the money is. Anyway, so if you're on the receiving end of a bidding war, it's a pretty sweet place to be. And for the majority of women, of attractiveness, personality, or physical, whatever, they're on the receiving end of usually multiple offers, right? And this is always confusing to me when women complain about the men that they have. Because, well, you get to test drive, right? I mean, for years, you get to choose from a variety of cars. You get to test drive cars for years. You finally pick a car that usually pays you to buy it, and then you get to drive the car, and then you say, this car sucks. I'm going to make a boat. You know, you could have just picked a boat to begin with. No, I'm going to change it. There's dockyards right there. So, if women choose the man and get to test drive the man and get to marry the man and stay with the man and have children with the man and so on, it's kind of specious to say, well, all the problems in my life arise from this guy. Right? You see, this is, again, space alien time, right? We're just trying to really detract ourselves from the minutiae of the propaganda that so often bewilders us, right? So, here we have, just to recap, problem of human violence, caused in early childhood. Women are in charge of early childhood. Women choose the men with whom they're going to have children, right? So, how do we break the cycle of violence? Lecturing men is ridiculous. I mean, factually scientific. Lecturing men is ridiculous. There is zero patriarchy for children. Right? Again, give or take, right? But this is why when women are complaining about microaggressions and women saying, well, we have nothing to do with the cycle of violence. There's nothing we can do. You men got to work it out amongst yourselves. It's like, we need the space invasion just to, Klingons to come down and say, here's the facts that we see from orbit, because you all are confused down here. A study was recently done. So a psychologist went and he said, I'd really like to study verbal aggression within the household. Right? I'd like to shake this bottle and open the top. So he went to daycares and he asked the parents, they were all women, right? I think there was one man. But he asked the parents, says, do you yell at your children? And they all said basically, yeah. Yeah, hell yeah, right? They make me. And so what he did was he put little recording devices on them. Like he's some stalked man. He puts the recording devices on them. And then he just said, just turn it on, record, every day for a week. And then he got them back, right? And he also asked them some other questions. And so there was one man out of the many men. It's all women, basically. And the women said, yeah, I yell at them. I guess I hit my kids maybe 18 times a year. Whatever, right? So he got the data back. And this is middle class. This is not like right down in the dregs. This is like middle class, comfortable and all that kind of stuff. So this is probably less than it is in reality. Anybody want to guess, instead of 18 times a year hitting children, what does anybody want to put a finger on the number at? 300. We got 300. We got 900. We got 900. I haven't had enough coffee to do whatever those guys do. The white wrap of livestock sales. 900? It was 932. Wow. 932 times a year. Does anyone want to guess the age ranges of the children? I can tell you this, it was not 18-year-old sons. Yeah. It's one thing to do this, it's another thing to do this. Right? I remember my mama yelling at me when I was like 17. I'm like, remember all that food you gave me? It's coming back. Anyone want to guess what the bottom age of the children that were being hit 932 times a year? Lower, babies. Lower. 7 months. 7 months of age.
It's not even teaching anymore. The kid doesn't know what's happening.
All it is abuse. I mean, even the upper end was 3.5, close to 4. 7 months to 4 years old. These average American women were hitting their children 932 times per year. We also know women hit sons 2 to 3 times more than their daughters.
Why was that only for women? Did you test against men for the same?
This is just the people who were at the daycare who the man had access to, the psychologist. He's been on my show explaining the experiment. You can look at it more. Oh, by the way, free domain radio, not freedom radio. Although that would be cool. So, I really want to... I can't reinforce this enough. Again, I know super smart crowd and all that, but I really want you to get the insanity of this. Right? So women saying, well, men have to just deal with their weird aggressions. We have nothing to do with it. We don't know where it comes from. We're helpless. Helpless, I tell you. Right? If you're a little boy and you're being hit by a giant woman over 900 times a year, and it probably is closer to 1,500, if you average it out in 2 to 3 times, 1,500, 1,750, something like that. The study also showed that the hits occurred within 30 seconds of a conflict beginning. Not a lot of reasoning going on, right? I mean, that's not a cop pulling you over. That's shooting the tires out. I mean, as you drive past. I mean, there's not any kind of negotiation that's happening here. Violence begins in early childhood as the result of abuse. Women are in charge of early childhood. Women are hitting children 900 plus times a year after 30 seconds of a conflict beginning. You don't have to be like Klingon Sherlock Holmes to crack this case, right? Where does violence come from? And this is why, let's go back to our, okay. So over here, I'd like you to picture billions of women hitting children hundreds of times a year. Not even counting yelling at them, not even counting putting them in daycares, not even counting neglect or abandonment, not even counting keeping their fathers away. Let's just talk about the hitting, 932 times a year. That is not talked about. You know what is talked about? The difference between this and this. Okay? Rape culture. Wait. Okay? Evil. Okay? Patriarch! Oh, sorry. Right? But you see how insane this is. You have women pounding the crap out of 7-month-old babies. And all we ever hear about is, well, aggression and violence is just some bizarre male issue that women have nothing to do with. This is what I mean when I say, like, the space alien perspective will strip you of friends, will strip you of any opportunity for a civilized discussion with muggles, right? I mean, because the way society is and the cases that are put forward by people is so mad. So then, again, space alien time, we're saying, well, what's the solution? The solution to violence, of course, would be a couple of things. We had speakers up here talking about, let's have dads around more. Yeah, absolutely. 2 key things for the development of a child's empathy. 1, a father around. 2, free play in nature. Anyone know why the second one is? It's kind of interesting. Anyone guess? It'll have to be the older people, because the young people, free play in nature is like Oblivion at high res or something. But, yes, sir?
When you have age mixing of children and free play, they in a sense teach one another about the need to please one another. Because if they don't, their playmates run away.
Yeah.
They have to please within the group.
Yeah, like, so when I grew up broke in England, and we basically were like, we all hang out, and it's like, well, what do you want to do? We had to find something that wins for everyone, that everyone wants to do. And you have to sacrifice, you have to defer, and all that kind of stuff. You can't just impose your will. Everybody's on their iPads, they're not negotiating, right? So there is a huge correlation between free play in nature, the presence of fatherhood, and empathy, which is the most important natural resource in the world, and which is becoming increasingly in short supply. Sociopathy, which is really the absence of empathy, has doubled over the last 15 years. Yes, sir?
When you say free play, are you referring to perhaps a different play style with the child between the 2 types?
No adults. That's all it is. Not out there in a soccer field, no structure. Go play, unsupervised, no adults, no structure, figure out what you want to do. Go, come on when the streetlights come home, right? Okay. Right? Stay away from windowless vans.
When I play with my child, for example, there's a different style of play I consider more free than when my ex-wife now, when she would play with the child, be very formalized and nothing free about it, really. Whereas when I played with my kid, it was like freestyle, hey, have fun, let's kick a ball.
No, if you're there, that's great. That's part of the empathy that I don't know the exact reason, maybe we could theorize about it, but I don't know the exact reason why the presence of men is better for empathy. I personally think that it's because women grow these beasts in their belly, you know, and that's far from, I remember from the movie, they come out like through the belly button and kill John Hurt. But I think women are so fused with the kids, right? I mean, they grow them and then they breastfeed them and they're so fused. And I think the fathers have a little bit productive space, right? The closeness and the intimacy is fantastic for the moms and the babies, but the dads have a little bit more space, a little bit more room to negotiate.
Like the aliens.
Like the space aliens. Excellent. Dads are like space aliens. You get that? You get that out of context too. Okay. And if you're John Hurt, you're toast. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know if there's any research on the effects of helicopter parenting that many women today are engaging in on the ability for children to engage in free play?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of effect. I mean, it generally provokes passivity and, again, a lack of negotiation. You know, children are much safer than they used to be out in the world now. We have all of these weird ideas, right? Like, if the kids are out playing in the neighborhood, that's dangerous. No. That's not statistically the way it is. You know, if they're going to be attacked, it's going to be somebody in the family. It's going to be somebody who's a friend. It's not going to be some guy in a windowless van driving. So we have to keep the kids home and safe. And that way I know where they are. Where the moms are hitting them 932 times a year. I need you to be safe. Don't go out. We need to give like micro tasers to kids or something like that. Anyway. But yeah, I mean, so the violence is occurring within the home. You know, violence has been diminishing in a lot of ways. There's some arguments, a variety of arguments as to why that is. I think some of it has to do with the fact that kids are put in institutions, which is bad in a lot of ways. Like children put into daycare before the age of 4 for more than 20 hours a week experience exactly the same symptoms as maternal abandonment. Right? And so you get this radical attachment disorder which creates instability, neediness, aggression, lack of compliance, and all those kinds of things. And so, but at least in those institutions, they're not getting hit 932 times a year. No, I think in general, I think for the, again, U.S. schools a little different, right? Because I know in U.S. schools, a lot in the South schools in particular, corporal punishment is still acceptable. I think it's 18 or something like that states. But in most daycares, at least none of the ones I worked in, I mean, you couldn't, right? Not that we were all dying to anymore. But you couldn't, right, attack the kids that way, so they would be hit a lot less, and that may have had something to do with it. Was there another question over there?
Yeah. Yeah, hi. Being the daughter of a single mom and just reading about, just having worked around single moms and just reading about what they deal with, they just have so much stress.
Yeah.
And I think an important factor in your discussion is just when you're a mom and you're around, you know, your child all the time, and you're around a small child, and it's just very, very stressful. And, you know, I've just done some reading about, like, there's articles about, you know, single moms and stress and all that kind of stuff, and they list all the things that can ease the stress in a single mom's life. And I go on down a list, and I'd read, and not one of them mentioned anything about involving the father. And it's like, why? Because the father, you know, is, you know, it takes two to tango, and the father ought to be there. He ought to be, well, responsible.
No, but it doesn't take two to tango, because women choose mates.
Right.
Again, if there's rape, that's a whole, obviously, different situation and so on. But so first of all, it takes two to tango.
Yeah.
Women still are in the privileged position of choosing from a variety of suitors in general. That's the first. The second, the stress argument bothers me. And, you know, you could be correct, but I'll tell you why it bothers me, and we can certainly open it up to discussion. There's no stress defense for hitting your wife, right? You don't just say, well, boy, she was nagging me, you know, bam. You know, there's no state of mind excuse for male violence.
Sure.
And as I've talked about on my show many times, feminists will talk about abuse of power disparities. I mean, unless it's Bill Clinton. But feminists will talk about abuse of power disparities, like the boss dating the secretary or the man keeping money away from his stay-at-home wife or something, because there's a power disparity there. Of course, in reality and in fact, there's no greater power disparity than between parent and child. Right? A wife chose to be there. Children don't choose to. They don't choose their families. Right? They're not there by choice. Wives can leave at any time. Right? Legal rights, property, independence, shelters. Children cannot leave. Right? So I can't go with women are stressed and therefore. Because there's no state of mind that excuses male violence, not that I've ever heard. And you'll see this when you look online. Whenever people talk about women's abuses, they will almost always put in an excuse. Well, they're poor, well, they're stressed, well, they're juggling work and family, well, they don't have help and resources and this and that and the other, right? But again, I've never heard that for men hitting anybody. Yeah. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Yeah. I think what I was really trying to say is, in the literature that I read about, you know, single moms and stress, I think what would really help would be if they just acknowledge that since, you know, the man is half of the reason why the child is there, that the father, you know, they're just as interdependent on the fact that they need the father, they need him to be around, and you have to adopt the mindset of a team worker, you know.
Well, but if they chose a man who's not around, then they're still responsible for that choice. Again, I'm not
That's
taking
true.
men out of the equation completely, right?
Yeah.
But the woman is currently the gatekeeper, right? Because the woman is the one who suffers a lot more of a pregnancy than an irresponsible man, right? Now, historically, what used to happen prior to the welfare state was a woman who got pregnant outside of wedlock, we all know what would happen, right? They would go on a vacation. They would give birth to the child. They would return to the family without the child, and the child would be given up for adoption, which was in the best interests of the child, statistically. Because children who were adopted into two-parent households do just fine. They do just fine relative to everybody else who's born there. Statistically, there's no difference. But women who keep the children as single mothers harm those children. It's an incredibly selfish and destructive thing to do. If you don't have a husband, if you chose the wrong guy, to keep the child is abusive, almost always. And that's what used to happen before women could force all men to become beta male providers through the power of the state. And that's what should, for the best interest of the child, give it up for adoption. You've already proven that you're irresponsible, that you can't choose the right guy, can't keep your legs closed, and can't use birth control, of which there are 18 different kinds. So maybe parenthood isn't for you. I mean, at least yet. You know, work on tying the shoes. Yes, sir.
So bringing your talk full circle.
Oh, we're not done yet, brother.
Circumnavigating.
You hold on to those splatters while I'm close to that. Go ahead.
What I'm wondering is, I've looked for a study like this and I haven't seen one, but it certainly makes sense just from observing different countries in the world. I'm wondering, is there any data looking at the amount of violence in a society, particularly male violence, military aggressions, things of that nature, and circumcision rate? It certainly makes sense if you have increased stress hormones in early, shortly after birth, if you have a culture of violence to men immediately.
The problem is that you can't just separate one variable. Where there is circumcision, there is generally more brutality towards children and more brutality towards boys in particular. So you can't just look at circumcision and say it's not like everything's the same but circumcision. It's a symptom of a wider disregard for the thoughts and feelings of men and boys. So certainly you can, I've been reading an audiobook by Lloyd DeMoss called The Origins of War and Child Abuse, which is available at freedomainradio.com/free. It's a free audiobook, and that's where he talks about how war comes directly out of and is directly correlated to levels of child abuse. So I think accepting that circumcision is male genital mutilation, it's certainly going to be part of the fire that burns the world. Listen, I just had a look at my speech notes. We're only half done. No, I'm kidding. I got 5 more minutes. That's good stuff. Anyway, the end. Q&A? No, did you guys want to have any questions? Because I don't want to miss that part.
Hi.
Hi.
I know you said something earlier about there's always exceptions. But as a licensed daycare provider for 25 years and foster mom for 10 and a loving and nonviolent mother, I just want to acknowledge that there are moms that don't hit children, and there are some excellent daycare providers out there.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm married to one. She's, we've never raised her voice, we've never punished, we've never hit, and she's a fantastically wonderful child. You know, when you don't have violence, you get creativity, right? And if you don't have, well, I'll hit my kid, then you have to figure out creative solutions, as you know, right? And that's a lot more fun as parents. You know, why are single moms so stressed? Well, if they're hitting their kids 932 times a year, the relationship sucks. They have no authority. They only have force. That's a very stressful situation to be in. You're constantly playing whack-a-mole. Turns out in the study that the behavior that the moms hit the kids for was resumed in less than 10 minutes. Less than 10. It doesn't work. All it does is vent the sadism of the moment. We had a question?
I'm Taylor.
Hey.
I was curious.
You got to do some Barry White for me, man. That's a beautiful voice.
I get that a lot. The sound
Right,
of rock
you're going to
and
make me
roll.
burp with that bass, man.
It's testosterone.
There you go.
It's a wonderful
Shouldn't you
day in
be
the
like this?
patriarchy. No, I was curious with circumcision. Is there any data that shows the percentage of circumcisions that are seriously botched to the point of urinary or erectile dysfunction? Thank you.
I do have those numbers. Just come to me afterwards. I normally do this with a PowerPoint, but I consider PowerPoint for the week, except for everyone else who did PowerPoint today. But no, just I'll get you those numbers afterwards. But it's not insignificant for sure. Yes, sir, in the back.
Hey, Stefan. I have a question. I am also against, I don't have any children, but the things that you talk about child abuse really makes sense. I think it's wrong to, for any type of spanking, you know. And you know, and one other thing I wanted to say that, you know, I've talked to my mom about this, and you know, yeah, I was spanked, but she came to the realization that, you know, that just like you did, you know, she chose to be in her situation, I didn't, and she said that she actually apologized for that, and it was just out of nowhere, and she just thought of it. I don't know what she watched. Maybe she watched a Freedom End radio show. I don't know, but another thing, I was doing research on this, and if you know, being a black man myself. I'll just accept it for what it is. Is it true that when it comes to race, that when it comes to spanking your children, it's actually worse in the black community than other, you know, I mean, I'm not going to just say, you know, hey, it can't be true, it can't be true.
I think it is true statistically. I think it is. Like, there's a reason, like, so I did this video on Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman, which basically I don't care that much about the case, but it was a great way to get 1 million people to see an anti-spanking message. And in it, I included a clip of President Obama, which you may have seen, where he's talking about how, hey, remember the good old days when even if it wasn't your kid, if you saw them acting up, you hit them? Like, you couldn't say that. I don't think you could say that to, like, a white community, but he's in there in a black community, and there is, of course, a lot more corporal punishment. There's lots of reasons for that, some sociological, some historical, which I'm not, you know, going to speak to, but I think a lot of it has to do with the prevalence of single motherhood as well, right? So single motherhood is associated with higher rates of child abuse, and of course, much more single motherhood in the black community than the white community, and even less in the Asian.
So on the subject of circumcision, feminists often say, my body, my choice. At what age do you think someone should be allowed my body, my choice?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a spleen that they're talking about, that's one thing, but that is a human life in there, and I think that should have a say as well. But as far as adults go, I mean, I think we already have laws in place for that the age of consent for medical procedures is, I think, 18, or maybe it's 21 in some places. But yeah, hey, if you want to go hack up your penis when you're an adult, you know, I mean, idiot, but go, you know. You know, then it is your body, your choice, but you cannot make that choice for newborns. And it is symptomatic of the degree to which the idea of simply asking children what they want when they get bigger and deferring to their choice for men still remains somewhat incomprehensible to a lot of people. Like, why would the man have a say? It's his penis, but it's our culture.
Kick off to the cycle of violence. How are we going to have soldiers?
Yeah, how are we going to have soldiers if we don't brutalize kids? Yeah, there's a reason why men are hit more times than women, because women need to train warriors to protect the tribe from blah, 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 right?
It's essential to the civilization system. I mean,
well,
you know.
Child abuse and civilization, you know, I think true civilization is not that, right? I mean, we were talking just at the very beginning about the extension of human rights, human principles of morality to formerly ignored groups of society, you know, whether it's minorities or women. Well, the last one is kids, right? I mean, the last way we need to extend ethics is kids, right? You say spanking, it's just hitting. It's kidnapping and hitting because the kid can't leave. It's assault. And once we, as Confucius said, the beginning of wisdom is to call things by their proper names. Once we identify it for what it is, then we recoil from it. But whooping and spanking and blah, 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 whoop-ass or whatever it is, I mean, this all, you know, these aren't categories of crimes you'd ever associate with adulthood.
My sardonic point is, you know, how are we going to get our warriors, how are we going to get soldiers that are sociopathic enough to go fight our wars, which are apparently, according to our last speaker, there's no way around it. We're going to have war.
Yeah, well, they've said that about all evil human institutions prior to their end. Everyone says, this is going to last forever. Oh, is it gone already? I guess I was in the way, wasn't I? Yes, sir.
Hang on. I know that circumcision is tied to religion, at least the Abrahamic religion, quite a bit. So, did
you take that into consideration as well?
What do you mean, take that in
Well,
consideration?
in the sense that a lot of them who are religious believe that it's God asking them to do it. So I know
Sure,
this is a whole
absolutely.
different route.
And the
we're
Old
talking about.
Testament also commands them to kill homosexuals, unbelievers, witches, apostates, sorcerers, basically everybody else. Right, and human sacrifice. So, you know, to me, the first recorded depiction of circumcision was 2400 BC in Egypt. That's your first clue that it's barbaric. It's 2400 BC. And they say, well, you know, that's tradition. It's like, do you have a cell phone? Then you're willing to upgrade, aren't you?
Stefan.
Thank you, everybody, so much.
Can I ask a question?
Okay. Wait, sorry. Can I tell you, not for the first time in my life, I was a little premature. Sorry.
Now let's get
I
serious.
thought he was going to cut me off, but anyway, go ahead.
We just had Kathleen O'Wynne elected as the newly elected Premier of Ontario. She has earmarked $1.5 billion to childcare or daycare.
Yeah.
I listened to you at the Toronto Domestic Violence Symposium, and it really stuck in my head, out of all the things you said, the harm that children have by being put into daycare.
Yeah.
What can we do to deal with this issue? Because I see it very concerning that we're going to put $1.5 billion extra money into sending these children. I've seen them being strung along on ropes.
Oh yeah, no, I understand.
At 2 years of age,
Yeah.
and it's appalling to me.
No, but it's good for the government, right? Because if you get women to go into the workforce, you can tax them, right? You can't tax moms, right? So if you get women to go into the workforce, then you can tax two new groups of people, right? You can tax the women who are now working, who formerly were providing childcare, and you can tax the childcare workers and get them into nice unions that will always vote for a bigger government and blah, 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 right? So it's a great investment on the part of the government. Just as usual, it's at the expense of children. So much of what we do in society, from the national debt to wars to the family court policies, is at the expense of children for the sake of irresponsible adults. And we don't have a society as yet where the interests of children are put first and foremost. It's just a Hallmark card we look at and then throw in the shredder, right? But if we were actually to realign our society and put the interests of children first and foremost and think about that every time we tried to make a social decision, then we would say, well, what do children need? Well, they need their moms or their dads, but you know, mom counts with the feeding bag, so it's usually better for them to be closer. And so we want moms home with their children. And so we would try and figure out a society which would allow for that. And I'm a big one for social shaming, social negative consequences is, to me, the best way society should be organized. And when we get this everything goes, single moms are heroes, everyone's fine, everyone's great, we end up with this multiplicity of rules. There's an old statement which says when you get rid of the big rules, you don't end up with no rules, you end up with an infinity of tiny rules. And the big rules are we should be responsible for our children, we should be responsible with our sexuality. We should have children in a committed pair-bond relationship, and we should not have children outside of that. And if we make a mistake, and mistakes happen, then we should give the child to people who can raise it in the best way for the child. Now, everything which furthers that end, to me, would be advantageous to society, but people who are irresponsible always want to escape the consequences of their irresponsibility. That's what we like to do, and with the government, that gets to be hellishly easy, I think. So I think that there's a variety of policies which could be suggested, but I think that would be first and foremost. In the best interest of the child should be a motto tattooed on our hearts, not bullshit said by the government that they never follow.
Before we take our last question, I would like to make a suggestion and offer. I'd like to work with you to do something about this daycare business and the $1.5 billion of our tax dollars that shouldn't be used for that.
Well, actually, the bill's going to go to the kids. They don't have $1.5 billion. They're just borrowing it, right? So, hey, we get to stuff you in daycares and stick you with the bill. Great system.
Oh, you got a mic.
Can I make a comment? Yeah. Thank you. I stepped out, so I might have missed this. If I'm saying something that you already mentioned, I'm sorry, but there's media here, and I'm very involved not just with the men's rights movement, but with the Anti-activist movement. And I think this is important to say because the American media tends to never really do their research on circumcision outside what you read in the U.S. from the American Medical Associations and groups like that.
Yeah.
And that's where they get their information. Of course, the American Medical Association is profit-based, and they make a tremendous amount of money off of circumcision. Recently, I think media and everyone else here needs to know that recently the Council of Europe, which is even larger than the European Union, has about twice as many member nations, and is commissioned specifically to address human rights. They held extensive debates and reviewed extensive literature on things like the trauma that it causes to children, as well as the loss of sensitivity, and all kinds of things about these so-called benefits and all that. And they have voted that it violates the child's human rights.
Yep.
And in fact, that it isn't comparable to female circumcision because there's several different types of female circumcision, one of which is the removal of the clitoral foreskin, which is anatomically equivalent to male circumcision. And the media needs to know that when you write stories on circumcision, because the Council of Europe's decision was backed by pediatric associations all throughout Scandinavia. The top pediatric medical association in Germany backed them up 100%. And this is not a fringe group that's out there against circumcision. It's very real and something we need to look at.
This is, from a moral standpoint, it's such an easy issue that it takes a massive amount of propaganda to ignore the basic fact. It's the initiation of the use of force against a helpless and defenseless infant. You know, my argument is basic. Is it healthy flesh? Then leave it alone. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Stefan. My name's Janet Bloomfield. I have 3 children. I have never hit them ever once.
Yay! Good job.
I actually don't believe in punishment of any kind. I believe in letting them learn. You want to throw rocks in the air? Well, go for
Mama's
it.
nimble. Mama's nimble.
Yeah.
Bullet time.
I was raised by an extremely violent mother, so I had to learn how to be a parent. And I found Dr. Sears and attachment parenting. What do you think of that philosophy?
I think that whatever contributes to a closer bond, to an empathetic bond between parent and child, is the best shield against aggression. Aggression results when you dehumanize whoever it is. If you empathize with that person, you would rather hit yourself than hit them.
And I just want to support you in saying that when there's no violence, creativity emerges. That's my kids, all 3 of them. They're just fantastic. And I'm constantly getting compliments on how well behaved they are. And it always is sort of, it's weird. I'm getting congratulated for not beating the fuck out of my kids. Like, isn't that just a basic,
it's tragic.
Shouldn't people just know that?
Yeah. Well, I just
Anyway, my point is for people who are looking for guidance for how to be the kind of parent that doesn't need to resort to screaming and yelling and punishment, Dr. William Sears. He is an absolutely fantastic resource. He publishes books. Anyone who's expecting a baby, look for books by Dr. Sears. They're a wonderful place to start, I think.
So I'll just finish with one story and then we'll end. So my daughter is 5. I guess 2 stories. So I bit my tongue the other day. And she looked at me and she's like, "Oh, Dad, I felt that in my own tongue." Right? Which is the implantation of mirror neurons, which means that she empathizes with somebody else's experience to the point where she feels, and it's like, great, my job is like mostly done. Like 90% of parenting is the first couple of years. And so she has the empathy. I now no longer have to worry about her ever being cruel. The other day we went to a play center, and I don't know why I don't have a lot of hair, but last time I was at a play center, I was kind of inching my way down the slide, and I hit something metal, and basically it was like an airstrike of lightning going through my body, and it scared the crap out of me, almost literally, actually. So, oh, there's been an accident in the slide, some bad kid. And anyway, so I didn't want to do it again. And so the next time we were at that play center, she said, "Dad, I know you're scared. I get it, I understand. Like, when I fell off my scooter, I was scared too, but you remember what I did?" I'm like, "Oh, no, I know." "You're 5, get in line." What she said, I went back and I did my scooter again, and you encouraged me to do that. Remember? Hey, I'm an authority. I wouldn't be an authority if I wanted rules to go two-way, you know. But yeah, she made the case, and I ended up going down the slide. We had a great time, and she was coached by my 5-year-old on how to overcome my fears. You can't beat that as parenting. I mean, that's a fantastic experience. So I think we're done now. Okay, thank you, everybody, so much. Appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you. Please step up. Please step up.
We're going to break for approximately 20 minutes while we set up the stage for our panel. I'd like to ask if we could find a corner somewhere in this room, those of you who are driving out to the airport who could take passengers, if we could perhaps go to the back left of the room there to have a discussion about that so that people that need a ride could get organized and carpool. Thank you. We'll be back in about 20 minutes.
You can clamp it on that table. Just talk to Dave. David, he'll help you out. Steve, here you go. It's just Steve.
Mic 1 check, mic 1 check, mic 1. Mic 2 check, mic 2, mic 2. Mic 3, check. Mic 4 check. Mic 5 check, mic 5, mic 5. Mic 5, check. Mic 6, mic 6. Mic 7, mic 7. This is mic 5, sorry, mic 5. Mic 6. I don't want that to happen during the... Well, it'll be fine, I guess.
Robert, give me a moment. I need to recable some stuff.
I'm going to unmute the lab, and we'll do a check on the lavalier. Check on the lavalier. Check, 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 check.
Can we please do the 6 wide mics, please?
Can we go across again?
Yes, please.
Check 1, 2. Mic 1, check 1, 2. Check mic 3, check mic 3. Check mic 4, check mic 4. Microphone 4. Check mic 5, check mic 5. Microphone 5. Check microphone 6. Check microphone 7. Good? Lab is still working. Good. Like a stack of cups, pictures of my board with stack cups and put on there. Thanks a lot, Joe. Mic 1, check 1, 2. Mic 2, check 2. Mic 3, check. Microphone 3. Microphone 4, check 1, 2. Microphone 5, check 1, 2. Microphone 6. Lab check. Lavalier? Okay, I'm just gonna go, it sounds good. I'm just gonna go ahead and mute it, and then I'll unmute it when we're ready to go. How's that sound? Check. Can I ask all the panelists to please approach the stage? I want to talk with you briefly before we start. The panelists, if you could please approach the stage. Thank you. If I could ask the panelists to please approach the stage, I'd like to talk with you briefly before we start. Thank you.
Shall we scoot one down this side?
This is from India. Lovely to meet you. What am I doing? I had campaigned for men's rights candidate in 2009, and somebody tell me. But we had a symbol political activism in Delhi. Fantastic. He stood against a minister in 2009, and I campaigned. So we are considering having a political party. It's quite big in India, isn't it? Yeah. So we are just wondering, should we have a name like men's rights, men and boys, like you have done?
No, assigning seating.
We're going to play musical chairs before we start. We are just wondering about the branding and the positioning, and maybe we should take forward the issue of men's health. You can't say that because we ban bossy. We have a lot of charity experience.
You put it down there? No.
You have to hold on. Is it a marriage act which will require me to see about apparently 5 minutes after? But they say that, but they apply it to Muslims. Oh, they do.
I guess you're what you need.
Wherever you want, the box in the center.
By him?
All right. I deal with troublemakers. That's why we're pushing next to each other. Exactly.
So it's like 40 years ago, but I met somebody in Scotland.
I am a troublemaker. I don't think very nice to meet you.
Oh, you enjoyed the speech?
But the poverty, trying to do something like the poverty. We don't understand.
Thank you. Yeah, get a shot of us sitting here.
Oh,
and then
you're from England, right?
Get a shot.
Yeah, so you know even more so than the rest is completely aside. I can keep this? Okay, let me just pass it along to my guy. Yeah.
I come from a relatively poorer state in eastern, that's where my parents migrated. Right. My father was a
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Do you have like a...
It's a country which wants to make it the modern world.
Yes.
I do. In fact, I can give it to you right now. So if you go to a website called bombingthebrain.com, yeah, it's my website. I have 3 hours of presentations, interviews with the doctor who runs this adverse childhood, and all of the sources will be there. Yeah, all the sources will be there. No, don't take anything at my face value. Just go check the sources for sure. Yeah. Okay. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
We need another extra spot.
Yeah, we did. Why don't we just grab it? He's the guy who brought the chair.
I don't know. Just grab a chair. Are you coming up?
Yeah, and you and I will share.
Fantastic.
For us, this was like a big old several of them from us there for years.
Well, you can sit next to me in my. I have my post-speech sweat, so I think she's probably going to smell a lot better. You're looking for someone to sit there
right now. I had to write notes because I'm scared that my mind's just going to go bleh.
Good. I'm just going to hold my seat. I'm just going to bring up the beast.
Do we have a topic or just okay?
And my business coach told me.
Okay, all right. How come everybody has notes?
You need to use this to help connect with media and with other people who may use your service. That's probably the program.
Okay, let's see.
Stage feels suspiciously.
It's fine. Looks like we got it. Hop in. I didn't know Janet was going to be on, I guess. No, it's okay. I'll grab this one. Pardon us, ladies and gentlemen. We're a little bit discombobulated here, but it's okay.
That's the first time it's happened since the company.
Yeah, it's never happened before. Go ahead. You can introduce us if you want.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Testing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to enter into our panel discussion. But before we do so, we have a presentation to make, an important presentation to make. If we could have Terrence and the general? Commander, my deepest apologies. Paul? Want this mic? You know what? Take it out.
Need a cord. Yeah. See if you can hold that cable in there, Paul. I don't think the lock works. Mute the channel.
Feminist static.
Boys, that opened the door to a lot of the wrong jokes. We wanted to take a minute before we have the panel discussion on activism and the future of activism for the men's movement, whether it's men's issues or men's rights. Our veterans served us with more than most people in this room can imagine. And they still didn't forget us in our moment of need here. It was veterans that stood up. It was veterans that worked security. It was veterans that made sure that free speech that they have fought defending was allowed to continue. I'm not going to bore you with a long speech, but it's time for us to give something back. And for this, we want to present a check to the VFW of Bruce Hall for $2,000 to serve the veterans that come to this facility. Thank you so much.
I am, it's not on. I'm glad that on short notice we were able to accommodate everybody. And the dean. There we go. Like I said, I was glad that on such short notice that we were able to accommodate you. I hope you found us accommodating. We were glad you were here. And it just wasn't me. It was our hall manager, Annie, over there, that did a lot of the work. and the caterer, our in-house caterer last night. I hope you enjoyed your meal. And I want to thank you for the check. This helps us help our veterans, and we truly appreciate it. We have a lot of veterans programs, and this is where it will go. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. My name is Robert O'Hare. I'm the U.S. News Director for Voice for Men. We're going to end this conference with a panel on activism. Men's rights activism has had an obscure past, to say the least, and many perceive it as being checkered and even somewhat ineffective. And while this is true in many cases, it is certainly not true for every group or individual who has championed one or more of the causes addressed during this conference. There have been many instances of successful strategies and initiatives which have achieved broader awareness, recruitment, and even legislative change. The goal of this panel is to present a handful of people who have a proven record of success in men's human rights activism. Each panelist will share their experience with initiating awareness and change, as well as their thoughts on the most effective way to do so. An eye on the future is key. Clearly, the MHRM is entering a new phase where a broader awareness of the issues facing men and boys must be accompanied by positive efforts to make a difference in the broad range of arena in which they face challenges and discrimination. I'm going to briefly introduce each panelist by their name and title and a little bit of information. And after that, I'm going to allow each panelist a brief introduction of themselves, their thoughts on activism, what they think has made them effective activists, and what they think the future of activism is. Then I'm going to turn the panel over to you, the audience. Please keep your questions please keep your questions brief, keep them limited in scope, and please, the subject is activism. We've been talking about ideas all weekend. Now we have to talk about activism because this is what's going to bring us into the future. So I'm going to go ahead and start by introducing Cardinal Smith, clearly a very effective activist. He's a founder of Citizens Against Paternity Fraud, successful in lobbying for legislation in Georgia for paternity fraud reform. Next, we have Diana Thompson, this is not necessarily in order. We have Diana Thompson, political analyst, lobbyist, and spokesperson, and former chairman of the Family Law Reform Committee in Los Angeles, California. And she'll give a more complete introduction of herself in just a moment. We have Greg Canning, Australian news director for Voice for Men, a really, really big name in Australian men's rights activism. He's here to represent what's going on down under. Definitely a great addition to this panel. The panel would not be complete without him. And of course, we have Adam McPhee. He's on the board of directors for CAFE, the Canadian Association for Equality, which has been successful in starting men's groups on colleges and universities in Canada. And of course, we all know what happened in the fall of 2012 that really, really put men's rights in Canada on the map. It's a great time. Well, it really wasn't a great time, but it was really a time of great expanding awareness for men's rights, as chaotic as it was. And of course, we have Warren Farrell. Warren Farrell was a renowned author and educator, as well as a longtime veteran of the men's rights movement. He's spoken several times this weekend. Now is your time to ask him even more questions about, again, activism. And we have Michael Buchanan. Michael Buchanan. He's a political activist and founder of the UK's Justice for Men and Boys Party. Hopefully he's going to give us some insights on political activism. And we have Robert Franklin, who is with us today. Where's Robert? Oh, there he is over there. Robert Franklin is a longtime father's rights and legal activist and member of the board of directors for the National Parents Organization. We're hoping that he can give us some pointers on some political activism as well. He spoke about that in his speech. I'm hoping that we can talk a lot more about that because I think it's important. And we have Anil Kumar. Anil Kumar is founder of the Save Indian Family Foundation, a high-profile member of the men's rights movement in India. I just want to say personally, I think Anil is a wonderful man. He's a very smart guy. He has loads of things to say, all of it very interesting, all of it very pertinent. I'm glad he's here. And we have Jonathan Taylor with us. He's the founder and publisher of avoiceformalestudents.com, the motto of which is educational opportunity for men and boys. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start with Carnell Smith, and if you could go down the table, and again, please keep your remarks to under 2 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. You weren't originally on the list. I didn't think you were going to be here. Everybody, this is my boss, Paul, the invisible man. And I didn't think she was going to be on the list either. I'm sorry, I went down the list.
I don't have a voice.
Okay. I didn't know you were. I just turned around, and these people just keep on appearing out of nowhere. Okay. I'm going to end with Paul, okay?
I thought this was where the food was going to be.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to end with Paul, and I'm going to start with Janet Bloomfield, of course. Judgy bitch. Wonderful. She's going to tell us all about Twitter activism. She's been ceaselessly twittering during this entire conference about everything that's been going on. And Twitter, of course, is an amazing tool for activism, we found. And she's going to talk about it a whole lot more, I hope. Stephen Molyneux. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for talking about circumcision. I'm sure you're going to be talking about that. But again, he's an idea man. I'm really glad that he's going to be talking about activism, what he thinks and what he perceives to be as effective activism. And now, of course, Paul Elam, the founder of A Voice for Men. And I don't think we need any more description of this guy right here. So if you could, please start with Carnell Smith at the end of the table and briefly describe yourself, what you think is effective activism, and what you see, where you see activism going in the future.
Okay. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Testing. All right, I'm Carnell Smith, rebel with a cause, as you've already heard. But one of the first things that I know about activism is that you have to first believe that you can change it. You may not have all of the answers, but you have to be willing to connect with people who have already done what it is you want to do, be coachable, and not try to reinvent the wheel. I took a page out of the playbook on the civil rights era, and Dr. King said, demonstrate the suffering. So I didn't think of paternity fraud and family law issues as purely just men's rights issues. They were human rights issues, civil rights issues. Involve yourselves also with learning about how to get the academia community involved, the legal community involved. There are many people who are willing to get involved with social justice. So when they saw me at the Capitol, they didn't see Carnell Smith alone. They did not see just a man of African descent alone. I started out standing in the rain in front of my Capitol by myself with the media, asking other people if they knew someone that was affected like me, and if they knew somebody to come join me. One was the guy starting. That grew to 12. That grew to hundreds, to where we packed the Senate, the House of Representatives. And my legislator said that when we first started and we started talking about this issue, I thought you were only going to show up with 3 people. But when he saw black, white, Hispanic, Asian, he saw military in dress uniform, we saw men and women who were affected. He said, man, this is really a bigger problem than I thought. We have to be inclusive of people who will support us and not exclude people just because maybe they haven't been personally affected. a key of success for the civil rights reform was that it wasn't just black people that got the laws changed. People got involved because they said it was wrong. I invite you to do the same thing. Connect with people who already have the experience that you desire. Save yourself some time. Find out some best practices. Find out what has already worked, and then modify it and put it into action.
I don't even know where to start with CAFE. My name's Adam McPhee. With CAFE, the biggest thing that we've done is just helping students start up groups on universities, and the biggest success for those is having university students willing to embrace men's issues, to help do the legwork. We help them set things up, tell them what has worked in the past, and the way you can help too is helping these activists who are doing the legwork. This conference here that Paul Elam gets started, it wouldn't be a success if we didn't have people showing up and we didn't have butts in the chairs. So I would give us all a round of applause just for being here. You're already supporting a cause. This is what is needed. We need people supporting groups. One of the things that I find, it seems to be kind of in opposition what some people here believe, where I'm more politically correct. It's not our anger that has gotten attention to CAFE, it's the anger of our opposition that comes. When they come and they argue against the issues incoherently, and we react with nothing but pacifist tolerance, and just say, we just want our moment to speak, we just want to speak to the issues that we feel men are facing today. It's not us that looks bad, it's them that looks bad. Their anger does more advocacy work for us than our anger would ever do. Thank you.
I'm Robert Franklin. I'm on the board, board of directors of the National Parents Organization, formerly Fathers and Families. Over the years, we have stopped more bad legislation and passed more good legislation than most, literally dozens and dozens of bills. Pardon me, we've been able to pass or stop at the state level. Myself, over the years, I've engaged in street activism, electoral politics, and of course, writing and doing radio interviews, television interviews, other media. How do we make change in this country? If being right and having right and justice, morality, equality on your side won for you, we would have already won. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't. So how do we make change? A couple of different ways. Legislation, and as Warren mentioned earlier, litigation. And with regard to legislation, as I said in my presentation, we've been trying that for a long time regarding shared parenting, and it hasn't worked. And what that means is that those legislators don't respect us. They know we have the truth on our side, but they're not doing what we want, and that means we need to start doing electoral politics. Maybe that sounds like, oh good, we get to raise $1 million and start a PAC. No. Most of the office holders that hold the keys to our success are pretty low-level people. They're state legislators, they're judges and things like that, and the thing they fear the worst is an opponent. And we can provide them that, and it doesn't cost a lot of money, and it doesn't take, it takes volunteers and a good message, and once you do that, the great part is you don't even have to win. You don't have to depose an office holder. All you have to do is scare the pants off of them, and the next time you come in with their bill, they'll listen to you. One other thing, I'm going too long, I know I am. in addition to legislation and litigation, is just showing up. Like he said, it's just showing up. And you can show up in a million different ways. You can write a letter to the editor when you see the wrong type of article. You can, you can call the editor of a newspaper or magazine. You can make your voice heard without anybody but you, all by yourself. And I'm just going to shut up now.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, my name is Diana Thompson, and I'm a former lobbyist, political analyst, and spokesperson. I've spoken all over the country on shared parenting, paternity fraud, child support issues, and other family-related issues. And the first thing that I want to say is that there is really no quick fixes. We all heard about a lot of issues over the last few days, and we know that the issues are there. Now we just have to figure out how to change them. There's no quick fixes. Change does not happen overnight. A lot of people walk out of court and they think, I'm going to get this changed in no time, and I'm the only person that's dealing with this. I'm here to say 25 years doing this that it just doesn't happen that way. It takes a lot of dedication, commitment, and very hard work. And it is often a very long process. And one thing is you may not be able to do everything, but everybody can do something. And I have just a few steps that we aren't allowed to talk that long, but I just have a couple items that I think would be very helpful in activism. And one is research. When you first have an issue that you've never faced before, you feel very devastated, you feel very lost, you feel like you're the only one out there that's experiencing that. I assure you, you're not. Many people have experienced the same things you all have for many years, and people have been working on these issues for many years. Reach out to those people that have been working on the issues because they know a lot of things that have worked in the past, and they know a lot of things that have failed in the past. And it's so important that you reach out to people who have proven track records. Not people who are trying to sell you something or, people that actually you have seen change. Another thing is legislation. The key to making change is changing legislation. So many people are intimidated by the process, thinking, how can I make change? I'm just one person. Well, the first step is to learn who your legislator is. I've often had guys come to me, even women come to me and say, well, I don't think my legislator wants to make change. And I say, well, who is your legislator? Well, I don't know. I'm not sure who they are. First thing you have to do is you have to get in contact with your legislator. You need to introduce yourself. You need to, first of all, plan before you go. You cannot inundate him or her, with a million different problems. Start out with something that is really important to you, your main focus that you want to change. Talk to them and get to know their aides, especially. That is the most important because you're not normally just going to walk in and get to speak to your legislator. It doesn't happen that way. You need to talk to the aides, develop a relationship with them. To this day, I have relationships with the legislative aides in California so that I can call them when something goes up for help. I can get their advice on things, find out where a bill's at. They're very, very helpful in that respect. Just don't be intimidated by that. Another thing is, before you even talk to legislators, what about learning about candidates before they get into office? Finding what their issues are. Do they care about your issues at all? And why not try to encourage people to vote for people that are interested in these issues that might be able to help? And another thing is communication and the media. When you see negative articles out there, why not write a letter to the editor? Why not write a comment? These are all important things, because if the media writes negative articles and no one says anything that is bad or wrong, they're going to continue to do it. You have the right to say, no, this is not my experience. This is not the way it is. And also, what about the campaigns out there, like the boys are stupid, throw rocks at them? Who are the people buying this merchandise? You need to go against this kind of stuff. Make your voice heard. And the last thing is social networking. This is such an important tool. When I first started out, we didn't have all these social networking things, and it was a lot rougher. But now, there's, you know, so many different Facebook groups. There are Facebook, Twitter, all different types of social networking. And it's a good way to find people who care about the issues and let them know that you're there. That's a good way to connect. And then in closing, I just want to say the most important part of activism is to realize that you can make a change. You all are capable of doing it. You just have to believe that you can do it. And I mean, I have been called names as a woman, you know, a traitor, maybe worse, you know, but that's not going to stop the work that I'm doing. You just have to look past that. I'm not telling you that change is easy. It's not. It's a lot of work. But I'm telling you that our children are worth fighting for. So.
Can you hear me okay? All right. Yeah, a wise man once said that the difference between an artist and an academic is that an artist takes a complex idea and presents it in a simple way, whereas an academic is someone who takes a simple idea and presents it in a complex way. Sorry, what? Oh, yes, I will. Oh, yes. I should probably say who I am. That'd be a good idea. Jonathan Taylor, founder of AVoiceForMaleStudents.com, the motto of which is educational equity for men and boys. And I like to view activism and advocacy as both a science and an art. One of the things that I think is fundamental and indispensable in activism is good research. You have to have good research, otherwise, especially in academia, no one's going to start a conversation with you. And that's one of the things that I really hope to provide at my website. And that's why I create these huge just warehouses of resources for students, and not just or students, parents, teachers, advocates, anyone who wants to work to create a change. Whether it is just a warehouse of statistics, graphs that I make in-house, but there's other resources for students as well that I try to make, such as AVoiceForMaleStudents.com also hosts the largest online database of male-only scholarships in the world. It also maintains a regularly updated list of men's issues, conferences, workshops, symposia, webinars, things like that. And also a list of guides to activism and education policies, things like that. But that all goes into that fundamental element of research, which you must have before you make a conversation, especially with anyone in academia. So that being said, you must not only have good research, you also have to have passion. You have to find what gives you, what sustains you in this movement, and you have to hold on to it, and you can't let it go. For me, there are various things which have inspired me, whether to passion or sometimes to anger. We've all been angry at various injustices, but for me, what keeps me going, I don't have any kids of my own that I know of. No. No, actually, I've been pretty responsible in that regard. But what keeps me going are my two little nephews. And I want to know that by the time they reach, 18, 19, 20, years of age, that something will have changed. Something major will have changed in the conversation on educational equity. And that is what I work for. And I feel like I'm racing against time, where, you know, as they grow older, I want something to have changed. And it's, so that's one of the things. And so you have to have good research. You have to find what sustains you, sustains your passion. And also, I think also you have to be able to build and maintain good working relationships. That is another indispensable element of activism, and that is why conferences like these are so very important. You get to network with so many people around you. You get to put a face to the name. You get to just reach out, find people that you've never talked to before. You know, you'll find a lot of people who would be interested in what you have to say. But that is another indispensable element. And I'm probably going over, but thank you so much.
I'm Warren Farrell. I've always said the men's movement is in its embryonic stage. I'm no longer going to say that. I've said that for 44 years. Now, this is a hell of a big embryo. So this baby's going to be huge. And so the question is, how did this go from an embryo to what happened today? And it happened by many of the ingredients that AVfM have put together. It has allowed for that anger and upset. It has allowed for scholarship. It has allowed for activism. It has allowed for volunteers. It has brought many people with many different talents together. So the first thing to understand is this is a good model for what it takes to birth the baby. Number two is really number one. Number one is, if you want to be an activist, the number one most important thing is take care of your health. When you're on a plane and they say, if there's a problem, pull down the oxygen mask and put it on yourself before you put it on your child, because you can't take care of your child if you haven't taken care of yourself. You cannot make this embryo into an infant that it grows well if you don't take care of yourself. Every one of us has weaknesses physically. Know them. No food, no exercise. Pace yourself. I used to run track. One of the first things I learned is when I got out in front at the beginning and went with my full steam ahead, I always lost the race. I had to learn to pace. Number two, yes, be strong and articulate these issues, but you've got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. And every time you talk about men's issues, you will touch people's need to object to you. The more we need you, the tougher it will be to share these issues. Every single person with whom you speak, you must listen more than you speak. And when they feel heard, they will begin to be able to hear. Third, if you're a guy or a woman, but especially if you're a guy, partner with a woman who has compassion for you and for men. And find her not by paying for the first 3 dates and then hoping she'll know how to pay for herself. Find her by being yourself right from the beginning, and let her reject you so that you can get on with finding a woman who's more appropriate for you. Amen. And when she works and earns, remember every moment that you support her, you are supporting yourself, and you are supporting men's issues and your freedom to be able to work on those issues. Finally, talk from your experience, not from just data. And when you talk from your experience and don't have that experience, Talk from real life stories. Find the stories. Find the heart, and you will reach other people's hearts. Finally, find the area where you can make a contribution. I gave 10 examples of possible men's issues to focus on today. If you have a son or a daughter, if you have a son, focus maybe on boys' issues. If you have a daughter, maybe focus on equally shared parenting. If you have an interest in economics or statistics, focus on the pay gap. If you have an interest in suing, focus on getting men's studies into the university. If you have an interest in anything, focus on communication. Keep the health and the communication as something that you master, and you master those two things. On that, you can build the foundation based on your interest and contribute to the movement at a pace that will keep you around when you're in your 80s. Thank you.
Will it work? Will it work? It works. Okay, that's good. Hi, everybody. I'm Paul Elam. Thank you. And I think if we just banded together and destroyed the patriarchy, all of these issues would be resolved, and we could just have some more pizza and beer, and our problems would be over. Oh, wait a minute. No, I was doing drugs then. Never mind. Warren has said many times, and I agree with him, that there needs to be not just a diversity in this movement, which there is. I mean, racially, religiously, gender-wise, orientation-wise, there's plenty of diversity. But there needs to be a diversity of styles as well, too. A diversity of the ways we approach ideological opponents and the public at large and each other. I'm a firm believer and I haven't had the opportunity to bring it up so far at this conference. This is my last chance. I got 2 words for you: Angry Harry. Angry Harry showed me what was possible, that the internet was very much a potential vehicle to create social change in ways that no one has ever previously imagined. And I would argue right now that the presence of all these fine people in this room, this collection of thinkers and activists and advocates, is proof that the internet is one effective tool. I also agree that legislation, that litigation, as Warren has talked about, is very, very important. All these different approaches, social media, speaking to your family can be a form of activism, letting them know what you believe and not hiding from them. What I want to address for just a couple of moments before I finish up here, and we'll pass this next to Dr. Canning, is that I get contact regularly from people all the time saying, what can I do to help? And my answer to them, without hoping not to be sarcastic at all, is to say, I don't know. What can you do? What skills do you have? Do you have computer skills? Do you have graphic skills? Do you have programming skills? Do you have the ability to give speeches, to write speeches? Are you willing to stand in front of a courthouse or a government building with a sign along with other people? What can you do, and what are you willing to do? I could say right now that if you have tremendous skills with computers, talk to Carnell Smith, talk to Jonathan Taylor, see what you can do to help. There's nothing stopping anybody from becoming an activist, because there is 1,000 ways to do it. And one way may not be great for everybody. As a matter of fact, it shouldn't be. But I'll again go back, and I think that Carnell addressed this quite well, passion. Passion. Remember who we're talking about. We're talking about, right now, we're seriously talking about just soldiers alone killing themselves at 25 a day. We're talking about men whose, the disparity in the suicide rate during divorce goes up astronomically because of the way they're treated. We're talking about people that are in prison on false accusations. We're talking about academic careers that have been ended. I talked about Caleb Warner in my earlier talk. He's a young man at the University of North Dakota that was absolutely railroaded after police had determined that his accuser was false and issued a warrant for her arrest, and the university still said, too bad. He finally got it cleared up, but right now Caleb Warner has given up his dream of being educated, and he's driving a delivery truck. And there's nothing wrong with honorable work, but this was a future destroyed. If that doesn't give you passion, you're not going to be an activist. So with that, I want to pass it to one of my favorite people here, Dr. Greg Kenning, who I got to meet for the first time. I want to thank you all for coming out here and participating. Oh, last thing, your butts in these chairs at the next conference, all of you. That's an order.
As we say in Australia, g'day. I hope you can understand my accent. I'm Greg Canning. I'm a family physician in Australia. I started in private practice in 1989 as a solo practitioner, and now my business partner and I own a clinic that has 10 doctors. And I'm also a father. I have 2 sons, a stepson and a daughter, who are all adults grown up, making their own way in the world. And being a father is my proudest achievement in life. This Men's Issues Conference has been fantastic, but I only have one issue with it, and that issue is that I don't think we've given away enough books. So I have a book here called The Complete Book of Blokes' Sheds by Mark Thompson. And the reason I'm showing you this book is because I want to give it to Mr. Robert O'Hara over there. Robert?
Finally won something, Robert.
And the reason I want to give it to Robert O'Hara is because in about 2011 I started reading A Voice for Men. By November of that year I was submitting some articles, and later Robert invited me to become News Director for Australia. It was that encouragement that led to a 50-year-old introvert to find a voice to speak up for men and boys. And one of the things I think we need in this movement is to encourage others to find their voices. And once you find your voice, you can speak out. And I've been speaking out in Townsville, in my local community, writing letters to the editor, signalling out misandric professors at our local university. I got involved in a group called the 1 in 3 campaign, which aims to raise awareness of male victims of domestic abuse and to encourage governments to provide services from them. And that was simply by an invitation to join an email group. And what that email group does is whenever we see anything anywhere in the media to do with domestic violence which is wrong, which is about 20 times every day, someone in the group will take responsibility to write a letter, try and get it corrected, and we've had a lot of success. So much success that the feminist academics hate us, they denounce us in their articles, and every time we're denounced, we tick that up as another win.
All right.
So I think networking is important, and that's one way of networking. I've been really pleased to see people here gathering little lists of other people's emails so we can all keep in touch. Facebook is a great way to network. I get so many links to things that I might not have otherwise found by little groups on Facebook that lead me to some information that's important in my conceptualisation of this problem. I have to echo, as a physician, what Warren said. We do need to look after ourselves. Physicians know better than anyone else at looking after themselves, and it takes constant work to do that. And I've been a little bit quiet on A Voice for Men for the last 6 or so months because I've had a few problems, so I've just pulled back for a while. But this conference was what I was looking forward to, and having come here, I've been re-energised, and I'm going to go back with renewed gusto. So they're the points I had. Encourage people to speak out, network with others, look after yourself. Thank you.
Hi. When we started in 2004, we were in India, 60 guys in a Yahoo group. And we had a lot at stake. India has 2 domestic violence laws, and what was at stake is very simple. If a woman is going through separation, and if the husband and his family are not ready for a huge sum of alimony as an out-of-court settlement, she is going to unleash both the domestic violence laws against the husband and his parents and his siblings. So when a woman says, my husband, his mother, his father, his sister, his brother, and maybe even his friend, subjected me to physical and mental cruelty, okay? Because this law was enacted at a time when the word domestic violence was still not there, in 1983. So they used to have the word called cruelty. So he subjected me to physical and mental cruelty. No evidence is seen. And the law says you are presumed, the Evidence Act says you are presumed guilty until proven innocent. It is coded in the law. And the whole family in 2004 used to go to prison for 10 to 15 days. The parents, the woman, the pregnant sister, or the lactating with your child, everything. So what we had at stake was huge. The whole family reputation is gone. The parents are like shattered. It was huge. So we had no time, to think, do anything. And we were in touch with Glenn Sachs and the literature and Warren Farrell's books, everything, right? So we got all this stuff and we got into action. And we created chapters in 2 years' time all over India with helplines, so men can get to the support groups. And we had meetups every weekend in Bangalore, in Delhi, in Mumbai, in Nagpur, in Calcutta, in Lucknow, all over India. In 2 years, we got the chapters and we started protesting. We started protesting. And we got in 8 years, initially media, of course, did what it is supposed to do, but 8 years we got more than 8,000 newspaper articles in newspapers, online and also on the print, across all the languages in India. We had 500 TV debates, many of them in the prime time, in the national television, like the CNN's partner channel in India called CNN IBN, like that. And we have lobbied with the parliament members. So in last 1 year, me and my teams have met more than 300 parliament members in their houses about all these issues of fathers' access to children. In India, fathers never get access for a couple of years. They don't even get to see the child in the school, okay? And Indian Parliament took it seriously, and they had a petition in the Parliament Subcommittee on Petitions. It had a session, it sat, and it invited us and the feminists and the Women's Ministry, everybody to testify. So I testified about the misuse of the Domestic Violence Act, the Dowry Act, called Section 498A, in front of a parliamentary committee of 15 parliament members, and the report was finally submitted to the upper house of parliament, which said any woman who is misusing the law, give her punishment. If you don't do that, then soon we have to repeal all the laws. That's what is being written and given to the parliament. And Indian Supreme Court warned of legal terrorism. They are saying that this is going to be legal terrorism, okay? And What we are up to is that we used to have these meetups in the parks. Now we have the community centers opening up with a small membership fee, and we are now working to get part-time staff and full-time staff. So we are working on the funding model, because we know we won't get money from the government, and we do not want money from the government. And our helplines are better than the women's helplines. Okay? Our helplines. So you get the. And I know, because sometimes women call us because they said nobody is picking the phone and they're not. Sometimes, okay? I know. And we have hundreds of helplines, and we have a training process of the activists and all. We have to put it, and it's a lot of effort. And I would like to say the formula is very simple. I would recommend, I agree with all of the other panelists, what they said, they're 100% right. Now here is the formula. It is be in action, be in action, be in action, okay? And the barrier is your mind. All the analysis, all the opinions, all the ideas, they're fine, but there is a particular point you say, let me keep all the things aside, let me get down to the ground. In front of the court, you distribute the flyers, you gather people in a big city like New York or San Francisco or Los Angeles or big Chicago or Detroit, and you protest, and you need 50 people or 100 people to protest. That's it, and it's not costly at all. And it is uncomfortable. Initially, it is going to be uncomfortable, but I would like to say this. We tell to every single guy who comes to us that if you are facing injustice, you protest. If you are not protesting, you are promoting injustice, right? And we tell to the guys that don't look at the results, do your duty. Results will follow. Don't look at the scoreboard. You have to hit the ball. If you keep looking at the scoreboard, and you are going to lose. And I tell to each one of the activists in India and everywhere that it's the ordinary people who do extraordinary things, okay? So you are the one. And when I started, I was an ordinary guy, and I was a software engineer and, shy, and I don't know, I was scared. When I talked to my customers in Germany, I used to work for Bosch, and I will rehearse 5 times before I speak, and I never imagined that I can testify in front of parliament one day, okay? So everything is possible, and it's the ordinary people who are going to do extraordinary things. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, Mike Buchanan, leader of the British political party Justice for Men and Boys, and the women who love them. People are always dropping off that subtitle. The men's human rights movement needs to have a political wing, and this is the time. I believe there's a need for men's human rights parties right across the political spectrum, because when you start a political party, donations start coming in very quickly, media attention starts to come in, and the movement needs both of those. I look forward to the day in particular when the US and Canada both have men's human rights political parties. Given that Canada seems to be the world's biggest generator of honey badgers, wouldn't it be great to see a honey badger lead a men's human rights party in Canada? That would be a great day. That's all I have. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stefan Molyneux, the host of the philosophy show Free Domain Radio. I don't do a huge amount of activism, I guess, because it's a crazy life, right? To try and pursue virtue in the face of social ostracism and calumny and attack. It's a ridiculous thing to do. I mean, with the caveat that it makes you enormously happy in the long run and makes the world a better place. So my basic feeling is I want to have a closed coffin funeral. And the reason I want to have a closed coffin funeral is I've lived a life of dedication to virtue that I look like this. And then nobody could stand that I died so happy. So yeah, you're going to die either way. Do the right thing, and you'll die with a smile on your face, and I think that's a life well lived.
I'm Janet Bloomfield, and most of my activism takes place in 140 characters or less. I have some good news and some bad news. The good news is that anyone can be a Twitter activist. The bad news is that all the advice you just heard it's useless. It's not going to work. Do your research. Don't reinvent the wheel. Pace yourself. That doesn't work in Twitter. Not at all. Okay, there's two things you really want to accomplish in Twitter if you're going to be an activist. One thing is reach, and the other thing is response. And when you're talking about reach in Twitter, it doesn't really matter how many followers you have. It matters how many followers your followers have. That's a really important point. If you look on my Twitter feed, I have about 1,000 followers. But just this morning, with 3 retweets, I reached over 3 million people. Wow. What I go after on Twitter is I chase after voices that are slightly open. I go after a younger crowd that I think is open to what we are talking about. I tailor my messages to reach people, especially young people, who might be willing to stop for 1 nanosecond, which is about how long people will read a tweet for, and consider clicking on a point of view, watching a video. Tailoring the message is really important on Twitter. Know who your audience is and go after them. And you have 140 characters, so you can go on quite a bit and make your point, you know. I'm also starting to publish on Thought Catalog. This is another way of tailoring the message. And again, on Thought Catalog, what matters is how many times your message is shared. So I have 5 articles on Thought Catalog. I didn't check today, but I believe those have been shared over 100,000 times. Thought Catalog is a website of just sort of random stories, publications, pop culture, political analysis. You sort of boil down, it's the TLDR, the too long didn't read version of news. And you just bring that down into a really simple message, and if people like your message, they will retweet it. And that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to tailor your message so that it will reach a lot of people. Here's a big mistake people make. They only retweet stuff they agree with. No, no, no. Retweet stuff you think is absolutely fucking horrible. That's great. That gets people to respond. That's the second part of what you want to do. Retweeting something doesn't mean you endorse it. So when you find something absolutely appalling on Twitter, go ahead and repeat it. Go ahead and follow those people. The more people you follow, the more people will follow you. This is something anyone can do, sitting at a bus stop. Find stuff on Twitter. The more people you follow, the more information you'll start getting. And you can start reaching out. It is almost impossible to get a reaction on Twitter. There's millions and millions of tweets being sent every single second, and it goes so fast it's just a blur, and they've forgotten what they read 2 seconds after they read it. But things will stick over and over again if you keep sending the same information out and keep collecting followers and retweet stuff that you don't agree with and try and get a response on Twitter. It's an excellent form of activism because it's communication, activism as communication. And I think that's really where we are. We still need to get the word out about what we do. We're confronting a horrible set of stereotypes in the media. I mean, I made some comment on Twitter that we were going to spend the money we collected on hookers and blow. Under 24 hours, we've got the Motor City Muckraker reporting that A Voice for Men admits they will be spending the funds on prostitutes and illegal drugs. But you know what? That brought us a lot of traffic. It got us a lot of attention. A lot of people looked at that headline and said, "What?" Okay, I'm going.
And I want to say for the record, that's not true.
So even if you're not willing to get up with a sign and march around and you don't have time to write long articles, sign up for Twitter. It takes 2 seconds to retweet. add your hashtags. I love no MRA. Just add that to everything. It's fantastic. And voila, you're an activist, and you can die happy.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and open up the panel to questions. Please just raise your hand if you have a question. We have a mic runner. Please wait for him to approach you, then speak, because if the mic isn't in your face, it's not going to be recorded, it's not going to be broadcast in the feed or anything like that. We have one question here, and please keep your questions brief. And and if you don't have a question for a particular panelist, I will direct your question to one or more panelists that I think that might be able to answer your question.
Okay, this question is for Janet. It's for Janet. It seems one of our greatest duties as activists is to protect all children from warped gender ideologies, which are possibly strongest in the school system. So as a mother and an activist, what would be your advice to other parents to defend their children against the influence of a misogynistic education system?
Ideally, homeschool them. Unfortunately, I live in a small community. I did homeschool my daughter for the first few years of life, but I live in a small community where the only homeschooling people are wingnut, tinfoil hat wearing Christian Armageddonists. So they were being mis-socialized there to begin with. So I did put them in the school system, but I just talk honestly about, and I try to frame it in terms of styles of learning, that the school system is set up to benefit one certain style of learning, which mostly girls are good at, but lots of boys are too. And it demonizes another way of learning, which is mostly boys, but some girls too. That splitting the school system to only benefit one style of learning is ultimately destructive, and I try to make it clear to them that this is wrong. I am trying to help stop that. I want that stopped, and they should never feel guilty about preferring one style of learning over another, even from one subject to the next. That they're both right, and anyone who says there's only one way to do this is wrong.
Okay, before, Jonathan, would you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I would just make sure that you're constantly engaged with your children and constantly following up with them on what happens in the classroom. And in regards to learning styles, there's educators have long been schooled in the notions of multiple intelligences. I mean, there's what, 7 or 8 different types of intelligences. There's abstract types of intelligence, kinesthetic types. That corresponds well with learning styles. And the approach to education should be that. Although there are distinctively ways in which girls and boys learn, you also have to come to terms with the fact that at the end of the day, every child is an individual learner. And really, you have to maintain that parent-teacher connection. And if the teacher is not teaching, if the student is not learning the way the teacher teaches, then you need to communicate with that teacher so that the teacher teaches the way the student learns. And your feedback, your constant communication with those educators will help that process very much. And of course, that's going to be much easier if you're in a stable 2-parent family.
So, next question, please. Okay, please go ahead. Do you have a question? Who do you have a question for?
I'm not sure yet.
Okay, well, go ahead.
But the question is that there are, in this context, 2 ways of drawing attention to your issue. One is to present statistics, facts, experience. The other is to use hyperbole and to be unreasonable, but to get the attention as a result. I think most of the people here on the panel use the first way more, if not exclusively. I'm wondering if the people that don't use that way could justify the hyperbole method and why it works well.
The man to ask about that is Mr. Elam right there, obviously.
I wonder why you thought of me.
I just it popped in my head.
It is difficult for me to answer this without being blunt. The hyperbole that we employ from time to time at AVfM is, just so everybody knows, the first explanation is that it is calculated. I don't sit in my underwear in a living room up to my knees in beer cans screaming for my partner to get me a sandwich as I slam away the keyboard with all these harsh, hateful feelings. Anymore. One of the things I brought up in the press conference, and as a matter of fact, it was the core of my talk there, is that all social movements, all quests for justice, involve shaking a complacent society out of its coma. We have people dying over these issues. We've had some great talks. There's been serious talks. There's been talks that were funny. But in the end, we're talking about people dying. We're talking about destroyed lives. And we're talking about it going on in a society that is intent not only on just looking the other way, but on insisting that we look the other way as it happens. I don't view my hyperbole as the problem in that scenario. I view the cultural problem of misandry as the real offense. So for those that don't agree with my style, I say with all respect, don't read my articles. For those that do agree with it, I appreciate your support. But there has never been a social movement in history at all, ever, that got anywhere without a direct and confronting expression of indignation for problems that were not being addressed. And we're going to continue that going on here. And thank you. And when? And it has always been in the plan at A Voice for Men. And those that follow the site closely already see it happening. When we can establish a meaningful dialogue with the media, I notice there's still some white lanyards out there. When we can establish a meaningful dialogue with the media, when we can establish a meaningful dialogue with the society, indeed, when we can establish a meaningful dialogue with feminists who say that their cause in life is for gender equity and for justice, we won't need the hyperbole. We won't need the rhetoric, because we'll be having a dialogue. But sometimes we have to accept that bad breath is better than no breath. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Can I add something?
One more time.
First, the idea that there's an opposition between fact and hyperbole is not always correct. Sometimes facts are really awful, and it's hard to do hyperbole. The other thing is, I can't remember who on the panel said this, do what you do best. If I tried to write like Paul does, it'd fall flat as a pancake. He does what he does really well, but that doesn't mean everybody can. And I know that I can't.
Can I add one more quick thing to that too? You'll never actually know how fast you can get swept up in the movement. You may not even know what you're good at. When I got involved with Cafe, there was a certain other panelist who was being protested against, and there was an email that went around the School of Social Work at Ryerson saying, hey, there's this Warren Farrell guy who's going to be talking. We should all go protest him. And I was like, wait, I've read his book. I actually agree with a lot of his ideas. And so I wanted to go see it, and I went to see it with my girlfriend because someone suggested I date someone who's supportive of these issues, and I kind of already found that person. And so I went to the event, and there was a huge protest that was just pretty disgusting to see. And afterwards, I contacted the Canadian Association for Equality, and I told them, hey, just so you guys know, I know the School of Social Work was partially organizing to protest, but I'm also a part of that school. I don't agree with that. Just so you guys know, there's also support from some of these groups that are protesting you. Throughout that year, now I've done multiple TV appearances. I've been in Sharp Magazine, started my own blogging, and now I'm on a panel with that very man myself. And this is all of 1.5 years later. So that's how fast you can get swept up, even just trying to get involved with a movement, even if you don't know what you're good at yet. Approach some of these organizations that are already working to solve issues you're interested in, and they may find where you're good all by themselves.
Great.
I have nothing to add to this discussion because I never use hyperbole or polemics.
Let's go on to our next question. Who was next? It was, since you have you can go next, and we'll take Tim.
Jim, I'm a bum. I used to be a political science professor. I just wanted to mention, I think this is a very exciting time. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you to everyone. Because I used to be a political science professor, I hadn't heard this weekend, but I just wanted to mention we have a big election coming up in 2016. I used to study this stuff. I know I look not very reliable, but I believe that Hillary might get the nod, and if so, we're likely to see a very exciting public debate about this again coming up. So I wanted to let people know that this is an exciting time in the United States. I think in 2015 and 2016, you're going to hear more war on women rhetoric, and I would hope some of us would be ready to rise to the challenge, because when that stuff comes out, that's our time to come out and, I don't want to say fight back, to help the public. I'm sorry, I know. Kick me afterwards for doing this. From my weekend here, I wanted to say one of the things that I began to believe is how important, actually I believed this before, but really how important women are to our movement. And I wanted to, for the women, clap for the women. And also, I wanted to point out something that I thought of when I was first watching Girl Writes What's videos, was one of the audiences that must be targeted is mothers with sons. And I've got your poster. Hey, Mom, look what they're saying about your boy. And I hope we might make a special effort to reach out to mothers, because I bet you once mothers start hearing some of this stuff, especially mothers of sons, they will. And we've heard how effective they can be when they go to the government and ask for a redress. And finally, my question. Sorry for doing that. But my question is actually to anyone on the panel, but probably mostly to Professor Ferrell, or Dr. Ferrell, about that men's studies. I would like to bring a lawsuit against the university under Title IX to get a men's studies program started. They probably won't hire me because I'm an ex-con, but perhaps I could help get it started with the lawsuit. And so can you tell me, how can I or anyone else start this process? Why don't we have a men's studies program and we got Title IX?
Good. First of all, are there any students here who are interested in working with Jim on starting this process? So Jim, your question has just started this process. There are two students right here, right now, who will contact you right afterwards, and they are needed because you need to have standing. Standing means that you have to have a real person apply for a real men's studies program that they're genuinely interested in and able to take. And ideally, those students will get together 2, 3, or 4 other students. Yes. Yes.
So the student must petition the university to create the program.
That is correct. So the law court needs to see a real, not a hypothetical. They need to see a reality that is not being able to be fulfilled. Now, there may be a university somewhere that will actually respond to the students as if they're real people, that they want a real program, and then you won't have a lawsuit. But that's highly unlikely, and you only need to try this once or twice probably and have a lawsuit on your hand. as I was mentioning in the workshop yesterday, if this happens, and also in the presentation, if this happens at one university, particularly in a major state, you are talking about national fear in universities to not have men's studies programs, and you are then talking about the possibility of national change. You are then talking about, instead of 150,000 women's studies graduates a year, that being somewhat balanced, and you are then talking about a ripple effect around the world. Second, on the area of politics. And then I'd also like to encourage the students and Jim yourself to write some pieces for AVfM's website on the desire for this. Also write something for Minding the Campus, published by the Urban Institute on this. They are interested in what's going on the campus. Solicit via an article on Minding the Campus, people who are interested in suing universities. These kids, or these young men and women, have to have guts, and they also have to present well, and they need to also be willing to stand up to the type of criticism that all of us get when we're here or when we stand up for these issues. And so those are a few of the things. But in relation to your comment about the 2016 election, in Iowa and New Hampshire, those are perfect places for groups of us to gather and organize and to show up. And here's what I mean by that. You show up and you ask a question of a candidate that's at a town hall meeting at a place like Iowa and Alaska where the security is much less than it will be in other places. You go to a town hall meeting, you ask a question. When you are pushed off or pushed away, somebody else backs up and says, no, let's have a real answer to that question. And when that person's pushed off or pushed away, somebody else at a different part of that meeting says, no, I really am interested, Senator so-and-so or whoever so-and-so. And then the embarrassment from the staff, they're going to come up to you afterwards and say, we need clarity about what you're talking about. What's this stuff on men's issues? What do you mean by men's birth control? What do you mean by men's issues? What do you mean by a men's health thing? What do you mean by White House Council on Boys and Men? Or, whatever you're asking about. And then the asking of that, the creating of that disturbance in a civil but forceful way will create national publicity because these candidates are being covered on a national level. And ask these questions 2 or 3 times and mix up the clothing and mix up the people who are asking the questions and get the journalists a little bit mixed up. You're going to have yourself national news. It's the easiest, fastest way to create national news.
Okay. Mr. Smith and Mr. Kumar want to answer that. We'll start with Mr. Smith because he got my attention first. I'm going to go right to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure, yes.
The gentleman had asked about a deliberate effort toward reaching moms with sons. 90% of the people who contact me are women, and some of them are the moms with sons, grandmothers of the guys, girlfriends, new wife, second wife, current fiance. I've been inclusive of them from the beginning, and some of the feminists I'm on their hatred list because it's very difficult for them to have a statement of men against women when I have more women on my side before the legislature than they have on their side with their ideology. So yes, we can be effective, but we also have to be inviting to them. I'm deliberate in my social media of Facebook, Twitter, my own websites. I embrace, wherever they are, I'm looking for them. I actually speak also in churches because there's more than one venue to get to people who need your help. But some of us within the movement have made a mistake by saying, because we think it's only a men's right issue, you girls should stay over there and leave us alone. Big mistake. To me, women are masters at socializing, and they will network like nobody else. So why not leverage that power and get women who love us, who are affected by the issues, and then invite them to the table with us, and you'd be surprised at how much it diffuses these idiotic notions that our opponents. And I like to invite them publicly so that they can get credit for their positions, and it's very effective.
Okay, Mr. Kumar.
Well, I will just add to what Dr. Warren Farrell spoke about the elections in 2016. If you see, we had an election recently, and more than 840 million people were the electorate. And 1 month it took, and we had a plan. So we got into TV debates and these gatherings of politicians where all the candidates come to a town hall or some place where they interact with the people. So we had our guys in the audience, and we always got a mic. We spoke to them about shared parenting and all that. We really sometimes even heckled them, you know, like that. And it was sometimes got telecasted in the national media, okay? Now that's is very effective, because after the show, the politician spends some time speaking to you because you have an issue. And he sees that you are so serious, so that means this issue must be serious, otherwise why will somebody be so passionate about it? Now, I must give the unrelated news here that the two-term government, we had the liberals in India, like your Democrat Party. They lost so badly that they were reduced to only 44 seats in a parliament of 543 seats.
Ooh.
That's the historic low for them.
Absolutely. Okay. There's one question here, but we got another one back there. If you could take him, he's been waiting. And then after that, Tim, go to the gentleman in the glasses after you got him, please.
Yes, I think I have a basic and simple question regarding activism, and my question is, how does an activist counter the opposition generated by the corrupt news media?
Anybody want to take that? I would think that Paul will be again.
I didn't hear the question.
Wait, can you speak the question again, please?
Yes.
Hold the mic closer.
I want to know how an activist can deal with the opposition generated by the corrupt news media.
And can you say your name so we can speak to you as a person?
Yule Talbert.
Thanks.
Yule, okay, you're so far away, I know who you are. Good to see you here. Here's the deal. We're the media. We are the media. This is an age where dedicated people can create very heavily traveled media websites, news websites, depending on, everybody in the media in one way or another has some kind of agenda, and unfortunately it's frequently not journalism. And I'm not picking on the journalists here. These guys are to be lauded that they showed up to ask questions.
Right, yeah, I got to figure that out too. I know what you said. Okay.
But to try to get a little more detailed about the answer is that the way we've operated at AVfM the whole time, yes, we've been criticized for some hyperbole and I think it's the new version of being uppity. And we're going to continue to do that, but when what happens, and the reason that AVfM has grown so drastically, is that somebody in the media will go 4 years back, grab 4 lines of satire, repost it and say, here's what the men's movement is about, and then they'll say, by the way, Elliot Rodger. And what happens is that it sends a lot of people to the site, and people that are just prepared and already have it locked into their minds that they're going to come there and find a bunch of misogynistic kitten eaters who want to turn back the hands of time and put women in the kitchen. That's what they're going to see. That's what people will see if they've made up their minds in advance. Where we grow is in intelligent, open-minded people coming to the site, reading enough articles and saying, you know what? I was lied to about this place. This place is not about hating women. This place is not about being regressive. This place is about gender equity as it was always meant to be, because that's what it is. What they will see when they come to A Voice for Men is men and women working together, treating each other as equals, really as equals. Not the kind of equal that you don't ever oppose what a woman says because you're not supposed to argue with women. People there have to stand on their merits. They have to make rational points, rational arguments. Both sexes have to do that in order to pass muster, to be there. That is equality. And people that are genuinely interested in equality, people that are genuinely interested in men and women valuing each other as human beings first, come to A Voice for Men and figure out that's exactly what's happening. And they grow. So don't worry about the mainstream media. They're going to eventually figure it out too.
Okay.
And watch the mainstream media.
Stefan, do you have something brief to say? Really, and please make it brief because we got people coming.
Brief.
Brief. What's that?
Brief. Boxes and briefs. But the mainstream media is currently on the decline, I think, as we're all aware. People's trust in the mainstream media is ridiculous. It's like single digits. It's like they trust it only slightly more than Congress. And so I think that's important to recognize and understand. Very few people in the world look for facts and will change their minds according to facts. Some will, and those are the people that we want to reach. And so I always try and figure out whether people are interested in facts, and if they are, fantastic, we'll have a conversation. If they're not, then as the old saying goes, never argue with a fool, they'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. So I try and steer clear of them, recognizing that the media is in the business of delivering eyeballs to advertisers. They're not in the business of delivering truth to humanity. And so the best way to deliver eyeballs to advertisers is not to offend people's sensibilities. So the media is fundamentally conservative, and the truth is always radical. So whether there's a match, if there can be a match, fantastic. I don't tend to pursue it, but I think it's important to recognize there is a misalignment.
Okay, there's a gentleman right there. He needs to ask a question. Waiting patiently.
Thank you. Hi. I'm Tim Goldich. This is a question, I guess, perhaps primarily for you, Dr. Ferrell, about White House Council for Men and Boys. What happened with that? Is there a lesson there? What are thoughts about that? And also about My Brother's Keeper. Any thoughts about that?
Yes. The background on this is that I think I mentioned in my presentation that I was asked to be involved with the White House Council on Women and Girls at an advisory level. I suggested there should be a White House Council on Boys and Men. That suggestion went all the way up to the Oval, just about ready to go into the Oval Office 5 minutes before it went into the Oval Office with the head of government relations of the Boy Scouts, with the Boy Scouts having endorsed it. Suddenly the person who was supposed to present it was told that that was taken off the agenda. We got 2 or 3 times where we had a great deal of White House interest, and just before it was ready to move forward, it was just chopped from the agenda, never being able to get through to the people who chopped it from the agenda. And so there is something going on in the White House where we think we know who it is and what it is and the groups of people that there are. I don't feel at liberty to say those names per se right now, but there is. But the people who it is have a view of the world, which is that the White House Council on Women and Girls is one of the very few things in the world that understands women and girls, and the rest of the world is all men and boys. And so why should there be something for men and boys when the entire world is men and boys? And we all know why that's not accurate, but there are a few people at the top level close to President Obama who take that view of the world. And from what we can tell, they have stopped this from going to actually the eyes of President Obama and having him consider it, or he has considered it and he wants us to believe that that's not that it's somebody else that is stopping him from considering it. I'm not sure which, but the answer to the question, which is really the most important thing, is where do we go from here? Where we go from here is to Diana Thompson's advice. Get to know your congressperson. Ask him or her to write a letter to the president. Ask him or her to copy me. There are some congressmen, Congressman Cleaver, the head of the Black Congressional Caucus, and Sam Graves, and a few other congressmen that are and women that are beginning to get on board, both conservative and Republican, conservative and Democrats, excuse me, that are beginning to get on board and take an interest in this. And so the Congress, and we have been told by the White House that if we get enough congressional support, they will reconsider this process. So if you want a White House Council on Boys and Men, we are the group to take a stand, to do something about it. Take a look at just look up White House Council on Boys and Men. You'll see its website and link to both it and also to your congressperson and also to AVfM, and write stuff about it. Begin to generate the underlying base. Politicians are basically followers and they're leaders. They start leading when they know there's strong enough followership to motivate them to lead with success. And that's our job, to create that foundation to make that happen. As President Kennedy said to Martin Luther King, when Martin Luther King said, "We want you to support the civil rights movement," President Kennedy said, "Make it possible for me to do so."
Okay. This gentleman here, please.
By the way, Dr. Ferrell, was that Valerie Jarrett? Was that your
You're too smart.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
I'm Murray Davis, National Family Justice Association, and I have a general question for the panel, and it has to do with activism. And my question is this: from a political point of view, would you recommend that an activist in this movement designate themselves as a political independent versus conservative, Republican, or liberal Democrat in order to allow them to more easily maneuver in the political legislature so that you don't have that pigeonhole? I'm just curious as to what you might think. I have my own opinion from my own experience, but I'd just like to ask yours as well. Anyone on the panel?
May I answer?
That's up for grabs.
Okay. I'd like to jump on that.
Okay. You and Mr. Franklin, I think. I guess.
Oh, okay. Well, I have my own political views, but when I'm advocating and working with legislators, it is important to work with everybody because the issues themselves are nonpartisan. And I think some of us make a crucial mistake by not willing to talk to everybody, including the opposition, to garner putting the issues out completely out on the table. If you are a person who is only of the Democratic Party and you're only willing to talk to Democrats, you're pigeonholing yourself. In my state, as well as other states I've worked in, we've gotten nearly 100% support from both houses of legislature, as well as state governorship, with the exception of California when the governor vetoed our bill because somebody told him he would lose $40 million in federal funding if he passed a paternity fraud bill, which was a complete lie. But the fact that we were able to get through both houses and got majority support, myself, Diana, and other groups, we never allowed people to try to pigeonhole the issues as partisan. Civil rights and human rights issues are nonpartisan, and I would suggest keeping the focus there as a human rights issue.
And let me add one thing. Carnell was talking about lobbying legislatures and how you identify yourself. Let me remark on the electoral process. Who do you vote for? One of the most important things that we have to remember is this has to be important to us in voting. There are always 1,000 different issues in every electoral contest. This needs to go to the top of your list. If there's somebody who votes the right way, give them your vote. It doesn't matter if you identify as a Republican, a Democrat, an independent. If they vote the right way on this issue, give them your vote. If they don't, don't.
Okay, let's go on to the next question. I know that there's a gentleman up there that, was there someone inside the audience? Okay, go to him first, then James, then we'll get to this gentleman here, and then Mr. Vincer. Okay, so we'll go in that order, please. Yes, it's on.
I'm
Please
Suresh.
keep your questions brief. We don't want to keep too long. We want to get as many questions as we can, so please.
This question is to Paul Elam, and I asked this question to him at lunchtime, and his answer was he didn't know. I hope he does now.
He's a quick study.
By show of hands, how many attendees are men from the United States? And how many are from Canada? I was just wondering, the US population is 10 times the Canadian population. I'm from St. Louis. There's nobody else from St. Louis. And there seems to be a certain level of apathy, and to quote Paul himself, coma in the United States. And I'm trying to understand why. Paul, do you have any answers to that? I mean,
I want to get the Canadians' perspective on this. We have three right here on the panel.
Can I just
Sure.
answer?
Oh,
real
yeah,
quick?
sure, go ahead.
He asked about why.
Well,
why so many Canadians and not enough Americans, and you went to Canadians.
Well, I just wanted to hear their. I do want to hear their opinions on it because. Americans aren't always that cognizant.
We'll let the Canadians speak.
Sure. Okay.
The partial answer to that is that I don't know. It could be a number of reasons. It may be that American men are more afraid, but I would also point out that there's not somebody else from Houston here other than me, but AVfM is an essentially American-based website. And it is the most heavily trafficked website addressing men's issues that's ever existed. And the great majority of the traffic is from America. We do have Jonathan Taylor sitting here that is an activist, American activist. Tara Palmatier may not identify as an activist, but she actively works helping men in these problem situations. I don't think it's really for the same reason that we have a policy at AVfM. We don't accept advertising, and we don't align politically with anybody, and we don't align religiously with anybody. We don't align with anything except people dedicated to men's issues. I'm grateful wherever people are coming from to address these issues, and that's not to bypass your question. I just don't know if an analysis of why Canada happens to produce so many great activists. I mean, the honey badgers are predominantly Canadian. We've got Janet Bloomfield, and we've got Cafe, and we've got so much going on there. It may be because that the ideological feminists in Canada are crazier than they even are here.
That's the reason. I guarantee it.
And it may be that they have pushed so hard in Canada with ideological feminism, with the idea of Adele Mercier saying that young boys that are incarcerated and are molested by their female jailers are the perpetrators and the jailers are the victims. Our rhetoric out of America from feminists has been really bad, but I think Stefan was talking earlier about alien brain invasion or something like that. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to pick on Canada, but you guys got some problems. And it may be why there's so many activists. I don't really know, but what I do know is that this movement is growing internationally. And that, you know what, it's not going to hurt America for once to catch up to the rest of the world instead of the other way around.
Well,
Janet has something to say.
I'm Canadian, and I do know why there are so many activists. It's because we have a very long history of social programs in response to citizen requests. We have public health care. We have lots of maternity leave. We have generous benefits. And the reason we have that is because we don't have to pay for national defense, because you do.
That's true.
We get... And I think maybe the reason there's apathy in America compared to Canada is because y'all are working your asses off to pay for us.
Wow. Okay, I'm sorry, did you have anything to say, Dan? What about you, Adam?
Keeps us warm in the winter to march around
okay.
a lot.
Look at that. I'd like to say the questions are going to go to James Huff, then it's going to go to this gentleman here, and then to Mr. Vincer. So please, James, quick.
Yeah, one of the forms of activism that we haven't talked about is sort of the background psychological operations that are taking place. We've got dedicated men and women going into enemy territories online, talking to people who are in forums dedicated to parents, for instance. Look at Mumsnet over in the UK. There isn't a single person on this panel that hasn't heard of the Fathers for Justice campaign against Mumsnet. And then we have dedicated men and women moving in to those areas and actually addressing these issues. They're doing it anonymously. They're bringing it up right there to these people and gathering the feminist outrage that they have against us and our ideas, and then rebroadcasting that. And I think that is one area of activism that does need to be discussed.
That's open for anybody on the panel, really, because actually James is really the greatest expert in this room on what he's talking about. But if any of y'all have any thoughts about that, please, free for all for anybody who has any thoughts.
It's just, as I said, we need to show up. It's every time you show up, that's activism. That's showing up.
Okay. Sure, yeah, please.
In terms of online activism in particular, I would recommend that whenever you see anyone, especially who has any official, I work primarily in academic issues, whenever you see, for example, whenever I see something hateful against men and boys posted on a university website, I screenshot that immediately. Because, later on, they may take it down, but the fact of the matter is that even though they have taken down some of the things, the culture that produced that is still very much at that university, and people need to know who those people are. So that's just something I would like to add. I really like James's work. James Huff, standing over there, who brought the question. He is the infamous Agent Orange, and who he exposed a lot of. And he really inspired me to kind of go off on my own and to kind of record some administrators who admitted to some very horrible things, which we later discussed on A Voice for Men radio. But yeah, infiltration is a necessary part of activism and sort of playing the double agent. I think that's a necessary skill that I think I remember, Sun Tzu, who wrote The Art of War, said that all war is deception. And there's nothing wrong with being mischievous for a good cause. That's I think that's something which some people can do well. So.
Okay, I was going to go to this gentleman first, but go ahead and take your question, then we'll do him, and then I definitely will get to Mr. Vincer. So please, it should be on.
Well,
yeah.
Testing.
Yeah,
well, the last question pretty much touched on what I was going to talk about. I was going to talk about basically the technique of 3D chess versus full frontal. 3D chess versus full frontal assault, basically. Sort of the post-Marxist critical theory and revolutionary strategies of the feminists could also be effective counter-revolutionary strategies, like the techniques of Saul Alinsky, who obviously influenced Hillary Clinton, things like the Delphi technique, which cultivates a group's consensus, those types of things. I wonder if anybody up there could comment on this type of thing. Maybe Stefan knows about it or someone else.
I mean, the only strategy is conviction, passion, and truth. I try not to get too involved in inside baseball about how we're going to take some bunker or, how many diagrams are going to look like my lower intestine before we reach our goal. I think you just want to ground yourself in as much empirical research as possible. You want to live your life as consistently as possible. When you live your own life with integrity, and like a tree, you got to grow down before you grow up. You want to build a building, you dig down first. You learn about yourself, you learn about your own blocks. Self-knowledge is the key to productive change in society. I mean, like Socrates said, know thyself is the first rules. So you learn about yourself, you know yourself, and then you live your own life with integrity. And integrity communicates itself in a way that is intangible, right? I mean, 95% of human communication, or 90% of human communication, is nonverbal. So the degree to which you have overcome your own inhibitions with regards to the truth is the degree to which you will be able to change other people, right? I mean, if you want to go into a boxing ring, you spend years training first, right? And then you go in. So I think that the pursuit of self-knowledge, once you fully accept the truth that you want to bring to the world, when you have accepted it and you've overcome your own barriers, you bring that truth to the world and you're unstoppable because you're just absolutely certain. And it has been one of the great tragedies of human history that the most knowledgeable tend to be the most tentative and the least knowledgeable tend to be the most certain. I think we can correct that and move forward that way.
Okay, great.
I just wanted to touch on that too briefly. The second stage after know thyself is know thy enemy. I'm not necessarily anti-feminist, as a lot of people here are. One of my favorite places to go, like I like men's rights Reddit, where a lot of people are intelligent, but I also feel it's an echo chamber sometimes. So one of the other places I like to go is FemRA debates, where there's actually more moderate feminists who will actually discuss the issues as opposed to just fighting against you and being vigilant in their position, which forces you to be vigilant against theirs. That second step of getting into the ring, you watch your opponent box. You want to see what he's coming at you with. So when you talk to these people who are actually level-headed feminists, are the kind that were like, these would be good in the movement, who are sometimes like, yeah, I agree where you're coming from. And surprisingly, you're sometimes like, yeah, I agree where you're coming from. And when we start to foster these mutual communications, which is a lot closer to what Warren Farrell has always talked about, we actually start to come closer to an ideal that both sides can agree on and fuck the radicals, push them to the sides.
Okay, that's very good. Chris Stellar, please.
Hi, Gunther Schad is my name. A lot of this legislative activism is necessarily local, but the evil empire that I was inspired by Aaron Pizzi yesterday saying we need to fight the evil empire. That evil empire is a global evil empire, and we're the International Conference on Men's Issues. Specifically, I'm talking about the Violence Against Women Act, the Istanbul Convention in Europe, the gender violence law in Spain, which has ruined 2 million men and their families. A new such law just in 2012 enacted in Italy. Same kind of thing. Italy had a very low divorce rate, actually one of the lowest divorce rates in Europe. But that law probably was enacted in order to get that divorce rate up. In Brazil, there's the Lei Maria da Penha. My question is, and as far as activism on it, it has an international impact. What if we manage to get one of those exposed, highly visible countries like the US with its Violence Against Women Act, what if we got one of these laws struck down in Supreme Court, sending a message to the entire world that the basis on which these laws have been created is full of lies? What if we could get a Supreme Court in any one of these countries, in Europe or in the US or Brazil or any one of those countries, what if we could get on one of these Supreme Courts agree with us that this is all based on lies and strike down one of these laws? How could we do that? Is it possible?
Legislative activists include Carnell Smith and Robert Franklin. I'll defer to those. I have some thoughts on it, but go ahead. If you guys want to tackle that, that's where I would start.
Yes, it is possible to tackle it, but you got to find someone who's affected, who's willing to go the distance. My experience is that a lot of people suffer from a learned helplessness, and where they have a case that we could actually get to a state or a national Supreme Court level, some of them get weary along the way. And there's a lack of funding because the expertise that's needed to do that type of appeal is not just something you can just wake up today and say, I think I'll go and do some appellate briefs. For one of the things that we saw with not just paternity fraud, but with family law issues, men's rights issues, without some way of a national funding for a legal defense fund, it would be very difficult to sustain a legal fight. And there are individuals that, like myself, have tried to get cases before the U.S. Supreme Court on issues that we can prove had national impact. In the United States, a large part of family law is no longer under a constitutionally protected right to an appeal. So when you find out that your cases are under discretionary appeal and the court can make the decision regardless of merit that your case will not be heard, you can only really do, in my opinion, something else. As I also pushed my own case to the U.S. Supreme Court, my goal wasn't because of me. I thought I had it made because I could afford to fight. I was looking out for the people who could not put up the money to make the fight, but at the same time, work with media to publicize the issues on a national level. Sometimes we have people who cannot go the distance. So part of our strategy, in my opinion, we have to come up with the means for a legal defense fund.
Yeah, I think that's of course true. If you're talking about invalidating all of VAWA on constitutional grounds, friend, it ain't gonna happen. It's too large and diverse a law. Now, you can attack very important parts of it. Unequal application to men and women, it being one of the obvious ones. But of course, Carnell is correct. Remember, the industry that you're attacking, you're not attacking a law, you're attacking an industry, and it is a multi-billion dollar industry, and that is not child's play. Let me say one other thing, and I'm not going to go into this in detail, but in the United States, one aspect of the history of litigation is that it leads to legislation. Legislators see when a judge, a court, expands rights for individuals, legislators freak out and they pass laws that limit those rights that look like they're going to get out of control. And that's another reason to do litigation, is not only for its own sake, but for its effect on Congress. Workers' compensation laws, civil rights laws, products liability laws are all examples of that.
Okay. Did you want to say something?
Just say a quick thing. In relation to this fellow's question about different styles like Saul Alinsky and so on, one of the most effective, Saul Alinsky, by the way, if you're not familiar with his work, you should get familiar with his work. It's really, for certain types of people, this is a very effective way of protesting. But one of the most important protesters was Gandhi. And one of the strategies of Gandhi is to learn the values of the British system and then take British system values and challenge and say, we believe in your values, but you're not applying them to India. And so we need to say to the courts, we believe in you have to take the values that are most easily believed in. Do you believe in equality? Yes, most people do. And so you say what things are clearly not equal that also don't threaten the psychology of women being protected. So Violence Against Women Act, you can't protest this at this point in history, even though it's unconstitutional, because of the fact that no congressman or senator, or a congresswoman or senator, would be willing to vote against something that they feel would signal to their constituency that they're not protecting women. You can't violate that now at this point in history. But what you can do is say something like, there's women's studies, there need to be men's studies, there needs to be equality. That's equality that people can understand. Once there is people studying more in depth what it really constitutes equality, you can move down through the system to get to where you want to get to. And so that's my response to that.
Okay, we have time for we're over an hour now with asking questions. We have time just for a couple more questions. And then Janet has something she'd like to add because there's something very important. But just for 2 more questions, that guy was us. We'll do Mr. Vincer and that gentleman. I'm sorry, but we just have to stop. Okay, it's okay. Mr. Vincer, please go ahead. You got it.
Paul, you are absolutely right in the view of the sick brains in the Canada, especially when the Ontarians was proved and make after the election to put it back that Catherine for the president. Not because of just the $5 billion mishandling of the power station, that is one thing. But the other things, when she was a health minister, she wanted to put into the curriculum for the 4th grade of the school, the boys should be physically to show that is the homosexuality is not wrong with the artificial penis. President of the Canadian Christian College fighted with her on the court to prevent that, to be coming this in the curriculum of the elementary schools. Now, when I'm see at her first year in Toronto, I see the tall man with the big body, and I was thinking, oh, this man has to be a very hard and strong backbone to hold this big body. But now I'm seeing that he have a backbone strong enough to hold all of the voice of the men issue, all of the problems which we have to fight, and you carrying on your backbone. Now, always we need a conductor, because without conductor is the orchestra not playing well. You is a good conductor, and keep them and listening to him. Now, one thing, it's just 2 weeks ago, the famous goalman was passed away from the Hungarian gold soccer team, which was, sorry to English, but they are beat the England for 6-3 in that time. Sorry about, but it is true. And the famous goalman was passed away, Mr. Grosic. And on the interview, somebody asked him, why is Mr. Budai not played with that game? And the answer was, because he was not a team player. He wanted to make a goal alone. But the Puskás and the other team was the team player. They not want alone to make it, they make it a team to be win. Now, this is what I'm finding out here. This is a team is the excellent work with the team, and don't forget that, which we put it on the coin. That's ripple. It's only be always on life when everybody put their own stone, own piece of work into the silent water, and to be always keep in the life that ripples. That's why I'm asking you always to work together and to listen to the leader, which is a conductor of the orchestra, and we can be successful with the issue which is necessary, first of all, to be get through.
Okay.
Thank you.
I do have one guy back here I want to get to.
One thing more, I'm very proud of my son. When he became the member and the supporter of the Voice of Man, and also as a Canadian multi-charity service, also behind of him, and we working together.
Honestly, it was my father who really made me who I am, and it's his drive, his inspirations, his direction, his leadership that enabled me to do the things that I do today. So it's really his his doing, not even mine.
We have one more question for Mark back there, and then that'll be the final question. I'm sorry, we only have time for one more question, please. Mark was first. I'm sorry. Can we give the... Mark was first. I have to... Mark, do you want to yield to her, or... Okay, all right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sure.
This is really quick.
Okay, sure.
That I'm going to say is that the National Coalition of Free Men, I'm the vice president of, and I feel like I would have been able to give a very important answer to the question about the lawsuits, because we have overturned statutes on domestic violence in California as unconstitutional. And I could have a lot to say about the VAWA. There are portions that are unconstitutional. Okay. And I request that next time the National Coalition of Free Men be included on an activist panel, because we've been activists since 1976. And I feel like that we should be up there.
Just so you know, Mark, Harry was invited.
I'll tell you about that later. I mess with it. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
My name is Terry. I'm with Shared Parenting Works. Diana Thompson and I and several other women here are part of a group called Leading Women for Shared Parenting. On our website, we have a statement. Thank you. On our website, we have a statement in support of shared parenting, and I'd like to invite every single woman here to go to the website, lw4sp.org, to sign the statement. I'd like to invite every single gentleman here to ask your mothers, your daughters, your sisters, your coworkers, every single female social media friend that you have to sign it. And I'd like to ask Diana Thompson to join me in inviting all these people to come to the website and sign the statement.
Great. Now, okay, we're going to close. Janet had one thing that she felt was very, very important. We're going to close with that. If we could make that really quick, we'll end business there.
I want to address the elephant in the room. I think we need to talk about the complete immorality and unacceptability of doxing radical Islamics who say they're going to fly planes into buildings and put pressure cookers at marathons because they're just kidding.
Okay.
No, I want to continue.
Okay.
I had the very great pleasure of reading through Agent Orange's files that he collected from the RADFEM hub. And just from memory, he said he collected screen caps of things like men should be killed, their carcasses flayed and boiled for glue. They should be stabbed. They should be shot. They should be aborted at birth. We should consider developing a virus to exterminate them. Perhaps we could keep them in cages. Just maintain 10% of the population as sperm donors. Yes, we exposed their identity. I think you need to be held accountable when you engage in hate speech like that. What do we need to happen before it becomes okay to reveal the identities of hate mongers? Yes, we dox people. And yes, radical feminists should be afraid. If you are going to go into chat forums and advocate for the extermination of half of humanity, you're going to answer for it.
Okay. Paul has some closing remarks, and then we will end the show.
This is somewhat of a moment of sadness. I hate to see this one end, but I'm already looking forward to the next one. Again, I can't thank the AVfM staff enough. I feel like I have a load of karmic debt on my back from so many volunteers sacrificing so much so that you could all be comfortable and so that this conference would work. So could I ask for one more round of applause for folks working? Thank you for doing that. And there is, I am not even going to try because I don't have time. There is a list of people so long in addition to thank. I just want to thank everybody for getting involved, and for making this thing happen. I have a couple of ideas I want to express before we close. One is about anger. What we try to do, and I'll take the heat for it. I'm not perfect at it. But what I really try to do with AVfM and what our staff tries to do is to create a safe place for men who have been utterly destroyed to express their frustration and their anger about what's happening to them. Because people that can't talk about it often explode in unhealthy ways. And at the same time, I ask all of you, and this goes for AVfM staff and readers and just in your daily lives, there is a line where even wounded people's anger crosses into something that is toxic and unhealthy and destructive. And we all have to use our heads to try to discern when somebody's crossing the line between expressing righteous indignation and tipping the scales in toward hatred and self-destruction. So while we want people to express themselves, we want to help them channel that in a way that will ultimately benefit them and benefit this movement. Luckily, we haven't had that much of a problem with that. I want to also respond to something I heard even from the panel, and I have tremendous admiration for everybody up on this panel and all the speakers and the participants in the press conference. But I would disabuse anybody of the notion that there is a radical wing to the men's movement. I would totally reject that idea. There are certainly some nutcases out on the internet. That's no surprise. There are some small forums where people have some really bad ideas. But I have never seen anybody with a prominent audience on men's issues ever make any kind of headway based on hatred or aggression or violence. I've never seen it once. This is the most peaceful, rational movement I have ever experienced. And I don't want to feed into the idea that we have a radical wing that's a problem. And I trust the people on this panel and the people in this room and the people that read our website that if that started happening, we would come together and put a stop to it. And in closing, I just really want to thank all of you again for attending, and I want to ask you to think as you leave here today, who can you bring with you next year? We want 750 people in attendance at the next International Conference on Men's Issues. We want to double the size and a little more of the people that attended here. This is how we're going to grow, by getting together. We're going to go out and I went like an old man, went back to my hotel and slept last night so that I wouldn't fall asleep at this table during this talk, and I'm glad I did. But I've had my 5 hours of sleep, and I'm ready to have some fun. Dr. T, did you, there's a...
yes, hold on. I don't have, if everybody has a smartphone. Yes, I found a place. It's down the road from our hotel. First of all, I want to apologize to anybody who went to the Dakota Inn last night. Apparently a small handful of people did, and then everybody else went to the tavern next to the hotel. I'm very sorry. I don't know what happened. But there is a place called Malone's. It's right down the road from the Marriott. They can accommodate up to 200 people. It's, you know, traditional beer, pub food, and it'd be great if everybody went there. And I'm sorry, but my battery died, so I can't, of course I put the address on my phone, so I can't pull that up for everyone.
Well, this is the age of smartphones. One last thing that I can't neglect to do. We gave Aaron Pitsey a Lifetime Achievement Award at our banquet. It was embedded with 2 silver coins. Many may not know it, but Mr. Binzer, Peter Binzer here, is a master designer, has created works of art with his hands in his trade for many, many years, and he dedicated his enormous talent to creating that coin and that award for Aaron Pitsey, and I just wanted to say thank you, sir, for your talents. See you guys next year.